Good morning, everyone. We're looking forward to the second day of the 48th edition of the Ontario Spring Discovery Show. We will be beginning in 10 minutes with the Holstein Summer 2-year-olds. So again, that's Holstein Summer 2-year-olds. And just a reminder to all the exhibitors to follow the program, as that's the order that we will be going in today. We do intend to flip, but because there is extra Holstein 2-year-old classes. So again, Holstein Summer 2-year-olds, if you could make your way to ringside. And we will be selling programs for $5. So if you don't have one, we can get you one. Thank you.
Oh, well, I don't think you can blame Murray for too much.
This was the private interview Murray was doing. That was aired to the world. Excellent. Oh, good for Julie. That's wonderful. Jennifer, we want to interview you sometime today. We're going to interview Jeff as well. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, we want you both. Okay.
Starting with my grandfather. My grandfather was the start of this operation here. I'm a half owner in Woodland Creek Dairy with my son-in-law. So Joe would be the fourth generation that's farming on this farm.
My father-in-law, Bill, he's accomplished a lot in his life. I respect him. I admire his work ethic the most. He puts the farm as number one above everything. It doesn't matter if it's a holiday, Sunday, that's job one.
I would say working with my son-in-law is as close to working with a son as you can get.
We usually get up 4:45. We're trying to be in here milking by 5 a.m. As far as Bill's chores in the morning, he does all the feeding, takes care of the calves. He does the breeding. Stefan started working here when he was in high school, when he was 16. He's our jack of all trades. He helps milk morning and night. I think he fell in love with farming too, so he's been with us ever since. He's 32 now, so he's been around a long time.
Right now, the cows are really doing good. They're milking about 18,000 pounds of milk a day is what leaves here. We milk close to 200 cows.
There are a few kinds of dairy cows. We milk Holsteins here. Some people milk Jerseys, some Brown Swiss. We feel that Holsteins are probably the most efficient breed for us. You're never mean to a cow. A cow is a mother. So you treat them with respect. We have the milk truck come every day here. There can never be any antibiotics in milk. We get paid on quality, so that's job number one.
I admire Joe. He's his own person. He will say it how it is. I don't think he holds anything back. There are some days that farming is hard work. I always say I've got to have that reason to get up in the morning, and this is it.
I like being my own boss, being around the family all the time.
I love what I do because I'm with family. When you can see your grandkids anytime you want, how many people can say that? My name is Bill Endres, and I live for this.
Our Holstein judge today is Mike Deaver. Mike Deaver was born and raised in California and graduated from the Fresno State University with a BA in Animal Science. Mike worked for Carnation Genetics as the Director of Young Sire Development and later worked as Director of Advertising and Promotion for Landmark Genetics, Inc. During this time, Mike, along with his father Jim and brothers Ron and Kenny, operated under the Iona Farm prefix. In early 2001, Mike purchased a farm in Edgerton, Wisconsin, where he, for the next 20 years, established Sharona Hill Livestock Transport and the Sharona Hill herd of Holsteins and Jerseys. At this time, numerous All-American and All-Canadian individuals were developed, which included Legend, Hazel, Rachel, Delicious Apple, Marmy, the grand champion of the 2011 International Jersey Show, and of course, the infamous Apple herself, the grand champion of the 2011 International Red and White Holstein Show. The Holstein Summer 2-year-old class is in the ring currently. The class is sponsored by Heatherholm Holsteins of Godrich, and the winner of the Best Bred and Owned will receive a certificate sponsored by East Gen.
Bruce, we up and running?
Okay, we're live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, from Ancaster, Ontario. My name is Russell Gammon, and I am flanked by two of the great commentators of this century and decade. Where are they?
We haven't shown up yet, right?
I think we're off again. Okay.
No, we're not there yet.
It's a connection. Okay. Oh, well, we're back.
Okay.
So we're having the summer junior 2-year-old class here, and I would like to introduce you to,
We're ready.
there's going to be reasons on this class, so we will introduce you to the judge, Mike Deaver.
Winner in our summer 2-year-old class is Echo Glen Dorman Ellie, exhibited by Echo Glen Farm. She is also the winner of the Best Bred and Owned. Second place in the class is Airlie King Doc Tilly, exhibited by Farger and Starbright Farms. And here is Judge Deaver for our reasons.
Good morning. Just two entries in the first class for the Holstein Cow Show today, and one's fresh, one's unfresh. But the fresh heifer is going to win the class, and she's actually quite a nice one. She's a beautiful framed, good-sized young cow. Has a great front end to her with lots of width, lots of depth through the chest and the heart, the front end. Very nice on her front legs and front feet. and a beautiful udder to go underneath a great rump on this young cow. Go ahead and peel her out if you will. She has great width to her rump. She's level through her hips and pins, good throw position. I like the leg set, the quality of bone in her, and added to the balance with her depth of body and angularity and a good udder makes her a winner that if she had a lot of competition, she could probably win this class. I'll admit that the young heifer, if you pull her behind in second, a little nicer in her rear pasterns than the cow that won the class. She handles herself nicer in the front of the pasterns. And she looks good underneath. It looks like she's going to make a nice udder down the road. But today she's not ready to compete with this good young cow, but a nice pair of Holstein females to start the morning.
Our placing today, number 241, Echo Glen Dorman Ellie is our class winner, and entry number 240 is second.
Well, we are back with live coverage of the Ontario Spring Discovery Show, and as I was saying earlier, I'm flanked by two gentlemen. James, would you introduce yourself if you could?
Hello, my name is James Cranston, and I the past president of Holstein, Ontario, and host of the Hopcast, a mildly popular podcast that some of you may have heard of, and a dairy farmer, of course. So I live just down the road here. I'm just here because they didn't want to pay any more for mileage.
Okay. And Murray, could you provide your raison d'etre?
Whatever that is. Yeah, pleasure to be here. Long-time retired employee of GenCorp. Wobi before that, been quite involved in the industry and in youth activities, and of course have the opportunity to work with a fantastic team that puts on the TD Canadian 4-H Dairy Classic at the Royal. So pleasure to be here and share the table with you two gentlemen, and we're looking forward to an outstanding cow show. I've had a chance to walk around the barn this morning and have a look at both the Jersey and the Holsteins, and we're going to be in for a treat. There's going to be a lot of really good young cows out here. So welcome to the 2023 Ontario Spring Discovery, and we're glad to have you with us online.
Yeah, 50th anniversary of Ontario Spring Shows on the Holstein side. So we have the Spring Junior 2-year-old class in the ring now. The first class was sponsored by Heather Home Holsteins. That'll be the McNeil family from Goderich, Ontario. This time we're looking at Carnvilla farms. There's Carnview and Carnvilla, and Carnvilla are the sponsors of this particular class from the Woodstock area of Ontario, and we think, potentially 9 Spring Junior 2-year-olds in the Jersey ring, and we'll tell you a little bit about them. I think we've got that dark heifer 244 is on the screen, the middle of the screen, Murray.
244 is from Glenholm Jerseys. She's a rapid bit ray reverse go out of an axle, and she's exhibited by Glenholm Holsteins, who I believe are making a move. Are they?
Jerseys. Yeah.
Glenholm Jerseys. Pardon.
They will have some Holsteins as of June. Yeah.
Yep.
In that Tavistock area.
Monkey Doodle Corners.
That's it. We've got John Kingdom there, I think, on 246.
That is Charlene Bontino Smoothie, a Carnberg Bontino daughter from Charlene Verb Sunday, exhibited by Jersey, sorry.
Yeah. And Holstein.
And Holstein.
Yes, absolutely. They've got, so we've got some Australian influence there with Bontino as the sire. Coming in, I see Jeff Sales is coming into the ring, and I think he's got, now this is interesting. I think this would be one of the earlier daughters of the Frank Bull, Victorious Frank, who is out of Flawless, and she's out of a Chrome dam, that would be River Valley CC Chrome, and she's the dark heifer that's on your screen right now. I think she is one of the earliest, she's certainly the first Frank daughter that I've seen milking, and he was a really popular young sire for ST Genetics. Oh, and then we have someone quite interesting next, Marin Hunter.
This is number 248, Maker Nuance Peach, by Estilo Nuance of Maker Black Apple Periwinkle, exhibited by Maple Lane Farms.
and that'd be Marin Hunter and Carrie Alexander being the breeder there. And then and then Maple Lane, a very, very famous 3 Master Breeder Shields, I think now. Just received their 3rd one last week on the Holstein side, and now working towards a Jersey one. Bob Jarrell, who we were talking about yesterday as being one of 2 Master Breeder Award winners in Jersey and Holstein, is leading RJF Rockstar's Velvet E.T., a victorious daughter, out of RJF Jamaica Rockstar, who I believe is a past reserve champion at the Royal Winter Fair. And then we have Jeffrey, our chairman.
Jeff is leading out on Robella Zimmer Victorious Nevada. She's a River Valley Victorious out of the Tequila, and she's exhibited by Sheila Sunborg and Parallel Genetics. So that should round out our class.
Yeah, we've got a few. We've got a late entrant who's arrived, and then there's a couple of the first 2 animals we didn't get to talk to, and we'll speak to them. Well, we'll speak about them.
Now in the ring, we have the spring 2-year-old Jersey class. This class is sponsored by Carnvilla Farms from Woodstock, Ontario. And the best bred and owned will receive a gift certificate from East Gen. We would like to ask the exhibitors in the barn to have their spring 2-year-old Holstein class, those cows brought to the side of the ring to be ready for our next class. Let's introduce our Jersey judge for today. Terry Packard operates South Mountain Jerseys and Kupfer Holsteins with her husband Ernest Kupfer in Boonesboro, Maryland. Together they breed, develop, and market a select group of deep pedigreed Holsteins and Jerseys that compete in show rings and highlight sale arenas across North America. Over the past 27 years, they have owned or managed over 200 All-American and All-Canadian nominations and exhibited numerous Supreme Champions at World Dairy Expo, the Royal Winter Fair, the Pennsylvania All-American, and Maryland State Fair. The couple also spent 10 years managing Arethusa Farms, building the herd from a small hobby farm to national prominence in both the Holstein and Jersey breeds. Packard placed state shows and state fairs in 15 U.S. states, officiated twice at Eastern States Exhibition, and had the honor of serving as official judge for the 2020 National Jersey Jug Futurity. She officiated her first international show in 2022, placing the Jersey and Red and White shows at the Borderway UK Dairy Expo. Aside from her involvement with the farm, Terry serves her local community as chairman of the Economic Development Commission in Boonesboro. She also represents the Eastern U.S. dairy exhibitors on the World Dairy Expo Cattle Exhibitors Committee. Today, we welcome you, Terry, and we thank you for making the trip to Ontario. The ring marshal today for today's show is Brian Coleman, and we thank him for his services today. And our ring man is Doug Green. He's the past chair of the Ontario Spring Discovery Committee, and he will be assisting our distinguished judges today. Thank you.
Okay. So, yes, well, thank you.
Trained by it.
Okay, so we've got the class in the ring now, and there's a few animals we didn't get to introduce to you folks. There's animals from Maker, and and there's 245 is just coming onto your screen now with Matt Forrestal on the halter. This is Painside Rufus Goldwyn, interesting name. She's by the Topeka Rufus bull from Alta Genetics, and she's out of Painside GG Double Gold. So going back to the Gold family that was developed and perfected by the Gurneys at Princeton, Ontario at Lowland Farms. So that's milking Rufus, and Caliber Jerseys, Mr. Kyle Stockdale is the owner. James?
Coming on the screen now, we have Maker Viral Vera, a Bush Leaf Hen viral daughter from Springley SV Topeka Vista, exhibited by Maker Farms.
And she would go back to a full sister to Veronica named Cheronia Centurion Virginia. who was at Brydon Farms, and she's a grand animal of mine, but we won't go into that. Murray, 243?
243 with James Walker. On the halter is Walker Bray Viral Faith. She's a Bush Lee Viral daughter. And out of a Joel exhibited by Walker Bray Farms at Guelph, Ontario.
Isn't that cool? Yeah. And there's this, we were just talking about the heifer that Emma Finch is leading, and we're going to have a few comments about the heifer and about Emma. This heifer was extremely successful as a heifer last year at big shows, and now she's a milking female. And with regard to Emma, Murray?
We had a really nice showmanship competition last night, and our Supreme Champion show person happens to be on the halter. It's Emma Finch, so congratulations to Emma on being named our Supreme Champion show person last evening.
A real graduate of the 4-H program and an extremely hard worker. Emma seems to be working on a lot of sale crews now, and is in demand for both her ability in the ring and getting animals ready in the barn and being helpful on a sales team, keeping things organized. Great young person. From Dufferin County, I think.
I had the pleasure of meeting her last week at the, she was on the Young Leaders Tour with Holstein Canada at the Canadian Convention. Now, when I saw her, it was the morning of the AGM, so most of the young leaders, which they should be, were not in the most fantastic shape. But
Emma was bright-eyed and different.
Emma was the one that was keen and
So
ready
they
to go.
enjoyed the convention, is what you're
as they
telling
should have.
It's on deck. The class on deck is our spring 2-year-old Holstein class. If those exhibitors can please make their way to the ring with their animals. Also a note for Holstein breeders in the barn, we have 2 classes that are back-to-back. The Holstein winter 2-year-old class and the Holstein fall 2-year-old class. Please note there will not be a Jersey class in between, so please have all animals in the ring ready to go at the appropriate time. We have our spring 2-year-old jerseys in the ring right now, and the class is sponsored by Carnvilla Farms, and the bred and owned will receive a gift certificate provided by EastGen.
Well, so we just want to make sure everybody knows that that's Julie McIntosh. And let's be clear, the daughter of Bill McIntosh. Yes, there are McIntoshes in the area, but we're going to be very, very specific.
Lest we get our knuckles wrapped by the viewing public.
Yeah. Mr. Tony Van Lith will be in high order. Julie is also the sister of Greg McIntosh, to fully identify her place in human pedigrees.
Looks like Judge Packard has had a little discussion with our ringman and looks to be...
His finger could be used soon to beckon an animal into the center of the ring. Come hither.
Ah, yes.
Beautiful blue color that Terry's wearing today.
I missed the memo.
James, you did miss the memo.
I feel out of place.
Yeah.
You're blue.
Could you maybe somebody bring you something blue?
Pulled first, we have number 247. It's the Brydon entry.
Oh, yeah, the Frank.
Followed by 245.
Which is, the Rufus.
The
The Goldwyn.
The Goldwyn. And then
244 comes in next.
Glen
and
Home.
243 is right behind that. And then our Charlene entry, 246.
We would also mention today that if the internet connection goes down or is spotty today, the full show is being recorded. So we are going to keep speaking regardless of what happens, and later for your viewing pleasure.
The show must go on, yes.
The show must go on.
And if you hit mute, it might be a good idea at some point. So.
Well, Murray, lesson learned. You were treated to some very detailed information yesterday, but anyway. Oh, there, look at this. Wow.
I was going to
Look
say,
at
like,
them
for being the first
smoking others.
class of the day, it's a really, really excellent group of cows.
Look at this. I may have to have Valium. Why am I drinking coffee when I'm seeing this? This is astounding. And we do want to recognize Bruce Sargent of Farm Boy Productions, who is just totally on the go. Bruce deals with so many interesting challenges with varying internet connections every place he goes. And yet he has dignity and aplomb. And getting a real good look on that udder now. So that's the Frank udder.
Checking to see if those teats are aplomb.
Yes. And what's interesting with an animal named Peach in the same class. I should look up chromasis and see where this cow comes from. I didn't get up at 4 o'clock like James. 3:45 this morning, James.
Well, that was more out of nerves than anything, so. Just excited to be here. As I said, we've had the appetizer yesterday with the heifer classes, and today we get the main course.
Main course.
What a great shot that is. These are all March and early April.
Yes.
Heifers, what a tribute to the Jersey breed to have those kind of memory systems on these great young cows.
For cows that are 25 months old to be calved out long enough to come back and be show ready like this is a testament to the breed and the cow, but also the caretakers and the owners.
Well, this will make some people cry with tears of joy. The first animal is descended from the famous Annette family at Homeridge and goes back to one of their signature cows. No, I'm lying. No, I'm not. Homeridge Juno's Annette that Mr. John Beerwort used to show back in the day, the early 90s. So this
Looks like we've got a switch coming in.
Switcheroony. I think the Goldwyn is moving up here at the moment. This is Rufus Goldwyn, and I will be very impartial with this animal since I have involvement with her family.
Do you need to recuse yourself here?
If she wins, I won't scream too loud and scare people. Look at the udder in this cow. Well, look at the udders on these cows. Boy, and as we say, it's exciting to see that Glenholm heifer calve out so well. Probably quite fresh, too. And although some of these heifers could have been milking for a couple of months now. Well, so Doug and Jill Robinson, their flippers, will be clapping together down in Finch, Ontario at the moment. Real good young milk cow. I think they all are. Look at even that fifth animal down there that Bob Gerald is showing is a spectacular rear udder. Well, and I'm underselling a couple that are even lower than her. An amazing class.
Another great shot. Right
Isn't
there.
that? Yeah, you're right, Murray. Look at this. So Doug and Helen Carn and family, we certainly thank them at Carn Villa. Deep, Holstein history, and now a foray into jerseys. And
I think we're going to switch them back here.
I think so. Well, that's honesty.
Oh, they carry a nice mix of Turnbull.
Yeah.
A nice mix of both breeds.
And
We got the bride on animal back in front.
the Frank is first, and the Goldwyn is, the Rufus, who...
Let's just call her the Goldwyn.
Okay, I think it's better. We used to call Guimo Joel a little Goldwyn. Well, his impact on the Jersey breed, and Bob Gerald's getting a bump up there with his Velvet, E.T. I won't bother talking about National Velvet because that goes over James' head.
Those of you in the audience today, we have programs available. Jennifer Peart is at the side of the ring. She could wave her hands. She has some for sale. And there are also programs available up here at the show desk. And they are $5 a piece.
Okay. So that's the lead-in, the final lead-in, and who knows? We think it'll remain this way.
We did see some dramatically late switches yesterday.
Yes,
in the
a couple of
heifer
times.
classes. So,
Yeah.
as they say, it ain't over till the ribbons are hung.
I really appreciate that in a judge because they want to make fully sure they're getting things right. And okay, James, I guess your comment has provoked someone to comment. No. Ooh, Yes, Frank. Oh, we've got a fan in Wales who's a big fan of the Frank Bowl, so he's having a fit. And okay, and we've got someone feeling very down today, but we hope they'll appear.
There's a live chat underneath
I'm hoping
the stream, but Russell is our conduit to the outside world here. He receives all complaints and hopefully some compliments.
Occasionally
Occasional
praise.
compliments.
More so comments on the internet connection, or that we're not talking loud enough, or we're talking too loud, or our hair doesn't look right, or I don't know. But look at there it is once again, Murray. Look at these rear udders, but also there's good capacity. But again, that one Bob Gerald has, look at the rib on that cow, and the one James Walker has. Yeah.
And we'll throw to
Our first place in the Spring Jersey 2-year-old class is Brydon Frank Allison, owned by Brydon Farms Inc., and she is also best bred and owned. And here is Judge Packard with her reasons.
Thank you. Good morning. What a nice class to start your Jersey show today. Big class of spring junior 2-year-olds. I looked at these top pair of cows a couple different ways and went back to starting with the dark cow. For me today, she's got an advantage in the forwarder. She blends more smoothly in that attachment, blending into the body wall over our second place cow. I also prefer the strength of pastern on the first place cow. And she's just got a little bit nicer rump structure. I prefer the way her tail sets down in between her pins over the big frame cow coming out in second. This cow in second just maybe needs a little time to get more quality to her udder. I think that forudder will improve the longer she's fresh, but it's her frame and her overall quality, the definition of crease and the median suspensory ligament through the bottom of her udder that are placing her over the third place cow. What a beautiful frame on this cow in third. I think all she needs is time. She just needs a little more time to get her udder cleaned up and get the forudder just blending a little bit more smoothly to place higher today. But that beautiful frame, strength over her top line, the depth of body, openness of rib structure that place her over a really good uddered cow coming here in fourth. This cow kept moving up as the class went on. She's got great quality to her mammary system, showing me a lot of venation today, a lot great definition of median suspensory ligament, and all that udder quality is what carries her over the fifth place cow. Cow in fifth, another great frame cow, just needs a little more time to get cleaned off. She's not as dairy as the cows ahead of her, but I think a great potential with her mammary system as well. Lovely class to start your Jersey show this morning.
The results in our spring 2-year-old Jersey class are as follows. Number 242 was 9th, 243 was 5th, 244 was 3rd, 245 was 2nd, 245 was 6th, 247 was 1st, your class winner, Brydon Frank Allison. She was also our best bred and owned. Number 248 was 8th, 249 was 4th, and 250 was 7th. Now coming into the ring is our Holstein Spring 2-year-old class. This class is sponsored by Freyland Farms, and the best bred and owned will receive a gift certificate sponsored by East Gen. On deck will be the Jersey Senior 2-year-old class. We would ask those in the barn to make your way to the ring side with your Senior 2-year-old jerseys.
Now to the Holsteins, James.
We're in the spring 2-year-old class for the Holstein, sponsored by Freyland Farms.
Where are they from?
Henry Fergus. I heard one.
And I see somebody would agree with me that Fergus is the center of the universe.
So, as a side note, it is Steve Fraser's birthday today. So, if you happen to see Steve, if you're around the bar, or send him a
Message?
Facebook message or whatever, Steve Fraser is celebrating his birthday today.
Well,
39 years young, probably.
39.
Yep.
funny, they had a big party for his 40th about a bunch of years ago. But anyway, I digress. What we got? 252 is here's a Blondin Legend daughter. New Morning Holsteins are the exhibitors, and she is out of a Phantom dam. James, any comments? With their intense research.
The Phantom's 85, next name's 86, and then a 92-point Bookham.
Okay. Murray, we've got 253 with Brent on the halter.
253 from Frikosan Holsteins is from the King of the Ring himself,
Oh.
Unix, out of a doorman from Blondin. So, two well-known sires back in this pedigree, Unix on doorman.
Yeah. Any pedigree on her,
Back
James?
to the Chief of Deans on the bottom side there, so
You are-
no stranger to the show ring in that family.
You are spectacular. We now have Seth Johnston leading in Blondin Master Trixie. Now, we talked a lot about Golden Oaks Master yesterday in the heifer classes, and it seems we're going to do some in the cow classes as well. She is owned by Maple View, Sam Johnston, and Seth Johnson, who is her leader. And she's out of a Jacobs dam by Control and James?
Controlled in a 95-point Cicero, and then Pineland Goldwyn Tidbit.
Oh,
And there's
that's
a
a
whole
good
mess
cow.
of excellent dams after that.
There's a dramatic entrance.
This is number 255. K Manor Diamondback Barcelona, the Diamondback daughter out of Rugwa Doberman Bug. And exhibited by Bradell and David J. Farragher.
And Starbright, I guess.
And you'd be happy to know that she goes back to some good East Coast breeding through Redgewall and Bernadale from Maryland.
Be still my heart. Now we have, coming onto your screen right now is 256. This is another March heifer. Freyland Alley Oop Rosebud. She's obviously by Brabantdale Alley Oop, and out of Freyland Kingpin Rose. And that rings a bell with me somehow. Rose. Keaton Jones on the halter.
An entry from Freydon Knott from Golden Bonnie. A rarity today.
Oh, yes. Okay, a different cow family.
different branch there with
Cool.
Freydon.
Ooh, here's a nice one.
We have Blair Weeks from Weeksdale Holsteins coming into view right now with his entry from Woodcrest King Doc out of an Altona Lee bred Unix dam, Altona Lee Doc Helena.
Bet she's got a deep pedigree.
The
Altona Lee was
They're all
excellent.
deep pedigrees at that point there.
Yes. Quite, and a little bit of dancing here. 258, who you're going to see in just a second, is the entry of Bill Gibson and Patience Holsteins Limited. She's Cedar Home Unstoppable Cindy. Now, she is by, of course, Riverdown Unstoppable, and out of a Solomon Dam, also bred at Cedar Home.
So we talked about heifers coming back and calving, and well, this was the junior champion at Grey Bruce last year.
Wow.
It's good to see her come back with a really nice udder.
Oh, we have the birthday boy coming next. Oh, okay. Oh, is that the one, Steve? Okay, yeah. Well, we've got Steve first.
Steve Fraser coming into view here, ladies and gentlemen, from Freyland Farms, Freyland Solomon Frost, Walnut Lawn Solomon,
we're
with some deep pedigree from Wisconsin, Sandy Valley Snowflake.
And
Steve celebrating his birthday in style here with a nice speckled animal.
yes, that is the way things are done in Fergus. This animal here that Pete Coleman is leading is 359. She is a Douglas daughter, and she is bred at their farm, at the Bridgeview farm. So she's a homebred cow, and she's by Douglas, pretty popular bull of some nice show cows. Got some friskiness in her. Presumably not a 4-H calf.
Lots
in
of
the
life.
past.
It's the kind you like to see.
Feisty.
Oh, feistiness, yes.
Yeah. We certainly admire Pete for his persistence. Oh, here's another interesting animal, Murray. She had some experience as a heifer last year showing. Well, eventually. Very graceful. Oh, build up here. And there he comes.
Moving on to our screen right now, the big white heifer, Balmoral Kama Sutra Master. She's a Golden Oaks Master out of the control from Balmoral Farm. Exhibited by Agribears, Beckridge Holsteins, Marco Ladina, and Paul D. Holsteins. Now, Marcel Ladina, that goes back a long
Yes,
way.
doesn't it though, in Italy?
Italian friends from Italy.
3/4 sister to 254. Same sire stack.
Of course, this was the All-Canadian Spring Yearling last year.
Yeah. What a frame and what a nice udder she
Beautiful
is.
for capping very
capping this,
nicely.
too.
Well, the dams are controlled, and 87 Dempsey, and then a Damien Astronomical. You can kind of see that.
Got it.
She gets turned around, you get a chance to see the rear udder on the
Mm.
cow. You'll be drooling a little bit.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And then did we introduce the animal that Joel's showing, the alligator? James?
This is 251 Beckholm Alligator Tribia. She's an alligator daughter from Beckholm Avalanche Trisha, going back through Rocky Mountain Goldwing Trisha, through the Diamonds family here at Maplewood. So she has very local roots on this
close to
one.
home. She could walk home quite easily.
Her ancestral home, anyways.
Yes.
And she is shown by Jim Phoenix, Joel Phoenix, and Vale Eskeen Holsteins.
And just because we can, thanks again to Freyland Farms, wonderful neighbors, great solid members of a great community as the sponsors of this class, along with East Gen and Select Sires, of course.
Yes, East Gen and Select giving the Blood Man certificate and the class winner certificates again today. Can't thank them enough.
Nope. Just if we thank them 20 times in each class, we still wouldn't be doing it enough. Wow, this is going to be a fun class for Mike Deaver to sort his way through. As the old saying goes, glad it's Mike and not us.
If you're getting hungry, our food truck is now open out to your left side of the ring, on the east side of the ring here. We hope you are able to head outside and support Alice's Catering food truck, and they will be our outside vendor today. And they will serve breakfast until 11 a.m., followed by lunch. If you'd like to tune in to an amazing live stream commentary of today's show, please check out the Ontario Spring Discovery Facebook page with a link. Huge thank you to our online experts, Farm Boy Productions, for producing our show today and streaming it online. Our expert commentators are the world's cow encyclopedias. Russell Gammon, he's a longtime dairy breed enthusiast and an amazing Ontario Trust Fund treasurer, Murray Reisner, and the past president of Ontario Holstein, James Cranston. We thank you guys for your commentary today.
And thank you, Julie.
Russell, I thought we were going to lose you once they said the food truck's open, so we were boat there.
And I had a good Hampton Inn breakfast this morning, too. I think of it. I'm obsessed with Hampton Inns, but we won't go there because they're not sponsors, and we don't have to talk about them too much. I get to stay in one tonight as well, and possibly Friday night, too.
Very exciting.
Shows you what a shallow life I lead. As my father used to say, your world is very, very small. But full of highlights. So we've got Cowsmows doing covering here, Bovines doing covering, and two of the folks we are going to interview today are Jeff Stevens and Jennifer Peart Anderson, who are both co-chairs of the wonderful event we've got on here in these amazing facilities here in Ancaster. James, locals must be so proud of this place and the addition to already great fairgrounds.
It's been really amazing to see the fair grow, and this new facility is just the next step in that phase. And it's they're hosting horse events and cow events, and it's constantly being used, this building. So it's a great facility, and sets up very nicely for the cow show today.
Now, Ancaster Fair itself, the other grounds are used very heavily, like Merritt Hall. To me, anytime you go by here on a weekend in particular.
They run a variety of, swap meets and trade shows and dog shows, and it's amazing. It's rented out. Like I say, 90% of the time it's being used.
I was actually over to the first cat show I've ever attended. Well, the Spring Forward Beef event.
You haven't been to? You said yesterday, you made mention yesterday of a goat show, and then we have cats.
Chicken shows.
Chicken shows, okay.
Clydesdale shows, love them.
A feather fancier?
Yep. I'm trying to think if I own anything right now, but I'm going to go on a spring shopping spree, which is getting a little carried away. You know, when you're out on a winter day and it's cold and it's sunny, and all of a sudden the only thought you have is, I really want to go buy some chickens, that's an obsession.
I usually go to Popeyes at that point. Or Swiss Chalet.
Thank you. Yeah, nice and warm and on a plate. Hey, shout out to Stillwater's, I know again, they're not sponsors yet, Plate and Pour in Paris. Terry Packard and I had supper there last night. It was phenomenal.
Did you get comped because you were going to mention them on the live stream?
No, but I'm hoping that they're going to send me a check as, or an e-transfer to cover the cost of the meal, which was spectacular. Beautiful, right on the Grand River. As the legend Brian Sales would say, prettiest little town in Ontario. So there's, back to the cows. Pete Coleman, I think, is going to leave us, maybe. This cow's just a little frisky.
There's a spring show. These things can happen.
Always find
first time off the farm, so.
Yes, the legend Patty Jones is in the building here this morning. You can see her on the screen gesticulating as she speaks to Claire Swale.
I think it's amazing that Patty is celebrating her 50th year of photography, taking livestock photography, and I've known Patty for every one of those 50 years. She started with Bob Miller Photography in Woodstock, Ontario, with her office in downtown.
And so Bob was in Ontario at that point?
He was traveling from Illinois up here, and had an office where
so we've had
Patty and Helen actually.
Helen O'Donnell.
So we've had our first poll here. It's the Weeksdale entry 257 Altoona Doc Helena's in first, and then 260 the Balmoral Master.
Who
was tucked in third there?
That's a good question.
251 is third, the Alligator from Beckholm.
Oh, yeah. With Joel Phoenix is showing there. Yeah. And we've got, I know Steve Fraser is in the hunt there. Keaton Jones, 256. Freyland Alley-oop Rosebud.
When we talk about Patty, and when I was a kid, she used to scare the crap out of me.
That's better.
Just when she...
Language.
Like, you didn't want to be the one to, like, screw the shot. And this is way back when you didn't have a lot of editing capabilities, so it was high stress as a child with Patty. But I've learned...
Say good morning to Patty.
Good morning, Patty.
If you're talking about her.
People?
Yeah.
I don't know about high stress, but whatever, it kept them in line way back when, but I've mellowed.
Well, I remember the first time I got to hold the fishing line on the angle iron to hold the tail down. I was like shaking with nerves. I just didn't want to I didn't want to get yelled at.
The most important job there was.
Exactly.
Making noise. Getting the tail right.
Yeah. With a fluffed tail and all. And so Patty, 50 years this year, eh?
Yeah. Don't know how I got here, but I'm here.
Patty, we really enjoyed seeing Doug Brown's post on Facebook, Browndale Sires, as well as Green Elm's Echo Christina at the first Ontario Spring Show in Stratford in '73 then, obviously.
Yes, and that's when I got in business with Bob Miller.
Yes.
And that was my very first show. I didn't know how to move feet or anything at that point. And he says, take a camera and just shoot some ring shots, which I did, and then I came out to help him picture. And my friend Helen was with me, and we both got a very short course in moving front feet. It was, but I kind of liked it.
No, and then we worked with Jim Rose.
No, I
you've got
never,
his,
I never worked with Jim Rose. We bought his negative files
That's
out.
what it was, yeah.
And that we bought his goodwill into the industry, I guess you would put it that way.
Were you Canadian livestock photography from the get-go? Like you
No.
were working with Bob Miller?
It was
and then,
Bob Miller, and then we bought him out, Helen and
Yes.
myself, and Helen ran the office. I was, and then she did a lot in the East Coast. She pictured quite a bit in the East Coast for a while, too. And then for the last about 20 years, I've been on my own.
Yeah.
I trained some young photographers,
Yes.
Ella Wright, Vicki Fletcher, and Chuck Fowler. Chuck's not doing it anymore, but
he was actively
Yeah.
taking pictures too.
and
Ted Van Wyk, didn't you train
yes,
Ted
he
too?
did. And
They had a
he
year
did
or
a
two.
lot in England.
He
and
went to
things.
Jersey Island and took pictures.
Yes, and also Sheila Metcalf.
Yes.
There's been some other photographers that I guess I've had influence on. Sybil Fisher, of
I was
course,
gonna say, yeah.
who's a very good friend of mine. And Ellie Geerink from
Yes.
Holland came over with me for a couple weeks to just, sharpen some skills, but she's a good photographer. I know most of the European photographers, and they're all good guys, good girls, whatever.
Yeah.
People, good people, yes. You don't want to be doing the right thing.
I find that interesting, Patty. You said you were here 50 years ago, just taking a few ring shots. Well, that wasn't a thing, I think, back then. And then it was.
Now it
it's
is back.
So
Yes, isn't that fascinating?
You're out there laying in the middle of the line.
No,
Okay.
Han Hopman started that, and it was kind of funny to watch him way down there, but
I saw him once throw himself down on a cement floor, just on his stomach. It was just incredible.
yeah, he used to do that a lot. He doesn't even go quite as low anymore. I'm not a big fan of that low shot. I like it down below what your normal viewing is. It helps, but the low one, I don't know. Everybody's choice, I guess.
Well, we are going to have a year of celebrating Patty this year.
Well, also I remember when Patty celebrated a milestone birthday at the Royal, we had a hell of a party.
When she was
That was
30.
And,
no. That was 50, wasn't it?
no, it was 40, Patty, but
It all fades into the
Yeah,
background.
fades, yes.
I made a statement back then, and I think it holds true even to this day. You are the standard by which all of us
Yes.
are living.
Thank you.
Yes,
Absolutely, Patty.
there you go.
Thank you, everyone. I'll let you go back to your deal.
Our deal. We're going to deal.
That's an appropriate word for it.
Yep.
It's
And there's-
it's interesting if you hear like you've talked to people from overseas and probably maybe no one's done more to promote or had a hand in promoting the Canadian kind than Patty.
Yes.
And they reference always had these beautiful photos of these Canadian cows that Patty Jones took. So deep thanks the industry has for Patty, and thank you for joining us this morning.
It's always a thrill. And always a hoot.
A hoot indeed. When she's not
Great.
scaring, she still scares me a little bit.
Well, some of you are just timid.
We do not have a dramatic late switch here in this class. It's still the
daughter?
the Weeksdale entry on the lead there, and the Balmoral Kama Sutra Master in second.
We're hoping Donna Barkey is watching online this morning. She'd be thrilled to see a Altona Lee cow right up at the top. Okay.
Judge Deaver has made his final decision in the spring 2-year-old Holstein class. First place in the class is Altona Lee Doc Helena, owned by Frank and Diana Borba and Weeksdale Holsteins. Second in the class is number 260, Balmora Kama Sutra Master, owned by Agribur, Beckridge, Ladina, and Quality Holsteins. And third in the class is Beckholm Alligator Tribally, owned by Jim Phoenix, Joel Phoenix, and Veloskeen Holsteins. And now Judge Deaver for his reasons.
Thank you. Another nice class of 2-year-olds here. Lots more competition in this one, obviously, than the last one. The heifer I'm starting with, not the biggest heifer in the world. but she has loads and loads of dairy qualities. She's feminine about her head, very angular throughout. She'll be best udder in the class today. She has more width of udder all the way through than the cow in second. I actually prefer the hips to pins on first over second, has the proper angle or slope, if you will, than the second place heifer. And she just gives you lots more veining on her side and through her udder. Just that cleaner look today than the beautiful heifer in second. The second heifer, quite striking through the head, through the neck, and through the shoulder and front end. Very smooth and powerful up through that area. I'd like to drop her pins just a shade, maybe give her a little milkier kind of a look. But she has great attachments on her udder. She probably is as high as anything in the rear udder today, but just not the volume in terms of width and milkiness today for me. But she carries her style, particularly her height through her front end, her length of body, her smoothness, if you will, or the attachment that's a little more attractive in the fore-udder on the second cow over the third cow. Third cow's in there, certainly not the biggest again, but cow with width to her udder. She has a little milkier appearance. She's more angular out over her hips, pins, cleaner down through her thighs, a little cleaner out across her ribs than some of the others in the class. So she's a very sound young cow. She has this balance, the depth of body proportionately to her size, over a big, long, nice side view cow as far as side view on her udder to fit into the fourth position. She lacks a little style today, but she does have a good sound udder and a good wide clean bone on her hock that carries, helps her go over the cow in fifth. When you get behind these two cows, the definite advantage is in the seam of the udder on the fourth over the fifth. The fifth's a beautiful framed young cow, great side view on her udder, nicely attached udder, just losing the seam and not quite as clean boned as those above her.
Entering the ring is our senior 2-year-old Jersey class. Now with the placings for our spring 2-year-old Holstein class. 251 was third, 252 was fourth, 253 was 10th, 254 was 8th, 255 was 9th, 256 was 6th, 257 was your class winner, Altona Lee Da Kalina. 258 was 7th. 259th was 5th. 260 was 2nd. A couple announcements at this time. We ask exhibitors in the barn to please not smoke in your pack area. There is no smoking in the barn. And also Patty Jones is available for photos in the corner of the ring area. She does have a full crew to help, so feel free to bring your animals by after they have been shown in the class today.
Okay, but now we're back to the Browns, bouncing back and forth here. Senior 2-year-old class sponsored by Bob Muir Farms. Now that would be Elle and Penny Hawthorne and their children Cassie and Jordy. And Penny is the person that brought brown cows to Bob Muir Farms from her experiences down around Belleville. She was Penny Maybe. She was a little indefinite. Now she's a Hawthorne and very definite. And so they have a herd of Holsteins and Jerseys at Listowel, Ontario, just beyond Listowel. And so
just moving out of your screen, there was 261, a Bride-On Excitation Trio, and an Excitation Daughter from Bride-On Tea Time, obviously exhibited by Bride-On.
I think that goes back to Shamrock breeding, if I'm not mistaken.
Bride-On on all sides.
Yes. And excitations are cows that develop a lot as they get older. Now, I think Carrie Alexander is going to appear next with Maker Gentry Vivian. She would be by Indiana Gentry, so from the Gorgeous line, a Rapid Bay, and out of, Maker Max Out My Visa, which I think this animal probably has some Veronica breeding in her on the maternal side as well.
It's an early contender for name of the day.
Yep. On the mother.
Got a well-known partner on this one.
Lornella from Rockella, Exactamundo. One of the great forces in the Jersey breed in Canada for decades. It still is. And now we've got a whole different view. You can see Terry out in the ring in a beautiful blue outfit, the color for today.
She got the memo.
Yes, yes.
For those you can't really see us on here, Russell's got a beautiful blue sweater.
It's all planned.
Murray's got a lovely blue shirt. Even Judge Deaver has a lovely blue tie. And I did not get the memo.
We have got Len Viss back here. Should we? Well, we're going to introduce these cows, and well, maybe Len's been quite a force in this show as well, and had a wonderful day in the ring, a much longer day in the ring than he expected yesterday. Here's, okay, is that Rachel Tamlin? With her video daughter, again, one of the popular bulls of the breed right now, and she's bred at RJ Farms, the Geralds. And Rachel's from Woodville, Ontario.
And following right behind is 264, again from RJF Farm, an Audubell Jordan daughter out of the Gentry, exhibited by RJ Farms, Robert Gerald.
And now coming on your screen is number 265, Spruce Briar VIP Hillary, a River Valley Venus VIP daughter from Spruce Briar Joel Damey, exhibited by Andrew, Ann, Tanner, and Josh Johanna Bromley.
Wow. VIP out of a Joel. Interesting. And then I think that's 266.
267.
267, even easier to talk about. Charlene Perennial Siesta is in front of you right now. Now she's by Tequila, a well-known bull within the breed, and her dam was bred by the combination of the Kingdons and the Weldricks, so Lambton and Oxford counties combined. Tequila.
268 coming into your screen is from Glenholm Jerseys Incorporated, Emma Finch on the halter. Rapid Bay Gunman out of a Glenholm bred Clear Appeal. Glenholm Gunman Alexa Twin.
Yeah, she'd be back to the A family at Glenholm, which is one of their premier cow families. And yeah, 269 would be the next one from the Walkers.
It says Perennial Victorious Charisma, a River Valley Victorious daughter out of Perennial Viola Kirsten. And as Russell said, exhibited by Walker Bray.
And she's got the Veronica family, or the Virginias, all over her pedigree, with Victorious as sire and Viral as the sire of the dam. Jimmy Walker's being raised with jerseys down in Grassy, Ontario, is still with the family. And there's
Sandy Kingdon coming into view here with Charlene Video Effect. She's a video daughter out of Charlene in Press Essence. Again, Charlene Farms up at Forest, Ontario.
We had, interesting, the video semen that sold at the Calves for the Cause sale was around $450, $475 a dose.
Currently in the ring, we have the senior 2-year-old class. This class is sponsored by Bobbier Farms of Listowel. If there are any class sponsors here today, we ask them if they would like to come to the winner's circle for photos. They are more than welcome to be in the photos with the winner. We would love to see them there. Next on deck is the Holstein Winter 2-year-old class. We ask the exhibitors to make your way to the ringside area. And followed by that, there is another Holstein class, and that will be the Fall 2-year-old class. 2 Holstein classes back to back. Please just be aware of that. At this point in time today, we would like to thank our Platinum and Gold sponsors. Without them, this show would not be available. Our Platinum sponsor today is John Deere, and they are sponsoring our live stream today on Facebook, so we thank you much for that. Our gold sponsors are the Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund, Clark Valley Holsteins, Farm Credit Canada, Manderville Financial Investments, Holstein, Ontario, Western District Council of Holstein, Ontario, Vetokino, Dairy Farmers of Ontario, HS Mill Company, they're sponsoring a Herdsmanship Award, Case Canada, O'Neill's Farm Equipment, BioAgrimix, Conestoga AgriSystems, Dennis Martin, Dortmund's Brothers Barn Equipment, Inc., Hodgland Holsteins, Jersey, Ontario. They were sponsoring the Future Fitters. Merit Insurance Brokers, Quality Seeds Limited, Vector Genetics, Mandarin Snyder LLP, TD Bank, Kirkton Vet, BW Feed and Supply, Dumfries Mutual Insurance, Air Farmers Mutual Insurance, West Central District Council of Holstein, Ontario, MNP LLP, Misty Glen Creamery, Ontario Joint Breeds Dairy Association, Grand River Robotics, Grand Valley Fortifiers, Walker Dairy Sales, A-Boys Trucking, Max Active, and National Bank. We thank these sponsors very much today.
I think Julie's finished. There we are. So there's a great example of Terry in action with Justin Walker behind her. Also in action. Lundvis, we can see him. We can see us.
You can see my gray streak. It's lovely. You don't see that in the picture they put out on Instagram.
Well, they airbrushed it pretty severely.
It was nice of them.
Yeah. And Lowell Lindsay, Brian Sales over there in the crowd. Court's here. Oh, isn't that great? Medway himself. Actually, I know a really good Holstein cow who's going to have a calf today or tomorrow who's from a Medway family.
This mysterious cow you keep teasing us about.
Well, I'm not allowed to do the announcement until the majority owner gives the nod. She's right up to calving.
The clues are piling in, though, so for those keeping track at home.
The majority owner may be here today. He's trying to decide if the cow's going to calve or not. She's eating this morning, so he doesn't think she's going to calve today. He wanted to convince himself he could come to the show. So, within driving distance, another little clue from a great Scottish area of Ontario. Not a master breeder yet.
Okay. So we have driving distance, Medway breeding, not a master breeder. Phone in with your guesses, folks. No, actually, don't.
I'm sure Tony Redlith has got 7 already.
The wheels are turning somewhere.
We're a little tough on Tony, but he can take it. And if he can't, he's going to learn how.
Is Tony on site, or is he?
No, I think he's been watching and listening to us very carefully.
I think he was ranching yesterday.
Yep, ranching was the term. He's got the Smith Den farm, eh?
Yeah. I think Judge Packard's getting ready to make a pull here.
The tension rises.
They're fabulous other group of young cows.
Oh, gosh, they're good. Some variations. And the video, daughter from Rachel Tamlin, the RJF bred one, video out of an Irwin. Should check on who her family is.
Pulling in the second is the Charlene entry, the video from Charlotte. So we have 2 videos at the top of the class. And then 262, the Gentry from Maker.
Ah, yes, that's, I think, another one that made sense getting in there. Look at the udder on this first prize heifer. Well, look at the udder on both these first 2 heifers. Video's a bull. He's a viral son. He was bred by Frederic Saint Laurent in Montjoly, Quebec, near Rimouski.
Moving into 4th, we have the Bride on entry, Excitation, and then the Audubon Jordan from RJ Farms.
Canada. Come on. Come on.
Went home, 268.
Yep. Nice class.
6.
Classy class. Okay. We're going to get you a little background on some of us don't get up as early in the morning as some others.
Get your stylist working there, Russell.
Thank you. Pretentious stylist that it is. Actually, I can do very, very well with a stylus, much better than with finger tapping.
Got a lovely shot here.
And once again,
from behind.
Look at these udders. Wow. Some variation in the udders here.
Really impressive from a width standpoint.
Yes.
Right at the top of the class there.
Oh, there we go. RJF.
Definitely a few members of the Vane Nation.
Yes. Oh.
A number of these these heifers will qualify.
And we are seconds away from telling you what cow family. Oh, going back to RJF Remake Becky, the class winner. She is about 1, 2, 3 generations away. Becky, one of the famous cows of the Jersey breed. Long-lived, high prediction.
Okay, Lenny Viss wants to make some very important announcement of some more losers. Is it what you're telling us, Len?
Okay, it's the second most exciting day in the year is Mega Moolah Day. So we are down to 53 people, and again, when your name is announced, don't get excited because you are a loser. So we're going to start off with Scott Bennett, Michael Boyce, Matt Enright, Beckridge Holsteins, Jen Fraser, Dunley Farms, Chris Stevens, Sarah Smith. Sorry, Sarah. I know. Robert Meyer, Steve Valinga, Easton Osborne, Josh Killings, Colton Outridge, and Jackie Frazier. So we're down to 40. So thanks for everyone for buying tickets, supporting this great cause, and stay tuned.
So, just as a comment, Al Cunnington has reminded us that Rachel Tamlin's first prize animal is an Ontario Invitational Sales success story. Al has been seen doing handstands and backflips out in the parking lot.
Clapping slippers, no doubt.
Flippers are clapping together. A video daughter. Isn't that great? And out of the Becky family at RJ Farms. So, good for Rachel. 4-H member, Murray, I think she's been to the Classic, and if she isn't, she will be, I'm sure, in the future, from down in the Kawartha region there. Lindsay. Woodville. Yep. Kawartha Lakes, yeah. So isn't that great? So shout out to Ontario Invitational Sale. A year or two ago, probably 2 years ago. Well, yeah. And Rachel?
Big smile on her face there.
She's pretty thrilled. Her mom is here today. She'll be thrilled.
Our class winner in the Jersey Senior 2-year-old class, sponsored by Bobuer Farms. The winner is RJF Video Milady, owned by Rachel Tamlin. Second is Charlene Video Effect, owned by Charlene Host Jerseys. She is our best bred and owned. And third is Maker Gentry Vivian, owned by Maker Farms Inc. and Lornella. And Judge Packard for your reasons.
Another nice class in the Jersey show. For me, just really a handy winner in this class. This is a beautiful, balanced cow. She's got the best memory in the class. Really admire the height and width to her rear udder, the levelness of udder floor, the way that foreudder blends into her body wall, and she's got a beautiful frame. She's got an advantage today in her front end, the way she blends from the shoulder and through the crop region over a second place cow. She's harder over her top and longer in her frame. Also showing me a little more dariness, especially over the ribs than our second place cow. But really admire the mammary system on the second place cow. Today for me, she's more level from hooks to pins. She moves more freely on her rear legs than the cow coming out in third. Again, another beautiful mammary on this cow, fresh since December, so not quite brightest areas, the ones above her, and just would need to clean off to place higher today. But what a beautiful udder on that cow. And it's the advantage that she has in height and width at the top of the rear udder and the shape of the foreudder that carries her over the bigger frame cow here in fourth. Fourth over fifth on the maturity of frame, the openness and spring of rib structure, depth of her flank and her midsection to her rib. And she's also showing me more development in the rear udder. She's got more height and width today, and I prefer the nice curve that she has, the shape of her rear udder over the beautiful balanced cow coming out in fifth. Real feminine frame on this cow. Admire the legs and feet and that she has. We'd just like to see her milking a little longer, develop more mammary system to place higher today.
Our results in the senior 2-year-old Jersey class. Number 261 was 5th, 262 was 3rd, 263 was our class winner, RJF Video Milady, owned by Rachel Tamlin. 264 was 4th, 265 was 6th, 266 was a scratch, 267 was 9th, 268 was 7th, 269 was 8th, and 270 was 2nd, Charlene Video Effect, and she was our class best friend owned as well. In the ring now are the Holstein Winter 2-year-olds. This class is sponsored by Darcroft Farms of Embro, and we thank them for our sponsorship.
These are the winter 2-year-olds.
We are back in live with the Holstein Winter 2-year-olds, sponsored, of course, by Darcroft Farms, the McLeod family.
Holsteins and Guernseys?
Guernseys and the occasional Holstein is how they like to be remembered.
Home of someone who is perhaps the only person in Canada to be president of 2 national dairy breed associations, Paul McLeod. Holstein first and Guernsey second.
Before we get to introducing all the members of this class, I'd like to thank our judges. If you're following along at home, maybe don't get a sense on the live stream of what the animals are really like. If you pay attention to their reasons, they are spot on, correct, and very descriptive in how they break down the animals as they are placed. So thank you to the judges for making it probably a great experience to watch at home. And here we have 271 coming into the ring, coming into our focus.
And what's she? Oh, Marflow Acres Alligator Lena, owned by the Fairbanks Cattle Company and Hodgland Holsteins, exhibited today by Brian Carskadden, an alligator out of an avalanche, and 2 bulls we've talked a lot about.
And then Goldman behind that, so another bull that's no stranger to the ring. This is 272, Double G Lambda Gold, a Lambda daughter out of Nonadale Golden. Exhibited by Hodgland Holsteins and Joel Phoenix.
And she's from Shaw Vegas, Quebec, Double G. And now, is this the Upridge cow with Tyler Canning on the halter?
That is correct.
Upridge Elioup Freezy. She's by Brabantdale Elioup and out of a sidekick named Fruit Loops. So we're getting into some good names here. The Luptons be the owners. And Taylor was the champion showman at the TD Canada Classic last year. Any pedigree on her, James?
So we have a 90-point sidekick dam, 87 octane, and a Lavengard, a 94 40 champion.
Ooh.
I always go back to the champion because champion was one of my, favorite bulls. He really worked in our herd in his day.
Calbret champion.
Calbret IHH champion, the one and only.
Now we've got a bit of a space, but it will be filled. We hope. See Doug Brown out there strapping 50 years later from strapping Christina here in Stratford.
His dad did.
His dad, RF, sorry. Dignified gentleman, that RF Brown. Oh, here we go. And Jeff Stevens.
Into view. The entry of Ronald Grandy. She's Blown In, Thunderstorm, Lavanda?
Lavandi?
Lavande. She's a Blondin Thunderstorm out of a doorman, Blondin breeding top and bottom on this one.
She was third spring yearling here last year, so another heifer that's shown very well in the junior classes that came in with a really nice udder. She's out of a 87 Dorm, and then 96 Point Winter Bay Fever Legacy is the second dam on that animal.
Now I wonder if that goes back to the Lydia family.
Yeah, so the third dam is the Triumphant from Lexus. There was 33 or
a whole bunch of
incredible
stars.
amount of incredible brood cow.
And Greg McLean would have 275. Marflow Acres Royal Crush Misty. Now, by another version of this whole Crush family, Eclipse Royal Crush BT, and out of a first grade a Stanton Bull? Yeah. And Select Farms and Export, and Wayne and Karen Martin. Markdale, maybe? That'd be Greg. Tension is palpable as we wait for the next animal. And there's Josh Kern.
Josh Kern coming in with Coneview Denver Apricot. She's a Brenland Denver out of a Solomon, bred and owned by Coneview Farms Incorporated in Woodstock. And I'm sure they'll be welcoming lots of people to the farm.
Yeah.
Their sale is upcoming just shortly. And for those of you that are online, the catalogs are available. And catalogs are also here at the Coneview display. So
I'll be off. And out of that A family at Kingsway.
She is an alley.
Alley?
From 90, well, the second name is 94 Point Artichoke, and then Abracadabra.
Of course.
There's so many different branches of that family. It is incredible how it's developed over the years.
And I love Ethan McMillan's naming of animals. Then again, my world is fairly small. Doug Robinson and Ethan McMillan are some of my heroes when it comes to naming.
Cutting her way onto the screen now.
Is Doug Brown.
I would say a veteran show person.
I would think so. Yeah, Doug is a real gentleman, and he's got a McNutt P daughter. He works with the Holsoff family down in Stouffville on some of the bulls, and McNutt P has been an important part of Browndale Sires, and the dam is a silver. Now, would that be?
So she's a silver, and goes back to the through Golden Oaks Peach P, the polled branch of the Roxys that's helped to bring the polled gene out into the more mainstream population.
Just been asked by Molly McMillan not to encourage her husband Ethan in his naming.
Okay. Duly noted.
But she is part of the left-handed team here with Martina Copey Arth and yours truly and many others. Well, 10% of the population left-handed, and quite something.
We have Gary Coop on the Red Heifer, Souderholm Warrior Lucy Red, owned by Potluck Holsteins. Select Sires and Exports Incorporated. She's a Mr. Blondin Warrior Red, and out of a Colt P.
Rhubarb as opposed to rhubarb. I like it.
Depending on your accent, that's what they call it.
I wonder who Potluck is. I'd like to go to their place someday with a dish.
Yes.
Tony Van Lith. You're online.
This is 279 Rotamy WH Crush Time Bryn, a crush time out of Walnut Lawn Doc Brilliance from Abbott Bree and back into the Barbie family.
Oh, yeah.
She's exhibited by Holywell and Walker Bray Farms.
Lovely. Ooh, that's quite a cow.
Yeah, very, very powerful animal. Being from the Barbies, it's not a shock.
And what we got the number, is that 280? No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shady Willow Randall Cajun by West Coast Randall and out of a Solomon. Andrew Denhon and Matt Forstall are the owners, and Matt on the halter. And wow, that's another nice cow.
Lovely uddered Randall daughter.
She's powerful. Whoops. And two different social media sources at the same time. Oh, Potluck is Dave Potter from Grey County. Of course, Shelley Barfoot O'Neill would be telling us. A great supporter of whatchamacallem, Grey County, and passionate.
I'll let you take this next one here,
Which, oh, is that from?
too?
Yes, I would be thrilled to because she's from one of our stellar families in the Fergus area.
Center of the university today. So.
Freiland Unix Bonbon. She is a Unix out of Emilio, Wiltamilio, I think is that bull. And then back to the Bonnie family, which originated in Australia, but Steve and Jackie aggressive enough to import. Julie is going to say something.
Attention in the barn. We would like to ask you to bring your fall 2-year-old Holsteins to ringside, please. Fall 2-year-old Holsteins to ringside, please.
We will note, James.
The
and Mary.
Ontario Spring Discovery Committee's annual fundraiser is the Mega Moolah raffle with 150 tickets sold for $100 each, and the last 10 tickets in the draw win amazing prizes. We thank our sponsors, and here are a list of the prizes and the sponsors. Toronto Maple Leaf tickets donated by EastGen. Toronto Raptor tickets donated by Quality Seeds. Golf for 4 at Copetown Woods Golf Course. Kitchener Ranger tickets donated by Air Farmers Mutual Insurance. A Steel MS 170 chainsaw donated by Brant Tractor. Blue Jays tickets donated by SureGain, and vouchers donated by Farm Bay Boutique, Holstein Canada, Max Active, Paris Veterinary Clinic, and Joanna Linton. And the grand prize is a pick of a calf from the following Spring Show exhibitors: Charlene Jerseys, Glenn Holm Jerseys, Joe Ressworm, Jeremy Hunter, and Maplewood Farms.
Fries go with it?
This nice white 2-year-old here. Coming in the screen is Ranhaven June, a sidekick daughter, shown by Craig Ranter.
Oxford County?
Oxford County.
And she comes by these speckles quite honestly. She's out of the Jody family.
Oh,
from Freydon.
Yeah. She's not red. Well, she is red. No, she isn't. A little confusion there. Ooh, look at this.
85.
85. Is that Glen Isle Fuel Lana, Andrew Denham, and Lester and Shirley Gingrich, throwing me off with Grant Barkey, showing her there. And wow, she's quite a cow too. She's got a pedigree there.
Ravenswell Lydia family. Her dam's the 91-point Snowman and the Sid, then ID Goldwyn Lulu, a cow that was nominated and banged in the All-Canadian competitions a number of times.
Her background is from Larry Krantz at Stratford,
Ontario,
Colorado.
Good old Larry. I'm told I need to meet Larry. He's a real character.
Larry is one of the really nice guy, great character.
Yeah, and he's got really
and
comes well.
And a great breeder too.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, there's a lot of. What's that cow that went down to Kentucky? The leader, Carl Dot Leader. She went 96 points, I think, down in. Or Lee, maybe she was a lead.
For matters pertaining to Lee and leader, I think that's more of a Murray question.
Well, there was a cow that I think the Coors at Piteley Core Jersey Farm had a Holstein that was, I'm sure she was 96 in the States. And I'm quite sure she was Carl Dot. Once again, if Tony Van Lift.
I think you're thinking of Carlaw, leader 174.
Could be.
Yep,
Who's
different.
that?
That's different. Carlo is different.
Very different, from a very different part of the world.
In Ontario?
No, I think she's an American cow.
Oh, okay. Well, she was a really nice cow. Sorry. Showing my ignorance.
It's okay. Oh, really? Oh, well, there you go. Murray has informed us.
Yes, okay. Where was Carlo, Murray? James, we'd like to trot over and talk to Laura.
I'll just run out quickly.
Yeah, we're just chatting about the Carlo cow, but yeah.
Yeah, okay.
One of the
so
original Comstar leaders.
So I'm not going to apologize for everything. Just some things. This is a great class. A lot of variation in these cows, like different statures, different body capacities, and as winter two-year-olds. And again, Darcroft Farms and the McLeod family, and we joke, but people who are fully invested in the dairy industry, and Kyle is on the board of, is he on the executive board?
He's the vice president right now.
So it was kind of like a 1-2-3 punch with you and then Cole and Kyle.
Something like that, yeah.
Juniors. It's actually quite a young Holstein Ontario board, is it not?
We're trending that way. Adam Hunt's on there. So we, I think I'm still the youngest though, and I'm on my way out. So.
Al Hawthorne would actually be one of the slightly older.
He's the old man of the group, yes.
Yep. He's the father figure for you. Fine human being too.
So Kyle McLeod is your incoming or VP?
A year from now.
If things hold to form, he will be president next year.
About a 1-year term. Based in Brantford.
Unless there's a coup and a revolt.
Or somebody that wants to keep Cole for a long time. Well, you talk about great human beings. That Cole Verberg is one of them. Family person, snappy dresser.
Did he send you a check or what's? Okay.
I think very highly of Cole, and I've only got to know him recently. But he's very invested in his family. He has a musical bent to him and does some singing. He's an outdoors person, does some canoeing, and is very invested in his family's Holstein herd as well.
If only he was a better podcast producer. I hope he's listening. I told him to tune in today, so.
I'm on Team Cole. I'm going to
right.
defend him. Oh, did we mention Matt Lang's heifer? Yes, we did.
That's the
Greg Ranter.
Yep, the Ranter heifer. Yep.
The heifer on the right of your screen, that's Walker Bray Pharaoh Bonita. She's a Sandy Valley Pharaoh daughter. She's just heading out of your screen now. I think we missed her in the introductions.
Correct.
We did?
Yep.
We did.
Correct.
With the Down East connection again at Crasdale Farms.
So she's out of a capital game, then a doorman, then Butts Butler, Gold Barbara, 96 points.
Oh, Gold Barbara.
Yes.
Where's Terry?
And I thought Terry might perk up on that one,
Might
but
be tears
she's
again. Oh, these are
really smashing. Yeah, smashing a bunch of udders. First pull here is 271. The Marflow Acres Alligators, yeah.
I wonder who Fairbanks Cattle Company is. You mentioned it. We'll ask for a swale.
Claire, do you know whose Fairbanks Cattle Company is?
Oh. Right.
Oh. Okay.
So pulled second, we have 279. That's the Walker Bray Holywell entry, the crush time. And third is our veteran showman, Mr. Brown, pulling in with the pulled heifer.
So, whoa, we're getting a nice look at that 279 animal right now. Where we are. Oh, the crush time. Very good bull. That's another clue. Oh, okay. Fairbanks is Adam Hodgins and Brian Karskadden. So, crush time. Another hint.
Oh, for your mystery cow.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
The expectant cow. I don't know how good people are at doing searches, but 86 points with an 87-point memory as a 2-year-old. That might narrow it down a bit.
Get a good sense from behind here, different sort of heights and widths, and as we mentioned, sort of
a
few different sizes and
different
styles.
statures and different body capacities. But boy, look at that first. Yeah, exactly, Murray. That first one, that rear udder is spectacular, and the second one's pretty nice, and the third one's great, and the fourth one's got a lot of vein nation.
A member of the Vein
Or veinage, as some would say.
Veinage.
Well, even that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that Justin Walker is showing is pretty amazing too. They all are, but so Darcroft has really got a great class to be sponsoring here. Interestingly enough, the National Guernsey Show is actually held here in Ancaster. Paul will be there in September.
That's 10:03. The first mention of Guernseys for the day.
Oh, I mentioned, no, we were talking about Paul being,
yes. I'm falling behind here, folks. Sorry.
Well,
Real great quality. Right down the line here, as you can see from this shot.
James, we're not biased to breed. We appreciate every one of them, and Calves for a Cause.
yeah,
Guernsey there, $10,000.
Yes.
So,
and we're
certainly.
getting some, the Forster family must be contacting us. Dave Bergeron, Fairbanks. Oh, Fairbanks is Brian Karskadden's family farm prefix. They farmed where Smigwati Holsteins are now in Russell, Ontario, greatest little town in Ontario. And certainly used to be involved with the Canadian Tire, I think, there as well. Well, I'm going to give a love to that. Captain Dave Bergeron, Hammond, Ontario. One of my faithful livecast listeners paying attention. So Fairbanks, that's a lovely name, actually. And she's still there. Going to give him a good look. So two interesting cows, a little different in their
Yeah,
makeup.
little different styles.
Yeah. Both certainly deserving of being up in the hunt at the top end of this class. And there's Doug. One of the finest gentlemen you'll ever meet, eh? Doug Brown.
Comes by it on the street.
Well, yes. And his mother was a very hard worker, wasn't she, Mary, on the farm? Mrs.
Always,
Brown.
always.
And then, of course, Ashley now is another generation. She and Dan had a child. Dan, I think her husband's name is? Steve. Close. And had a child this year.
Getting the bump up into fifth there is 283. That's the second Walker Bray entry. The Pharaoh.
Now, I don't want to make this all about me, but I was one of the first people to know that Ashley had her baby because I was talking to Doug that morning.
Seems like you've got all the baby news cooped up in that head of yours, Russell.
Well, and I just simply asked if Ashley, when was she due? And he said, there was this big pause, Doug, Well, she had the baby this morning. It's a girl. So I don't think he was going to phone me with the news. I happened to phone him at the right time. Yeah. So Ashley's got a farm market going at Browndale as well, which is quite a successful venture. James, have you been in the new barn, or Murray?
Yes, I have been.
Have you been upstairs in that barn in the viewing area?
The last time I was there, but
It is the view down over Paris, and the farming community is terrific. So Browndale charges on. There's some Guernseys over there now too with Jocelyn Forster.
Yes.
Yeah. Just saying.
The Guernsey web is growing.
yeah. Ashley has a vision, and it's coming to fruition now. And,
Yeah.
yeah. So
And Doug is so supportive of it. Of a different direction for the farm, the robots now, I guess, and yeah. Lovely, lovely barn. Everybody should see it. In a measured way. They can't handle all of us at once.
well, 20 years ago, if you'd have said some of the best-known Holstein herds in Canada would be milking with robots, people would have said you're totally insane.
Yep.
And start naming them off now. Jacobs, Comstar, Browndale,
Kingsway,
And Brydon on the other side of the game.
Rossdale, it just goes on and on. I mean, the technology has brought us so far. And kudos to all of our robot companies for taking us to where we are now in the industry, and just still opens up a whole new adventure as technology progresses.
Well, and doing other things than milking the cows too. The feeding possibilities there as well. There's a farm down in Quebec which uses like everything. They have their feed is mixed by robots.
Yep.
They program it and they pasture as well, which is interesting. Hi, Jacob. We've got Jacob Lux, the general manager at Jersey Canada, with us this morning as well. You have to be careful, Jacob. If you show up, you're going to be identified. Jacob's been in the position for a year now and is working with a great team out of Guelph.
Yeah, Russell, you're just here to blow everybody's cover who walks by. Hopefully, nobody was truthful with where they're headed today.
That wasn't a work day, but also a day off. Yeah. No, I think Jacob was supposed to be here. I think he's quite legitimate. Yeah.
Great shot of the front ends of these first two animals coming out.
Wow, it's a great angle. I really like this. Oh, now we're back, and now we can see a side shot of that class winner.
Class leader. So
Leader.
Don't count your chickens there, Russell.
Alligator again. Boy, that bull has got a lot of McCutcheon in his pedigree. I'm a huge McCutcheon fan. Because of Summer, primarily, but he's double McCutcheon, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Alligator has done some really good things. McCutcheon has his fan.
Yes.
McCutcheon, while he might not have everybody might not be a fan. He did some good things and passed on some good genes. So,
yeah, and I appreciate that because I know he's. I don't know if controversial would be the right word.
We had a good talk about Duke, another bull that maybe not everybody's a fan of. Read Duke on the Hopcast last week, I think. And we talked about Duke, and he does some really good things, chest with extreme production, but he definitely has his
You like him
issues.
in the pedigree sometimes then.
Yeah, so that's where he can be used to improve things on a breed level.
Yeah, I'm as I say, I've seen a lot of the positive side of McCutcheon.
Olex has seen a lot of the negative side.
Well, I always look for the sunshine, Sunny days, my friends. Sunny ways, sorry.
Yes.
That should be my Holstein prefix.
Sunny ways?
Sunny ways. Although associating me with Justin anyway, we're not going to go there. We don't want to upset Tony.
As the class's place, I think we're going to send it up to
The winner in our Holstein Winter 2-year-old class is Marflo Acres Alligator Lena, owned by Fairbanks Cattle Company and Hodgland Holsteins. Second is Lodamede WH Crush Time Bryn, owned by Hollywell Holsteins and Walker Bray Farms. Third place and best udder is Third was bred and owned and is Browndale McNutt P. Piper, owned by Browndale Farms. And now here's Judge Deaver for his reasons.
Thank you. Some beautiful young cows in this group. Heading this class today, a cow that I really think is handy at the top for me. Beautiful, silky, dairy young cow with great udder. She is the best udder in the class. She has loads of quality and loads of silkiness to her and lots of milky look to her. The advantage she has over the second cow, I actually give her a size advantage over the second cow because she's a more proper size. The second cow just getting on the verge of being a little bit too big to suit me. However, she does also excel in the breed character, the femininity through her head. I like the cleanliness down in through the neck and the brisket on this young cow, and it carries out down across the rump near her thurls and over her pins. I've made her best udder because she's higher and fuller at the top of the rear udder than the beautiful uddered cow in second. Cow in second milking a little bit longer. A particular thing I'd like to address on her is she's just has an issue in her front end through her feet. She flares out in both feet and kind of close at the knees, and this is one of the things that keeps her from heading the class. However, She does have a little more strength, if you will, when you stand in front of her. She's a little wider than the cow in second, or excuse me, the cow in third, a little deeper and a little fuller in her heart. She has an advantage in length of foreudder attachment, the attractiveness of that attachment with the veining, and that keeps her in second over third. Third over fourth, breed character, femininity, length of neck, height and width at the top of the rear udder, and a decided advantage in the way that she travels on her hind legs. She's more correct in the set to her hock. She's got a near ideal leg set and really good in the pasterns and the feet. That carries her over this good-uddered cow in fourth. The fourth cow over the fifth today, a little cleaner, I think, all the way through. Out over her chine, down through her loin, and then through her rump region. Has more levelness to her udder floor than the big, strong cow that we have in the fifth position. But a real nice group of 2-year-olds, really good uddered and exceptional young cows.
In the ring now, we have the fall 2-year-old Holstein class, and this class is sponsored by Maple Keys Holsteins, and the bred and owned will receive a certificate from East Gen. For those following along in our catalog, I have the placing for our winter 2-year-old Holstein class that is just leaving the ring. Number 271 was your class winner. First place, Marflow Acres Alligator Lena, owned by Fairbanks Cattle Company and Hodgland Holsteins. 272 was 10th. 273 was 13th. 274 was 11th. 275 was 6th. 276 was 12th. 277, Browndale McNatt P. Piper was 3rd and our best bred and owned. 278 was 7th. 279 was 2nd. 280 was 4th. 282 was 8th. 283 was 5th. 284 was 14th. And 285 was 9th. New for this year, we will award a red and white Grand Champion cow, and the 3 champion cows will compete for the coveted prize of Supreme Champion Cow at the Ontario Spring Discovery Show. The order of Grand Champion class will be as follows: Grand Champion Jersey, then Black and White Holstein Grand Champion, then Red and White Grand Champion, followed by Supreme Champion Cow, and this is sponsored by Case Canada. We thank them for this sponsorship.
Okay, we're back live, and gentlemen, just before we get introducing some of these animals, any of our 4-H members that are skipping school and listening online today, or happen to be
in school and class, probably
in class and watching on their phones, pay attention to our 2 judges and the way they give reasons. Exceptionally good descriptive reasons, and if you want to emulate somebody when you're giving reasons at 4-H club meetings or county competitions, or even at the inter-county competition, which we're going to revive this summer. James?
Nice segue.
Just try and pattern yourself after both Terry and Mike. The way, calm, cool, collected, very descriptive reasons.
And accurate.
And accurate.
Yeah. No fluff.
Yep.
All fact.
Number 288 in the middle of your screen. Sunspark Lambda Kicks, a Lambda daughter out of a excellent 92 gold chip, shown by Hodgland and Richard P. Kuntz.
Nice. 289 is the second look Master Blaster. Love that name. A Golden Oaks Master out of a second look On Point. Now that's interesting, James. Ron Grandy is the exhibitor from the Oshawa area of Ontario.
Of course, you'll remember this heifer was first fall yearling at Ontario Summer Show. Another one of these show heifers calved in. Looks like Master's putting on some good udders.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the anticipation from his numbers, isn't it? And, oh, there we are, Murray.
290, Greg McLean on the halter, Perrin Ridge Expander Freya, a Golden Oaks Master. A Stanton's Expander out of a Jacoby. So we've got some background here, James, on the Jacoby.
Well, she's 87, scored out of a Desu Phoenix dam, and then the third dam is an Arethusa Miami that's 87 points.
Who was Arethusa Miami? That's an interesting.
Yeah.
Which would make sense. Yeah. Actually, Brett, not very far from here. Melanie, Hillcroft leader Melanie,
yeah.
just west of here, south of Paris.
Speaking of Fergus.
Speaking of Fergus, Freyland, Crush Time Banff. I'm thinking she's from the Bonnie family, but James will tell us. She's crushable out of a Unix.
The Unix is straight out of Golden Bonnie.
There you have it. And one of the many daughters, Bonnie's got Star Brood Cow Star's extension number, at least 15 or 18, if not more. Brian Enright, Dandyland Farms, and Freyland Farms are the joint owners of 291. Leaving your screen at the moment.
Okay, up here, boys.
Attention in the barns. I'd like to call the junior 3-year-old Jersey class to ringside. This is a small Holstein class for the fall 2-year-olds. So we would like to have the Jersey 3-year-olds at ringside soon, please.
We're talking about Freyland and the Bonnie family. Many of you recall that Freyland was our breeder of distinction at the Classic last fall, and the embryos that they donated were right out of the heart of the Bonnie family, and a Jersey farm by the name of Avonlea Genetics. Taylor Vandermeulen was the lucky recipient of those, so we'll be interested to see if that's raised the Vandermeulens a little bit.
Well, they have some Holsteins over there now.
Judge Deaver getting right to it in this class.
Wow.
We're lining them up here. 291.
Fergus.
The Freyland Crushable is in first. 290. Second, the Perrin Ridge Expander. And then third appeared as the Second Look Master, exhibited by Ron Grandy. 288 is fourth. That's the Lambda from Sunspark. And 286 pulling in there on your screen we didn't get to announce. That's Silver Maple Bardo Figgy, exhibited by More Star Holsteins.
And Kevin Harvey with 287.
Yes, that's Harvdale Doorman Satin. It's a doorman out of a gold chip. Actually out of a cow that I got to work with. Goes back to the Splendor family.
Oh, well. So the Diamond family ringing in here again. Yeah. Of course, every time I see Kevin, I think about one of my favorite Holstein cows, Harvdale Meridian Cherish, who makes my heart beat really fast. I have a painting of her that I look at every day when I sit in my chair at home. Small life again.
We're going to send it over to Julie here and get our reasons on this class.
Julie?
The class winner for our fall 2-year-old Holstein class, sponsored by Maple Keys Holsteins, is Freyland Crushable Banff, owned by Brian Joseph Enright, Dandyland Farm, and Freyland Farms. She is also our best bred and owned. Second is Perrin Ridge Expander Farah, owned by Perrin Ridge Farms. And third is Second Look Master Blaster, owned by Ronald Grandy. And now, Judge Deaver, for your reasons.
A beautiful dairy cow to start this class, fresh, quite a long time. Excels the cow in second in cleanliness of her neck. She's cleaner and more open in her rib and rib structure, and carries that out over the rump and down through the thighs. Over a cow's been milking about a year here in second place. She has an advantage first over second with the udder, fullness to the rear udder, and just total volume, I think, of milk in her udder today. The second cow is a good cow. She's a good frame cow. She's a cow with a good udder, but she's just been milking a year. Doesn't have a very full udder today, but she has a good crease, good teat placement, great full udder attachment. just not quite as good also in the legs, the set to the leg, and the way that she moves around the ring. Second over third today, I think a stronger kind of a cow, but a cow with more definition of seam, a little fuller at the bottom of the rear udder, the proper turn at the bottom of the rear udder, if you will, carries up to a nice rear udder. I think a good cow when she calves again, the second cow. Third cow also gives up just a little bit in depth, the body of compared to the second cow. Third over fourth, a lot more strength, width, and depth to this cow. She's a big, stronger cow, a little heavier bone, wider chested, more correct in the way she travels on her front feet, over a nice rear-uddered cow that we have in third. She's just a little on the frailer side in my mind, gives up some size, but from the rear view, she has a good seam in her udder and a good quality udder. This seam and the little pop to the udder that she has carries her over the cow in fifth. She's also a cow that's a little nicer across her top, more attractive in her rump, and better moving on her hind legs as well. Thank you.
For those following along in the catalog, the placing for our fall 2-year-old Holstein class sponsored by Maple Keys Holsteins. 286 was 5th, 287th was 6th, 288 was 4th, 289 was 3rd, 290 was 2nd, and 291 was 1st, and best bred and owned Freyland Crushable Banff. Entering the ring right now is Class 14, our Jersey 3-year-old class. Attention in the barns. This is a small class. Please bring your Holstein Junior 3-year-olds to the ring as soon as possible and have them in the marshalling area. Again, in the barns, please bring your Junior 3-year-old Holsteins to the marshalling area.
Okay, we're in our junior 3-year-old class, and this class is kindly sponsored by the Mayor of Fergus, Sir Russell Gammon himself. Thank you, Russell, for
Never take on that responsibility.
for being the class sponsor for the junior 3-year-olds.
I can't even manage my own household. How could I be mayor of a city?
And again, we certainly appreciate the Bred and Owned certificate being supported by EastGen, and the class winner certificates by Select Sires Incorporated. So, James, we're up and running here with Sandy Kingdon.
We can't thank you enough, Russell, of course.
I haven't paid yet. I haven't been invoiced yet, so don't thank me too much.
The entry here at Sandy's leading is number 293, Charlene Joel Siri, Guimo Joel daughter from Charlene Beautiful Sriracha, exhibited by Charlene.
Oh, there is Bruce Sales coming into the camera right now with 292 is a Lone Pine bred animal, born in Didsbury, Alberta. Her name is Lone Pine Matt Bougie, and I've been accused of being
something you know a little bit about.
I've been accused of being that with my stylus pins this morning. Terry is looking at this animal. She's a Matt and goes out of a family that actually goes back to Glenamore jerseys. If you go back far enough in the pedigree, the Bell family at Glenamore. Dan is the gunman, and then an exploit, and then a sultan back in the pedigree. We're getting better use of the internet here. And nice young cow from Brydon Farms, Paris, Ontario. Prettiest little town in Ontario, as Brian would say. And that's that cow again.
This is Sandy back in
the spotlight.
Smaller class here, but still lots of quality here.
Ooh, nice udder in that. Joel udder, very typical. Comstar JDF, sorry. Beautiful would be the sire of the dam. Something coming. Just 3.
So you get off fairly easy there, Russell.
Yeah.
You're sponsoring 3. So
yeah. Well,
your checkbook does not need to be real big.
The sponsorship doesn't vary by class size. I was trying to find a class that would be quite high profile, and well, there's a few of them. And
this is the entry of Carrie Alexander, Maker Farms
cow.
Incorporated, Maker Victorious Gummy Bear, a River Valley Victorious out of Maker Ringman Godiva.
And Ringman was a River Valley bull as well, so out of Ricochet, I believe. And so lots of River Valley influence in that cow. She's not her own grandmother, as some are, but she is.
Quite another honor.
Yeah, and we're just going to do a little pedigree research.
Okay. Here we go.
I'll ask the Holstein 3-year-olds to come to ringside, please. Holstein 3-year-olds to ringside. And now we have some more Mega Moolah tickets.
Okay, we're down to 39. So Penny Hawthorne, Marianne Jansen, Curtis McNeil, Daryl Marcus, Dan Hunick, Andy Denhan, Gernot de Groost, Jennifer Charlton, Dirk Boesfield, Shelby Carson, Colin and Karen Leach, Hannah Lee Holsteins, Kevin Elshoff, Daryl Marcus, Michael Hurst, Ron Grady, Jeff Innes, and Derek Bavart, and Brian Freshwater. So we're down to the top 20. So we're getting there.
Currently in the ring, Judge Packard is placing our Jersey Junior 3-year-olds. This class is sponsored by Mr. Russell Gammon. He's our commentator on our live stream today, and we thank him for the sponsorship. A reminder to sponsors, class sponsors, if you are in the arena today and would like to be in the picture in the winner's circle with the winning cow, please make your way over at that time in the class. We would like to welcome Judge Terry Packard today. She's our Jersey Show judge. Terry operates South Mountain Jerseys and Kupfer Holsteins with her husband Ernest Kupfer in Boonesboro, Maryland. Together they breed and develop and market a select group of deep pedigreed Holsteins and Jerseys that compete in show rings and highlight sale arenas across North America. Over the past 27 years, they have owned or managed over 200 All-American and All-Canadian nominations and exhibited numerous Supreme Champions at World Dairy Expo, the Royal Winter Fair, Pennsylvania All-American, and Maryland State Fair. The couple also spent 10 years managing Arethusa Farm, building the herd from a small hobby farm to national prominence in both the Holstein and Jersey breeds. Terry has placed state shows and state fairs in 15 U.S. states, officiated twice at Eastern States Exposition, and had the honor of serving as official judge for the 2020 National Jersey Jug Futurity. She exhibited her first international show in 2022, placing the Jersey and Red and White shows at the Borderway UK Dairy Expo. Aside from her involvement at the farm, Terry serves her local community as chairman of the Economic Development Commission in Boonesboro. First place in our junior 3-year-old class is Lone Pine Matt Bougie, owned by Bryden Farms, Inc. Second place is number 295, Maker Victoria's Gummy Bear, and she's our best bred known today, and she's owned by Maker Farms. And third is Charlene Joel Siri. And here's Judge Packard.
This is a smaller class of junior 3-year-olds. We have cows in here that are fresh varying amounts of time, but I am starting with a cow, and first it's had just one calf. She calved last August, or was born in August, and due again in August. But for me, she's got a tremendous advantage in mobility. She's so much more comfortable moving around the ring. She's got a proper set to her rear leg. She's much cleaner in her hock, and really prefer the bone quality that she has over her second place cow. Just such a balanced frame on the first place cow. She's level from hooks to pins. Prefer the straightness and levelness over her top line over her second place cow as well. This cow in second coming out, really a tremendous height to her rear udder. She's wide throughout. I do prefer the full udder attachment on our winning cow today, and she would be my best udder. Just blends more smoothly into the body wall than the second place cow. a tremendous amount of strength and width on this cow. As I said, just like to change her in the rear leg structure and clean up her hock to place higher today. But she does have an advantage in dairy character over a cow coming out here in third. This cow in third, fresh since July and just getting ready to dry off. She's just kind of at the wrong stage for the show today, but I think she will have a tremendous mammary when she's fresh again. You can see the quality and width and the shape to her mammary that is here, and she'll be quite special when she calves again. So just a small class of junior threes, but real good quality on top.
We're doing a final call for the Holstein Junior 3-year-old class. They will be going into the ring momentarily. Placings in our Junior 3-year-old Jersey class, sponsored by Russell Gammon. First place is Lone Pine Matt Bougie, and that is number 292. Moving on in the catalog over the page, 293 was third, and 295 was second. 295 was also our best bred and owned. If our Holstein Junior 3-year-olds could make their way into the ring, this class is sponsored by Glenbird Holsteins of Embro.
A very apt winner for the Jersey Junior 3-year-old competition, considering our class sponsor there. So the Bougie runs supreme in the Junior 3 Jersey show. Into the ring now are coming the Holstein Junior 3-year-olds. Sorry, the whole...
For those listening in the barns, the next couple of classes on deck are our Jersey Senior 3-year-old class. That is a relatively small class. Following that is the Holstein Senior 3-year-old class. If both of those could make their way to the ringside, that would be great. In the ring right now is Holstein Junior 3-year-olds, and the class is sponsored by Glenbird Holsteins.
And thank you to Glenbird Holstein, our sponsor for the class. We're looking at entry number 301. This is Hodgland Crushable Heaven, exhibited by Little Star Holsteins. She's a crushable daughter of the St. Jacob Goldwyn Hazel, a 94-40 cow that was granted autumn in 15, and going back to Dundee Hezbollah, one of the great campaigners of the early 10s there in the States. Intermediate champion at Expo and second 4-year-old in 11. This is the Junior 3-year-old class. We're back. Mr. Bougie himself is back. Congratulating Bougie and...
Another clue for you,
James. Oh, he's circled Glenbert on his sheet. So just so you people at home trying to guess along with Russell's mystery cow, you'll know.
Is that Michael Lupton?
It is. This is he's...
slow getting these girls into the ring, aren't we? I'm trying to be positive.
We're moving at a nice efficient pace. On your screen there, you see number 2. We're moving back. This is number 300. This is Upridge Apps Laughter. She's Lynn Wright Apps' daughter out of a 92-point Chelios, going back to the Fleury Formation Laureate cow. Excellent 95 and 3E. The quality is pretty stunning on these heifers. So you see there to the right of your screen, that is 297 Freyland Douglas Blaze, exhibited by RNF Livestock and William Schilling. That's a barn camper Douglas daughter out of a 90-point Emilio from Goldwyn Bonnie at Freyland. The Bonnies strike again. And being from Fergus, why wouldn't they?
Well, I just think the intelligence of our locals is beyond belief. So a few dropouts in this class?
A few dropouts, but
Now this one that Joel Phoenix said, did she do well at the Royal last year? Your name is so familiar to me. Yes, sorry, we can shut up.
I'd like to call the Jersey Senior 3 class to ringside, Jersey Senior 3 class to ringside, as well as Holstein Senior 3 class to ringside. Holstein Senior 3 class to ringside, please.
Okay, so we got the bougie name down there. Where's the response? Okay. One of my co-conspirators.
Judge Deaver is making his final placements in the junior 3-year-old Holstein class.
Crazy. 301.
First place is Hodgland Crushable Heaven.
I was wrong. It was this cow who I don't think is here.
Second place is Freyland Douglas Blaze, owned by RNF Livestock and Schilling. And third place and best bred and owned is Upridge Apps Laughter, owned by Upridge Holsteins. And Judge Deaver with his reasons.
But this is a different.
Just 3 entries here. Nice uddered cows all the way through in this group. I'm starting with the
Here, I'm going to check
smaller cow here that's leading out. Cow is very free and easy on the move. She handles her legs perfectly. An advantage over the cow in second and set to her leg, position of her throws, position of her legs. The first cow is also perfectly square on her front legs and feet, just tremendous that way. And I think a little more balance in terms of depth of body for her size than the cow that we have in second. I also prefer the tip from hips to pins, the pelvic angle on this young cow that's heading the class. She's best udder in the class because she's wider in her udder. She has a nicer turn to the back of the rear udder and more level on the udder floor than the good uddered cow in second. Second over third today, mostly on style. I think she's cleaner up and through her neck, down through her brisket, in the dewlap as well. She carries out nicer through her loin region, and she too has more levelness through her rump. I prefer the uptight udder on the second cow compared to the third. It's a little shallower, even though our third cow's had 2 calves and looks like she's milking well and has a good rear udder as well. 3 nice cows. Thank you.
So, I haven't named you, but that's the comment I made. Well,
The results for the junior 3-year-old Holstein class, sponsored by Glenbird Holsteins. First
I
place,
tell them that all the time.
sorry, number 297 was second. 300 was third, and our best bred and owned. And 301, Hodgland Crushable Heaven, was our first place winner.
I'm so excited by the speed at which things are going.
We will now be having the Jersey Senior 3-year-olds coming into the ring. And also in the barns, please bring your Holstein Senior 3-year-olds to ringside. They will be following along very shortly.
It's going too fast. They're not filled. No. 10:41. Holy Moses. Did you know, have you and Melissa ever been to the old Schoolhouse restaurant in Paris? Well, apparently it's good too.
If anyone from Glenbert Holsteins is available and would like to come have their photo taken, please come to the winner's circle immediately.
senior 3-year-olds, class 15. Then we have Jeffrey Stevens, our hardworking co-chairman, with Starcrest Weapon of Choice, one of my favorite names, by River Valley CC Choice. Sarah, great udder cows. This heifer did very well at the National Jersey Show here in 2021. Quality Farms and West Coast Holsteins, two names you'd be familiar with, and bred by the McAvoy family at Armstrong, British Columbia.
Jeff Stevens, leader of cows and deliverer of cheese.
Cheese.
Dropped off a lovely Tupperware lid with a nice selection of cheeses on top. So we're really living the high life here on the commentary team.
Very elitist here.
Yes.
And then Alex Vale, and this is a really powerful class, even if there are only 3. Andreas Gogo Love, who we talked about some daughters for.
Yes, yeah. Go Gadget.
And Andreas out of the G family for Jamie Alexander, Catherine Milhausen, Grace Beckett, and Beckridge Holsteins, exhibited by, I think, Hannah Dallaire, who is Catherine's niece, as it were, and as it is. So a small class, but a really, really good.
Small class with 3 powerhouse cows parading in front of us here.
Who have
and for Judge Packard.
A past and a future, we hope.
We all have a past and a future. It's whether it's bright or...
No, or long.
These ones are brighter than some, I think.
You know what they say, a little Merlot in the morning makes for a great day.
Keeps the... Okay.
Morning Merlot. Look at the udder on this Starcrest cow. I guess you're not seeing her on the screen, but you will. There she is. Long-bodied frame. I mean, 3 great cows, and we're getting... The general public has gone nuts. Old school... Now, Jamie Wood has mentioned that the old schoolhouse restaurant is excellent as well.
We were on when that was being... Okay, yeah.
And Jamie was the person who said that he listened to a few classes on live stream, then came to see a few classes live, and missed our commentary so much that he went back home to watch. He could have pulled up a chair behind us for $20, and it's all good.
I'm really impressed by this Alexville cow here.
Oh, and Courtney Henderson has told me that my mic might be off right now, so you were talking to yourself, James.
Well,
but it's on now.
Murray's gone. Russell's muted. We're just.
It's getting. I am going to give her a great big thank you. Courtney Henderson, you're the best.
Russell, you guys done it?
Yes.
Attention in the barns. We're calling senior 3-year-old Holsteins. The Jersey class will soon be done. Again, please bring your Jersey senior 3-year-old Holsteins.
Really interesting class. Like they're all very similar body types here,
but different udder styles. And yeah, I'm sorry, I was muted there for a while, and you aren't, but I am. And boy, we've got 3 powerhouse jerseys in this class: a Joel, a CC Choice from by River Valley, and an Andreas. It looks like the choice is.
He strolled up in the first place there for the Quality Farms and West Coast Holsteins entry. That's the weapon of choice.
Julie's back at it.
This is last call in the barn for the Holstein senior 3-year-old class. Last call in the barn for the Holstein senior 3-year-old class. Please bring them to ringside as soon as possible. Judge Packard is making her final placings in the senior 3-year-old Jersey class.
And look at the view that you folks have on the live stream. Look at these rear udders on these 3 fine Jersey cows. And Judge Packard's going to give us her reasons for wrapping up.
First place in our Jersey senior 3-year-old class is Starcrest Weapon of Choice, owned by Quality Farms and West Coast Holsteins. Second is Alex Vale Andreas Gogo Love, owned by James Alexander and Grace Beckett and Beckridge Holsteins. And third place is Charlene Joel Slushy TW, owned by Charlene Holsteins. And here's Judge Packard for her reasons.
A smaller class here of senior 3-year-olds, but really some tremendous individuals out here. Starting with the cow that's got an advantage today in dairy character. She's more recently fresh. She's just cleaner throughout. When you look down over her top line, she's cleaner on the shoulder and the front end and over the hooks and pins. Beautiful mammary system on her first place cow. She will be my best udder today. She's got just tremendous width and height to that rear udder attachment. She's got a nice long forudder. So much breed character when you watch her move around the ring. She's got that pretty Jersey head and neck that you admire so much. Followed out here with this cow in second. Beautiful frame on this cow. She's got a great uphill run. She's hard over her top line. Has an advantage today in the openness and spring of rib. She's got more depth of body, more fullness in her rear flank, and showing me more quality to the mammary system today. She's also just followed out here with our third place cow, a cow that's fresh since last summer and getting ready to go dry. Just doesn't show us quite as much development to the mammary system, having just one calf, but another tremendous mammary that she does have. I think given another calf, she could place higher in this class. But three great individuals, as I said, in a small class, but a lot of quality. Congratulations.
Placings in our catalog for the Jersey senior 3-year-old class, and this class is sponsored by Royal Bank of Canada. First place Starcrest Weapon of Choice, that is number 303. 302 is third, Charlene Joel Slushy TW. She is best bred and owned. And number 304 is second. Thank you. Entering the class now is our Holstein senior 3-year-old.
Holstein senior 3-year-olds are going to make their way into the ring now. Again, we'd like to recognize the sponsor, Hazel Crest, the John Hazelacre family from Embro, Ontario, is our class sponsor for the senior 3-year-old Holsteins. Best bred and known, of course, is by EastGen, and our class winner certificate by Select Sires Incorporated.
Is this 308 coming into the ring? Is this freaky fast from Carnview?
Very fast, very fast.
Sidekick out of, Dorman Fast. Now, I bet there's an interesting story behind this cow, James.
Well, it's the same family as Lingle Golden Freaky Girl, the All-American senior 2-year-old from 2016.
Oh, Gary Troop.
This is 305.
Yes.
Lindenwright Morand Discharge P. Moran daughter from Lindenwright Army Division. Bred and still owned in the catalog anyways by Harry and Joanne Vanderlinden. This
Nova Scotia, Antigonish County.
There you go. But this red animal hails from the La Presentation Doral family.
Oh.
The highest star breed cow. I think she has 64 stars.
Oh, she's quite a cow. Harry Vanderlinden and I went to university together. Fun fact. Now we have 310 with Michael Lupton. And she would be Upridge Sidekick Gesture. Interesting. A sidekick out of Control. I think we've been seeing Control getting into these milking classes as a maternal grandson.
On the maternal side, yeah. Control and then a Morzan Masterpiece second day.
Interesting.
And Altona.
I see Summer coming through there in this cow. Sidekick. Oh, Glenn Barkey.
Mr. Barkey on the halter of Altona Lee Crushable Aggie. She's a crushable out of Jason Aldean. Now, who's Jason Aldean? I think I've heard his name.
Jason Aldean's a country singer.
Uh-huh. Sure enough.
He wears them tight Wranglers, plays the guitar.
And she got a pedigree. That's an A family.
She's a 90-point cow out of an 85 Braxton and a 93 5E Golden. Of course,
such longevity
and multiple E's and Altoona Lee go together. Like
they have 4 master breeder shields, I believe, working on their 5th now, and a blank space.
We didn't write your name. We wrote Hazelcrest Holstein's name here. They're the sponsor of the.
Yes. I don't know if I should have run down and been in the Glenbird picture or not, but another clue. And 312. Oh my, this is a famous cow.
This is Raypan Unix Adele, a Unix daughter from Raypan Wind Ann. Of course, she was the 3rd fall 2-year-old at the Royal last year.
Did, I think, pretty well at the Autumn Opportunity Show, too. She and Agra Beer, Beckridge and Quality, we get that one. Windbrook Dam, presumably, or Windhammer, maybe.
Windbrook and an 88 Goldwyn, 86 Mac, right out of Tri-Day Ashland.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, where's Carrie? Sherry. Terry.
This looks like 313 on our screen. This is the entry from Harvdale Prince Cherry, a Harvdale Solomon Prince daughter from Harvdale Bentley Cashews. Now, Harvdale Solomon Prince is a herd sire, as Solomon out of Lathorty Peanut. 95 points and bred and owned by the late great Dr. Tim Henshaw.
Exactly. Yes, and I think he owned some of those cows with Kevin's son, if I'm not mistaken. Well, we've got some serious cows in this place.
This is 309, Murray.
309 is? Yes.
Ooh, nice. Howdy, Chief Hannah. Stanton's Chief. Oh, out of Atwood Harmony.
Of course, she was first mature cow here last year.
And again, Agra Beer, Beckridge, and Quality is the owners. Ryan Karskadden is the strapper.
Is everybody introduced? I think so. Oh, we didn't get it.
Attention in the barn. The next class will be the Jersey Intermediate Champion class. If you could make your way to ringside. And following that will be the Holstein Intermediate Champion class. This is your first call for those classes. Currently in the ring is the Holstein Senior 3-year-old class. This class is sponsored by Hazelcrest Holsteins of Embro, and the bred and owned class is, or the best bred and owned will receive a certificate provided by East Gen. A reminder to sponsors, if you want to make your way to the photo area, you are more than welcome to be in the photo with the winner. Again, this class is sponsored by Hazelcrest Holsteins of Embro.
Well, so this is a class and a half. Senior 3-year-olds, Hazelcrest Farms, as Murray said, the Hazel-Ager family, one of the Hazel-Ager families, who have been...
Don't want to make the same mistake we made with the
with the McIntoshes. No, we're going to, especially in Oxford County and the Holstein of Canada, I believe they call it, or the Holland of Canada, sorry. Did we introduce Peter Leach's cow? Okay. Well, there's a Lupton. You can see Summer coming through in that sidekick, can't you? Interesting angles. Really appreciate what Bruce has been doing. Oh, Art Rowanwagon and John McCollum are back there watching. Donnie Sports. A lot of dignitaries.
We had a very good talk with Don and his brother on the Hopcast. If you want to go back in the archives, we talked about Royals gone past and
Guernseys.
went down memory lane a little bit. It was very interesting talk for any history buffs out there.
Well, Tannery Hill was a really famous Guernsey operation before it went Holstein, wasn't it? But yeah, Donnie and David they're fine human beings, and they have a brother Jim, who is less cow-oriented than they two.
So you see the Crushable from Altoona Lee here. Nice rear udder shot.
Ooh, smoking bag.
I appreciate that we can look at the animals at the same time as the judges here.
Alan Miller from Fergus on the left of the screen. Patty still making the rounds.
Yeah, doing a few pictures, making rounds. I'm sitting down for a moment.
Patty is going to sit down for a moment. Talk to her again. Anything else to add, Patty?
I will. Do you want me to announce? Yes, please, please.
It's fine.
We'd like to take a moment to thank all of our sponsors for the 48th edition of the Ontario Spring Discovery Show. Our platinum sponsor this year is John Deere, and they are sponsoring our live stream on Facebook. This is allowing everyone at home who can't make it out today to see the show and hear the commentary. Our gold sponsors are Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund, Clark Valley Holsteins, Farm Credit Canada, Manderville Financial Investments, Holstein Ontario, Western District Council of Ontario Holstein, Veto Quinol, Dairy Farmers of Ontario, HS Nil Company, and they are sponsoring the Herdsmanship Award, Case Canada, O'Neill's Farm Equipment, BioAgrimix, Conestoga Agri-Systems, Dennis Martin, Dortmund's Brothers Barn Equipment Inc., Hodgland Holsteins, Jersey Ontario, Merit Insurance Brokers, Quality Seeds Limited, Vector Genetics, Meander & Snyder LLP, TD Bank, Kirkton Vet, BW Feed and Supply, Dumfries Mutual Insurance, Air Farmers Mutual Insurance, West Central District Holstein Council, MNP LLP, Misty Glen Creamery, Ontario Joint Breeds Association, Grand River Robotics, Grand Valley Fortifiers, Walker Dairy Sales, A-Boys Trucking, Max Active, and National Bank. Currently in the ring is the Holstein Senior 3-year-old class. This class is sponsored by Hazel Crest Holsteins of Embro. Coming up next is the Jersey Intermediate Champion class, followed by the Holstein Intermediate Champion class. In the barn, please bring those animals to ringside. We'd also like to thank the Ancaster Fair, Tammy Quinn, who is the CEO, and building manager Ben for looking after us at this beautiful facility, and we are honored that you've taken our deposit already for next year to hold on to this premium venue space. This week is actually National Volunteer Week here in Canada, and we want to thank our volunteer committee comprised of the following people. Co-chairs Jeff Stevens and Jennifer Peart-Anderson have done a great job chairing this committee. We want to thank our Secretary-Treasurer, Bev Spreel, and the rest of the committee, Claire Swale, Colin Alderdice, Jen Charlton, Doug Green, Jeff Sales, Adam Vervoot, Len Viss, Eden Viss, John Martin, and John Kingdon. Also at this time, we would like to thank our ribbon presenters, Jacqueline DeBoer from DeBoer Acres Holsteins in Selkirk, Ontario, and Olivia Anderson from Maple Leaf Jerseys in Jerseyville, Ontario. Thank you to all of our volunteers and sponsors.
Got our first poll here. Moving up into first place, number 312, that's Raypian Unix Adele. Heading for second is the Altoona, number 311. And strolling into third is her Scadamlet entry. I don't know her number yet. Fourth is 308. And fifth is the nice red Moran cow.
We currently have the senior 3-year-old Holstein class in the ring. I'm calling the intermediate champion for Jersey and the intermediate champion for Holstein animals. Please bring them to ringside to be ready. Judge Deaver is making his final places in this class. We would like to introduce Mike Deaver. He was born and raised in California and graduated from the Fresno State University with a BA in animal science. Mike worked for Carnation Genetics as the director of young sire development and later as director of advertising and promotion for Landmark Genetics. During this time, Mike, along with his father Jim and brothers Ron and Kenny, operated under the Iona Farm prefix. In early 2001, Mike purchased a farm in Edgerton, Wisconsin, where for the next 20 years he established Sharona Hill Livestock Transport and the Sharona Hill herd of Holsteins and Jerseys. At the farm, numerous All-American and All-Canadian individuals were developed, which include Legend, Hazel, Rachel, Delicious Apple. Marmy was the grand champion of the 2011 International Jersey Show, and of course the infamous Apple herself, the grand champion of the 2011 International Red and White Holstein Show. Apple Partners was formed following the sale of Apple for $1 million at the Global Glamour sale, with Mike retaining majority of interest in her partnership. Apple Partners was most recently awarded the World Dairy Expo Premier Breeder of the 2021 Red, Heifer, and Cow shows. As a breeder and co-breeder, Mike is also responsible for many well-known bulls as well, such as Camaro, Big Apple, Armani, Applejack, Action, Absolute, Diamondback, and Avalanche, with Absolute and Diamondback being named Premier Sire of the World Dairy Expo Red, Heifer, and Cow show titles. Mike has judged many of the most prestigious shows worldwide, including the Holsteins, Reds, Jerseys, and Ayrshires of the World Dairy Expo in the U.S., the Holsteins and Jerseys at the Royal Winter Fair in Canada, the Holsteins at Swiss Expo in Switzerland, as well as various other countries in Europe, Mexico, South America, Australia, and Japan. Mike sold Sharona Hill in 2019, and he and Stacy currently reside in Phoenix, Arizona. Thank you, Mike, for making this trip to Ontario today. We really appreciate it.
Okay, Megamula, we're down to the 20th place, so we are going to read down to 13, and then we'll, because the top 12 prizes, winners get a prize. So 20th place, we got Matt Forstel, then Mike Black, Dave Weidman, Kevin McGriskin, Jim Mason, Adam Smith, Maker Farms, Jamie Howard, and Allison Bossell. So we have 12 people left in the kitty, so we'll see who wins.
As the great Russell Gammon would say, time will tell who the Mega Moolah winner will be.
Thank you,
We have a
James.
pretty good idea who the class winner will be here. This is 312, the Unix, leading us in. Second place, Altoona Lee. It's a crushable. And then third is the Chief here, led by Brian Kerskadden from Quality and Beckridge.
These are exceptional cows at the top end of this class. And I have no fear saying that.
The red cow there is a Morand, led by Gary Super Troop.
Super Trooper.
And the black cow pulling in the line we didn't get a chance to introduce earlier is a Douglas, exhibited by Ronald Grandy and being stewarded around the ring by Pete Leach.
She's got some friskiness to her.
She'll live forever.
Fighter.
Next coming into line is the Carnview entry. Carnview Freaky Fox with Josh Coleman on the halter in sixth place.
Michael Lupton.
With the Upridge entry of Sidekick Gesture, number 310.
Nice shot from the rear at the top. So you really get a sense of their the quality of the udders, the width, and the meeting suspensors here, and sort of the fine differences.
Look at the
the
veins
top.
on that second cow that Glenn Barkey is showing.
A member of the Vein Nation.
And a lot of veinage.
We should get T-shirts printed, Russell.
You're so vain.
Oh.
And look at some frisky cows here towards the. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Cows that want to be home.
Barkley's so nice, she let him twice.
First place in our senior 3-year-old Holstein class, sponsored by Hazelcrest Holsteins, is Raypian Unix Adele, owned by Agribur, Beckridge, and Quality Holsteins. Second, and our best bred and owned is Altoona Lee Crushable Aggie, owned by Frank Barkey and family. Third place in the class is Quality Chief Hannah, owned by Agribur. And here is Judge Deaver for his reasons.
Well, quite a lot stronger class here in the 3-year-olds. Just a beautiful frame, stylish, good size, yet daring, refined cow to head this class. Cow that excels the cow in second. In her head carriage today, she blends nicer from her top of her pole down through the U in her neck and out to her shoulders. Carries it out across with a beautiful chine top and rump. Got the beautiful level rump and the wide pins and a nice tail setting. Makes her very, very stylish cow. She also has an advantage in her depth of heart and forerib today. Very well proportioned. Both cows walk extremely well on their legs, and quite nice through the front feet and legs as well. Somewhat close in the best udder department, but I'll go with the first cow for best udder today. A little longer udder on the first cow than the second cow. More length from the front of the fore udder to the back of the rear udder, and I like that extension of the front, and just a little bit nicer turn down at the bottom of the rear udder going into the rear teats than the beautiful rear uddered cow that we have in second. She has the advantage in width of udder, a little more levelness of udder floor, if you will, but not quite as stylish in her frame. Second over third, more mass to her ribs. She sprung out on her ribs quite a bit nicer than the cow in second. She's silky and shiny. She has that great hair coat to her. She has tremendous advantage in width of rear udder, height of rear udder, levelness of udder floor, and I like the teat size and shape on the second cow over the third cow. Quite a nice frame on our third cow. She's long, she's stylish, she's straight-topped. She has a great side view on her udder, a little smaller in her teat size, that would to keep her from moving up a spot. Yet third over fourth, I think there's more width in her chest, a little more power to this cow. She too has the length of udder from front to rear over a beautiful red cow that's in fourth. Fourth cow, very stylish, very clean cut, has more spring to her rib, more fullness to her body than the cow ahead of her. But today, not quite the total volume of udder. I think another calf or two is going to be in her favor. Fourth over fifth, obviously she's handling a little nicer today, but she does have more attractiveness across her top line. She's more level in her rump structure. She has lots of veins on her udder as well, over a good uddered black cow that didn't really like her appearance today out in the ring, but very fine functional dairy cow with a great rib and a great udder. Nice group of cows.
For those following along in the catalog, our Holstein Senior 3-year-old placings. Number 305 is fourth. She's also our first place red and white cow. 306 is fifth. 307 is ninth. 308 is sixth. 309 is third. 310 is seventh. 311 is second, and she's also our best bred and owned. 312 is our class winner, Raypian Unix Adele. And number 313 is eighth. Now coming into the class is our Jersey Intermediate champions. The winner of our spring Jersey 2-year-old, Brydon Frank Allison, owned by Brydon Farms, Inc. Second is number 245, Painside Rufus Goldwyn, Caliber Jerseys. The winner of our senior 2-year-old class, number 263, RJF Video Milady, owned by Rachel Tamlin. Second in our senior 2-year-old class, 270, Charlin Video Effect, owned by Charlin Jerseys. Our first place junior 3-year-old, 292, Lone Pine Matt Bougie, owned by Brydon Farms. Our second place, junior 3-year-old, number 295, Maker Victorious Gummy Bear, owned by Maker Farms. Our winning senior 3-year-old, number 303, Starcrest Weapon of Choice, owned by Quality and West Coast. And our second place, senior 3-year-old, number 304, Alex Vale Andreas Gogo Love, owned by Jamie Alexander and Beckridge. These are your first and second place animals in for intermediate champion.
Wellhaven Farms.
Intermediate Jersey champion class is sponsored by Wellhaven Farms. And Reserve Intermediate Champion is sponsored by ABS. If anyone from Wellhaven and ABS are able to come to ringside to be in the Intermediate Champion photos, please make your way here now. The next class in the ring will be Holstein Intermediate Champion. The class is sponsored by Beckridge Holsteins and Balmoral Holsteins. If owners can bring their animals to ringside, that would be great.
Champion selection, and as noted, shown sponsored by Wellhaven Farms. Really appreciate every single sponsor. And is this ever an amazing group of cows here? You're going to see their udders probably in the rear udder shot, and there's lots to love about the cows other than the rear udders too, Murray.
Yeah, Russell, tremendous frames on these cows. These are our young cows, but this early in the season to especially our younger cows down at the far end of the line here, certainly outstanding representation for the jerseys, and all the breeders and exhibitors can be very proud of what they've done here this morning with the young cows. It's like we say, it's early in the season, but God, I'm impressed with what I see here this morning. So.
Young cows with extremely bright futures.
Well, this is one of the reasons why, fun fact, 18% of the herds on milk recording in Canada as of September 30th, 2022 now contain at least one Jersey, if not many more.
That is a fun fact.
18%.
I was a little dubious when you said fun fact, but that is interesting.
It's just interesting. That was talked about at the Jersey Canada annual meeting in Quebec, and these are the kind of cows. There we are. There's those. Look at these rear udders, and the barrels and the capacity of the cows as well, over and above their rear udders. So here's Rachel Tamlin's video daughter has been one of the ones selected for the final five, and Jeffrey Stevens is leading the Starcrest cow from Quality and West Coast, two herds that know a bit about Holsteins as well. And
as her name suggests, she might be the weapon of choice in this class.
Yes, and then Hannah's got the second prize cow in that class, Go-Go Love, and these two cows have spent most of their lives competing against each other, their show milking lives. Let's see. Public, or I don't know if we're going to see any more cows pulled out, or whether these are.
And gentlemen, looking at those three cut from the same mold.
Yes, the dairiness of the cows, the body capacity, they have the outstanding udders. Rear udders are just almost unbelievable, and but real, and handling their feet and legs really well. Jerseys are a little springier in their pasterns, according to Tom Byers and the people that put together the Joint Breeds classification program. Certainly great quality bone on these cows. These are modern working cows. And it's gone silent in here again during the Festival of Champions.
Yeah, the tension kind of builds. Everybody's just
it does, doesn't it? Yeah. Or the
anxious, the anxiety,
yeah.
the excitement,
attention.
the attention.
Well, yeah, the intensity. Yeah. Just like in Kevin Jacobs' farm, intense.
Intensity is the right word for it. You can see Judge Packard earlier in the day was very smiling and having a great time, and now it's
serious, stone face.
Business-like right now.
And so I think she's told us that which 3 are going to be in the absolute hunt for Grand Reserve and Honorable Mention in the Intermediate Championship class. Taking a really good look at these udders and the udder floor now.
And we're going to hear
She's
from
got her microphone.
Judge Packards right now. So.
Well, we've had some great young cows out here in New Jersey show this morning. Let's give all the breeders and exhibitors a round of applause. Really some tremendous mammary systems, a lot of beautiful balanced cows. Just for me, these 3 stand out, and didn't want to don't need any extra drama. We're just going to look at these 3 and analyze. So our winning senior 2-year-old and our first and second place senior 3-year-olds. I'm going to go out and select your intermediate champion, reserve, and honorable mention. I hope you'll give them a round of applause that they deserve. For me, it's quite a close placing in these 2 class winners, but for me, the senior 2-year-old has an advantage in her front teat placement, especially when you view her from the left side of her udder. She's shown me a lot more quality to her forudder, and especially again on the left side, and I do feel that she moves more freely as we move around the ring. She's got a more correct set to her rear leg, just a little more flex to that hock, and walking around her udder, managing her udder better than our winning senior 3-year-old today. But again, as I said in class, a beautiful dairy. This 3-year-old has got so much breed character through the head and neck. It's that thing that made me fall in love with the jerseys way back when. A tremendous pair for your intermediate champion reserve, and then following out here with our second place senior 3-year-old for honorable mention. Again, as I said in class, she didn't have quite as much dairy character as the cow ahead of her, but she sure do admire the width and height to her mammary system as well. Congratulations to all the breeders and exhibitors of these fine young cows.
Thank you, Judge Packard. Our Jersey Intermediate Champion is number 263, RJF Video Milady, owned by Rachel Tamlin. Reserve Intermediate Champion is our first place senior 3-year-old, number 303, Starcrest Weapon of Choice. An honorable mention is Alex Vale Andreas Gogo Love. Congratulations to our exhibitors. The Intermediate Champion is sponsored by Wellhaven Farms, and Reserve Champion is sponsored by ABS Canada. Coming into the ring next will be the Holstein Intermediate Champion class. Also, attention in the barn. Following the Holstein Intermediate Champion, we will have the Jersey 4-year-old class. If you could make your way to ringside with Jersey 4-year-olds, please and thank you. Shortly.
Okay, I just need to announce these guys as they come in, if that's okay. Or do you want
Oh, it's in the flap. Lift up a flap.
Entering the ring are the Holstein Intermediate Champions. Our first place summer 2-year-old is Echo Glen, Doorman Ellie, owned by Echo Glen Farm. Moving on, our first place spring 2-year-old. First place was Altona Lee Doc Helena, owned by Borba Exton. Second place spring 2-year-old Balmora Kamasutra Master, owned by Agriber, Beckridge, Ladina, and Quality Holsteins. Our first place winter 2-year-old, Marflow Acres, Alligator Lena, owned by Fairbanks and Hodgland. Our second place winter 2-year-old, Loda Mead, WH Crush Time Bryn, owned by Hollywell and Walker Bray Holsteins. Our winning fall 2-year-old Holstein, Freyland Crushable Banff, owned by Enright, Dandyland, and Freyland Holsteins. Our second place fall 2-year-old Perrin Ridge Expander Farah, owned by Perrin Ridge Farms. Our Holstein junior 3-year-old Hodgland Crushable Heaven, owned by Little Star Holsteins. Our second place junior 3-year-old Holstein, Freyland Douglas Blaze, owned by R&F Livestock and William Schilling. Our first place senior 3-year-old Holstein, Ripien Unix Adele, owned by Agriber, Beckridge, and Quality. And our second place senior 3 is Altona Lee Crushable Aggie, owned by Frank Barkey and family. This is your intermediate champion class.
Yes, ma'am.
Our intermediate champion class is sponsored by Beckridge Holsteins and Balmoral Holsteins. Beckridge is sponsoring our intermediate champion, and the reserve champion is sponsored by Balmoral.
Well, this looks like about the largest crowd we've had at the moment for the show, so maybe it's an appropriate time that we lost a couple of real important people to this industry, both in Canada and the U.S. here recently, and I'd like to have everybody pause, take a moment, listen to what Russell Gammon has to say about these folks that we're going to miss dearly. We already do.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, the last month and a bit has been really, really hard. It teaches us how precious life is and how quickly things can change. So that process started on March 17th with a farm accident in Maryland. And yeah, I like to pace, so I hope that's okay. And you keep them up with me, Jack? And with Michael Heath, and then that had a unfortunate ending on the 23rd of March, the day before Michael's 59th birthday. Then there was a glorious funeral or service, a celebration of life in Silver Run, Maryland on about the 28th or 29th of March, and 550 to 700 people packing into a church, and many hundreds online as well. So that was a tribute to Michael, who was so energetic and full of life and full of passion for cows and cow people as well. And then at a super successful CDX, or Canadian Dairy Expo, early in April, almost 17,000 people in an industry with 10,000 dairy farmers, or a little less in this country. So pretty amazing. Dr. Henshaw, Dr. Tim Henshaw, was extremely involved in that event, and he had been involved in like Michael, extremely involved in the lives of a lot of people in this industry, and like Michael was a listener and a counselor and a supporter and an encourager of people as well. So I won't drag this out. Last Friday, 900 people were in a church near Barrie for his celebration of life, and many hundred online as well. So I don't think I really have to spend any more time describing the impact that these gentlemen made on our industry, the impact that they made on individual lives, and the impact that they made on the lives of probably all of us who are here today. So I think perhaps while we want to, and I'm sure the leadsmen want these cows, want our selection of intermediate champion in this great show to go on, if we could maybe just silence ourselves and say thank you inside each one of us for what these two gentlemen and their families gave to our lives, and the example they set for us, and the message of living life fully today. Because we don't know how many, our days are numbered, but we don't know the number. So I wondered if maybe we could just be silent for a minute.
Thank you, Russell. And how about a hand for our two friends that we lost? We're going to miss them.
James, we've got a intermediate champion, a Festival of Champions underway here. Second Festival of Champions. You seem speechless.
Well, I was just seeing what we have on the TV here. We saw the Summer Junior 2 go by.
She's a dorman, I think.
Then we have the Weeksdale entry here. Who's next?
Murray is a really good statistician. He's going to get us some info on exactly who we're looking at here. Brian Karskadi is leading the count. We've got the Summer Junior 2-year-old.
And then the two senior 3-year-olds to round out the 5.
Oh yes, and that's the Rapian Unix Adele, the first cow.
6, sorry. There's 6 effers out there. I've been reminded by the esteemed Judge Packard my counting is off.
Close. So there's 6 contenders for intermediate champion of the Holstein show.
And our math is not any better today than it was yesterday, so.
So that was a Dorman Summer 2-year-old. Echo Glen Dorman Ellie. Next one
Blair Weeks
would be the Altona Lee Doc Helena, and that's Blair Weeks is showing her, owns her with the Borbas. I think this Alligator Daughter is definitely out there with Brian Karskadden on the halter, owned with Hodgland Holsteins.
Nope.
Just get you, make sure. Hodgland Crushable Heaven is out there. And over here, and then the 2 cows from the senior 3-year-old class. Rapian Unix Adele, sorry. My microphone is not near my mouth, so if you didn't hear that, sorry. And then the Altona Lea Crushable Aggie. So 2 animals from Altona Lea out here. Really nice for them.
Again, a pensive hush has fallen over the crowd, the tension building. As some might say, you can hear a duck fart at 50 yards.
My mic was so far away, people thought it was muted.
This is what I've got pulled out in competition for your intermediate champion. We have them ranging everywhere from a few weeks fresh to due the middle of the summer, ready to go dry, and some of them milking a really long time. So there's different stages. Some cows are getting pretty full because they're just fresh, and some cows are looking better because they have a little more milk in them. But I'll walk out and select your intermediate champion, and then the reserve, then the honorable mention. All my opinion today, and I hope you'll show them some appreciation for all their efforts today, because I think you had an enjoyable day to watch some pretty nice cattle. Senior 3-year-old I've selected for intermediate champion. I think this is the closest cow to go to the next level. Calved again this summer. beautiful frame cow. She outdistanced everything in this group with her beautiful frame, tremendous length of body, great shape to her udders, positioned very nicely between her legs. She carries her throws nicely and good wide flat bone on her. You'll notice, I believe you'll notice that all these cows out here were good square front end walking cows. They were also great uddered cows. And the great udder on this senior 3-year-old does elevate her as well to the intermediate championship. Reserve, I'm going to follow along with the cow right behind her. Tremendous dairy cow, great openness of rib, great high quality bone, high quality udder, tremendous rear udder. And just like to maybe widen her in the pins a little bit, change her rump just a shade, but I think she makes a nice intermediate champion for me today. The next cow with the fewest faults in my mind. And for honorable mention, I'll go with the black 2-year-old. I think as time goes on, it's going to be her friend. She'll get more stylish through her rear end than that. But a superb udder on that young cow. Great quality, great semen or udder. I think 3 fine young cows to be your intermediate, reserve, and honorable mention. And I really appreciate their efforts. Thank you.
So, gentlemen, there you have it. Our intermediate champions in the Holstein breed this morning.
Whoa, aren't they something? It's so breathtaking. It was so.
Congratulations to our intermediate champion, Rapian Unix Adele, owned by Agribur, Beckridge, and Quality Holsteins. The banner for this is sponsored by Beckridge Holsteins. Reserve champion is Marflow Acres Alligator Lena, owned by Hodgland Holsteins and Fairbanks Cattle Company. Honorable mention is our spring 2-year-old Altona Lee Doc Helena, owned by Borba and Weekstill. Congratulations.
We do the final.
Thank you.
As we see the intermediate champions get lined up and their picture taken, we are awaiting the Mega Moolah draw winner will be selected here shortly. Lenvis has gone to find the final 6 tickets, is it, that they're going to pull?
12.
12 tickets to pull?
Well, James, it'll be a little anticlimactic for you and I.
It's the highs and lows of life, illustrated greatly by the fact that my name yesterday got pulled out of the Mega Moolah before prizes were awarded, but so I was feeling a little down in the dumps. But
Okay, Mega Moolah time. We're going to finish off the draw, and we got 12 tickets. And if you hear your name called, come up to the front table here, talk to me and Jennifer, and we'll hand you your prize. So good luck. Billy Gibson gets the Holstein Canada classification voucher. Brian Hagens receives Joanna Lupton's beauty products. All right, Brian, you're gonna like that. Okay. Jean Morrison from Woodsley, Ontario, gets the Unique Designs apparel gift card. Thanks, Kim Ray, for that donation. Sean O'Connor, Max Active, Glucogard. Too bad he's out of the business now. Glenbert Holsteins gets a vet clinic gift cards from Paris. Glenbert Holsteins from Membro. Okay. Scott Morrison from Woodsley. What? So Air Farmers Mutual, 4 tickets to the Kitchener Rangers game. Wow. We got husband and wife team here. No, yeah, we do. Jane and Scott. I'm hoping they're husband and wife. So. Steve Holmes from Rath, Ontario. Get a skill saw, chainsaw from Brant Tractor. So, do we throw the ticket in now? So now we're throwing in the ticket that was auctioned off last night. That brought $850, and we're gonna. So it automatically gets in the top 6. So we'll spin her. So in 5th prize, the top 6 ticket, Parallel Genetics and Blair Weeks. They get to go golfing at Copetown Woods. Brian Slaughter from Willow Lane Holsteins. They are getting the Blue Jay tickets from Suregain. Brian Slaughter. Yep. Okay, 3 more tickets. Janet Ringelberg gets 2 Raptor tickets for the 2023-24 season and donated by Quality Seeds. Okay, who is it? Chelsea Stevens gets the East Gen playoff tickets to the 5th game of the Leafs against Tampa. A great donation from our friends at East Gen. Thank you very much and enjoy the game. And the Mega Moolah winner is, drum roll, anyone? All right, it's Jordan Raymer from Bright, Ontario. Congratulations. Thank you all 150 people that bought tickets. We greatly appreciate the support, and next year it's going to be bigger and better, so get your tickets early. Thank you very much. Enjoy the show. If Jordan Raymer is in the building, please come to the center of the ring and choose his Mega Moolah calf. I make the call for him, or?
Hey, Brian.
please come to the ring? Or else we're going to give you a Holstein.
Ontario Spring Show, pictures of everyone with a description. There's 2 jerseys.
Kramer. Hey, he's up with his dad.
Have we got time?
So while we got a break in the action,
Farmers that have graciously put their calf up for this auction and for this draw, and yeah, thank you very much. And Jordan will pick the calf in the barn when he comes here. So thanks, everyone.
Yes. We're going to take just a quick second here and do an interview with our Holstein judge, Mike Deaver. Mike, where do you hang out these days?
we live in Phoenix, Arizona now.
One of my dreams, to go to Arizona every winter for at least a
Weather's a little
month.
nicer than Wisconsin.
Yep, exactly. Or Ontario, for that matter.
For that matter,
And
yeah.
what are you doing? What's your projects now, Mike?
We're probably spending most of our time with real estate and doing some rental properties and whatnot, and so that's kind of been keeping us occupied. And I do spend a fair amount of time starting in the early spring through the fall with Butler View Holsteins.
Yes.
Helping with that situation.
Up in Illinois.
Yes, in Illinois. I go back and forth to Chicago, Wisconsin a fair bit, from March to November.
Favorite cow that you've ever been involved in? And then we'll maybe ask you for a second favorite after that.
It depends on how you define favorite. I've had some wonderful cows in the barn to work with and had success, and some have done everything right, and some have been a challenge, and some have made a fair amount of money, and all of them have had success. As far as Jersey cows, probably my favorite cow is Marmee, Select Scott Minister, that
yes.
we were fortunate enough to buy here at in Toronto as a fresh milking yearling, and she went on to win the 2-year-old class as a second class calf 2-year-old in Madison, was intermediate champion at Madison, and again intermediate champion at Madison. The next year as a third calf 3-year-old, and as a fourth calf 4-year-old, she was grand. And if you had to say what's your favorite show cow you ever involved in, it had to be her, because nobody's done, that's about as good as you can do it right there.
Year after year after year.
And every year she calved back a month earlier.
Yeah, isn't that something? Now, on the Holstein side,
What led you to camps to get involved with that family? Well, Norman Nabels called me to come look at a jersey with him. It was at camps.
Of course.
Yeah, a Renaissance jersey that was a first calf 2-year-old. And she was a full sister, had a full sister that was reserve grand at Madison, the Royal, and Louisville, all in the same year.
Ooh.
And seemed like a pretty intriguing project. But I wasn't quite as high on the jersey as I hoped to be. And then eventually Ryan Camps stumbled us out into the heifer pen, and we were able to locate Apple, not knowing she was there. I had heard about her mother was a great cow,
yes.
and I was so fortunate to
I was so interested in wanting to see that cow, and when I got to camps to see the Jersey, she was standing there dry, and I mean, she was quite an impressive creature. Like, I really liked that cow.
A deep pedigree on that cow too, like
Yeah.
5, 6, at least 6, maybe 7 generations of excellence.
Well, you know, my favorite cow, the first time I ever got to go to the Madison show, I wandered through the barns, and my favorite cow in that entire show was a cow called DRA August, and I never forgot her. And she obviously wasn't champion or anything like that, but she was my favorite of the week out of those however many thousands of cattle they had at that show, and that also was a big bonus when I saw her.
So did you buy her that day, or what was the process?
Took a month.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it took a month. She really wasn't for sale that day. I've heard a lot of people came to me and said, I almost owned her, I almost bought her. Well, I know firsthand that day she wasn't for sale. And, so not anybody really almost owned her.
What's your favorite descendant of the cow? I mean, you've obviously followed them, and there are hundreds and, well, thousands of them now, but...
Well, there's tons of them because there's a lot of descendants now. You know, the biggest impact after buying Apple as a bred heifer, then she obviously calved nice for us and did a lot of nice things. And she's had a tremendous amount of daughters. Not too many all-American daughters or all-Canadian daughters in heifer form, but they've turned out to be great cows. But the impact on the breed is amazing, and most of that impact, I gotta say, with all the great daughters that she had in milking form and clones that she had, maybe the biggest impact is through her sons and grandsons.
Ah, interesting comment.
Absolute and Diamondback.
So there's a memorable moment that Michael Heath has engraved in the industry forever, and it was at World Dairy Expo.
Yes.
Tell us what your feeling was when the famous Bing Bang Boom was part of the Michael Heath description of how he was going to place those cows. So
this is probably the first time you'll hear it publicly.
Scoop!
Yeah, but anyhow, the clones were beautiful. Like, we sold the clone that West Coast had at the National Convention Holstein Convention sale, and she was a spring and heifer. West Coast bought the heifer. I kept her at home through the summer and delivered her to West Coast as a junior 2-year-old to Madison, where she was intermediate champion. And they calved her a couple years later and went on to be a great 4-year-old, just pretty impressive cow. And as everybody knows, the same year Apple was an older cow, aged cow anyway, and I believe maybe 150,000 pound cow or 125,000, whatever the class is. And the oldest daughter of the cow was born in October and sold. She was an October calf, but she sold in the Global Glamour as a heifer, and she was bought by Frank and Diane Borba and Frank and Carol Borba. And she was a 5-year-old, and she had been All-American the year before, so they'd already had some success along the way. Now, West Coast owned the clone, which was a beautiful cow. Borba's owned the 5-year-old, which was a beautiful cow. But Apple Partners, including me, still owned Apple, so that's a cow that should have been grand that day.
Well, thanks for that scoop. Very raw and authentic comment. Yeah, honesty right there.
Yeah.
So she, but yeah, historic in that sense too, with those close relatives all succeeding there. And
one of the interesting things, if you look at the recap from the World Dairy Expo over the last several years, Apple is in the pedigree of, I believe, over 95% of the red show for the last 4 or 5 years. If you go, they're either back maternally or on the sire side, somewhere in there. Now they're 3-4 generations back, but she's in. At one year we calculated out that she was involved in every winter, I believe, and she was also involved after that in 95 to 98% of the reds that were actually shown there.
Well, thank you, Michael, for jumping on with us. I think we have to jump up to our house mic.
Yep, so Michael, thanks so much.
You
bet. Great to reminisce, and we'll turn it over to our ring announcers.
Currently in the ring, we have the Jersey 4-year-old class. This class is sponsored by Willow Creek Jerseys. If the sponsors for classes are in the arena, please come up to the photo area. We would like to have you as part of the photos. The best bred and owned in the class will receive a certificate from East Gen. Following will be the Holstein 4-year-old cow class. If you are in the barn and have not had your 4-year-old to the side of the ring yet, please make your way to ringside now. We have been told that Jordan Raymer has chosen Rapid Bay V Delightful, the Jersey summer yearling supplied by Parallel Genetics in the Mega Moolah class. Congratulations to Jordan, and good luck with your Rapid Bay bred heifer. Judge Packard has now done the 4-year-old Jersey class. First place is number 318, Edgeley Glenholm G Victory, owned by Ruta and Begg. Second place is Brydon Joy Sunset. She is also our best bred and owned. And third place is RJ Oliver Victoria. And here's Judge Packard.
A nice group of 4-year-olds here at our Jersey show. Starting with the cow that has, for me, the advantage in the mammary system today. She's showing me much more definition of median suspensory ligament, prefer the foreudder attachment and the way it blends into the body wall over the cow coming out in second. First place cow also, just a beautiful frame in this cow. She's cleaner through her head and neck. She's harder out over her top, more level from hooks to pins than that cow coming out in second. I will also say that that first place cow stands just a little more square on her front legs, showing me a little more width of chest than the cow in second. Beautiful dairy cow in here in second. She just looks like she works hard, and she's got a tremendous shape to the mammary system. I really admire the height and width to her rear udder. It's quality of and the height of the rear udder. It's 11th udder for the place over a cow coming out in third. Cow in second also has an advantage in spring and openness to the rib structure, showing me more depth in the middle and rear rib as well. And third over fourth, just on dairy character today, she's showing much more quality and cleanliness through her head and neck and back through her pins and her thighs. Cow here in fourth really shows a lot of strength. Admire the length and width that she has, but having only 2 calves, she's just at a disadvantage today in the dairy character department and over the cows ahead of her. A nice class of 4-year-olds. Congratulations.
For those following along in the catalog, our Jersey 4-year-old class, number 314 was 4th, 316 was 3rd, 217 was 2nd, and 318 was 1st. Edgeley Glenholm G Victory, and my apologies, she is best bred and owned for Carol Ruda and Joel Begg. Entering the Holstein ring now is class 18, the 4-year-olds, and this is sponsored by Harvdale Holsteins.
If we could just interject with one quick fact about the last class. The winning cow in that class, you'll see in the middle of the ring there, she is the #1 Jersey cow, active Jersey cow in Canada for conformation index at +21 or +22, which I think is which I think is quite interesting for Joel and Carol, Glenholm and Edgeley, 2 long-established Jersey herds. But quite noticeably, the #1 active cow in the country for conformation index GLPI. So just a fun fact, as we say. That was a nice Jersey class, sponsored by Willow Creek Jerseys. We want to give Richard and Teresa and their son Easton, some airtime for that. But now we're moving into the 4-year-old Holstein class. And that will be the thunder will be loud again.
Yeah, expecting a large class here.
And a very good one, too.
Right off the hop, 319 Freydon Doorman Bourbon. The Doorman daughter out of Goldwyn Bonnie, and right back to the Bonnie family, James.
And from Fergus.
Indeed. She was the honorable mention enemy champion here last year.
I guess you can see Greg McLean in there with, he's got 320, I believe, who is a Monument Impression daughter out of a Doorman. So Doorman here, shown by Bridgeview Farms, the Colemans from south of Brantford. Barclay's got some enthusiasm here on his cow.
We'll let Greg come across here. As I was saying before, Len started announcing the Mega Moolah. I was really down yesterday when I got my name eliminated, but my day was quickly made when I received a Russell is cheering for you pen, a Russell Gaming special pen that has now been placed in a glass case above my fireplace for special keeping. So Russell, thank you for making my day.
If my father was still here, he would comment on your small life as well.
It's the little things that bring me joy.
It was meant to elevate your mood. Murray, have I given you one?
Russell, I have a collection of 3 already.
Murray started throwing them out. Actually, he's got too many.
Drive me around and give me a break from driving the car. I'll provide a lot of gifts. Well, we need to get some of these cows in the right place, don't we?
They're coming around here. This is the Bridgeview entry about to enter the screen.
Yes. Greg McLean has excellent posture, doesn't he? Stands tall and straight and shows toes. Like many do, but he's been doing a lot of it for a long time.
Had the pleasure of working with Greg's father back in the day.
Yes. Did he work at Wobie?
He was an armed service technician in the same area of the Sun Parlor of Ontario down in Essex County. Later moved into our London office and worked out of London for a long time. Great friend, and unfortunately one of those that left our midst well before his time. So,
Coming in your screen here now is 321. That's Freyland Chief Barcelona, so a chief sister to the first Freyland entry. So she's out of Goldwyn Bonnie. We had talked earlier about how many stars she has. 18 stars.
18 stars, it is.
So the interesting thing with her is, though, she has a whole mess of daughters born in 2018 and 2019.
Yes.
So at 18 stars now, as these cows age and gain points for production and score, I wonder how many stars will Bonnie end up with.
we have some additional owners on the animal that Barclay is leading. Freyland, along with Beckridge Holsteins and Quality Holsteins. So
yes,
great partners to have on maternal sister to the first cow that we introduced into the ring.
We are very good in Fergus at building alliances, reaching out to others who are at the same standard of excellence as ourselves.
I'm going to have to visit Fergus, I believe. You know,
Here's Patience A. Crisp Dermy from Patience Holsteins. I believe that's Joe on the halter from the look of things. And she's an Apple Crisp daughter, a bull that's some really nice red. Oh, I love this cow. I saw this cow a few weeks ago at Parallel. And I love her dam's name too, Dance Till Dawn, red. And but this cow's 93 points, I believe, and deserving every point of them. She'll be a contender for the, I'm going out on a limb here, but a contender for the champion red and white here. And from Outer Bellwood, not too far from Fergus.
As opposed to Inner Bellwood.
Yes. Not the mean streets of
Not
Inner
the mean
Bellwood.
streets. 323 on your screen is Red Carpet Art Australia. It's a stone front artist daughter of Ducat Gold Chip Tokyo. Of course, she's off of the famous Durham Treasure cow.
Oh, it goes back. That cow had an amazing udder. Didn't
One of the finest uddered cows you will ever
Yep.
find. This is 324, Murray?
324 is the upridge entry with Tyler on the halter. A Stanton's Chief out of a Solomon, bred and owned by Upridge Holsteins at Embro, Ontario.
Laurie Sheik family on this cow.
Oh, cool.
Upridge Solomon Lifesaver.
So that's the L of Laurie Sheik, yeah. Wow. Oh. Now we've got Tyler
Canning on the Upridge cow.
on the Upridge cow.
Yep.
So that means we should be seeing Brett Sigma very soon.
Alrighty.
Let's find out if that's going to be true.
I can see him from here. You just got to find the camera.
He's in the ring. Soon, very soon.
Aye.
I see Jenny Butcher over there looking very bright in her little costume.
There's Brent.
Oh,
325.
there's
yeah.
Brent, 325. A Goldwyn daughter. Now, we haven't seen that many Goldwyn daughters here. Out of Quality Sanchez Anna, Frisco Sun Holsteins. But is that Brent's family?
The Sigmas, yes.
Yes.
So, being from Quality with an A name, clearly from the Franciscos.
Yeah.
She's
Well, I
out-
noticed we went back to Fanatic for the cow herself.
The Sanchez dam is out of an Allen than Francisco herself.
Oh, that close.
326. So, bright speckled cow here.
Norm McNaught.
Norm McNaughton on the halter, Echo Glen Dorman Alouette, a Dorman out of a Goldwyn, owned by Andrew Denhon and Echo Glen Holsteins.
And Echo Glen is, do you know?
Dorchester.
Hunter?
Jeremy Hunter.
Jeremy Hunter. Very good, gentlemen.
94 point dams for this heifer. And the second dam's a Leduc. You can kind of see that maybe through the front end.
Yes.
And the coloring.
And Sissy is from Quebec.
And I see Michael Lupton is here now. 327. Monument of Impression out of the Solomon. Two really well-known bulls. Any story there, James?
I'll just say the dam is a full sister to 324, the earlier upridge heifer. So that's family breeding on for the Luptons. And 327 here was honorable mention grand at Oxford last year.
Oh,
So,
well,
coming back
I
for
think
another
we
campaign.
can see some of that, can't we? Boy, there's veins in that udder. Visible veins.
This is 328, unique Dempsey Chardonnay, a Dempsey daughter out of a Beamer that goes back to the Barbie family from Regan Crest. She's owned by Jim Phoenix and Vale Skiing Holsteins.
Got the Trooper on the
The
halter.
Super Trooper is on the halter. I hope Gary gets to hear this at some point. Know how much we appreciate it.
It looks like she made good use of the TMR they picked up from my place last night.
Always giving, never taking.
Oh,
Now, Glenn Barkey is going to appear here, and he has. Another Altona Leah, this great breeding herd at Blackstock, Ontario. Sidekick daughter out of a numero uno dam. The Jays, I think another one of their good families.
I think there's somewhere in the range of, after the numero uno, I think there's 8 or 9 generations of homebred excellent cows. So,
Not a common name that you see in the show ring is numero uno. So it's, but with 8 or 9 generations of excellence,
and the
there's-
sidekick cross.
Yep.
Red cow coming into the... Oh, a famous red cow. 330.
Chubana Lucky Duck. She's a Geordie Red out of Elmbridge Leverage Diamond, owned by Agri-Bears and Quality Holsteins.
That family again at Elmbridge?
Different family. So she
Oh.
actually goes back to Bud John Red Marker Desire.
Oh, okay.
Of course, the cow was grand at Expo in 05. So going back a little ways, but more
It was
recently...
the Leverage that was, that'd be a sire name.
More recently, this Lucky Duck was honorable mention intermediate champion at the Royal Red and White Show in 21.
Pretty good cow. And Andrew's cow?
This is a Glen Islay sidekick Bambusa. Had a couple daughters in the
Yes, in the
heifer
heifer
section. She's a sidekick of a 92.40 Bombero, back to the Gypsy Grand family.
And that would...
Owned in partnership with Lester and Shirley Gingrich. So,
And again, the 4-year-old class here is sponsored by Harvdale Holstein, so thanks to Kevin Harvey and family for their generous donation.
Who did they breed?
Well, your favorite cow.
Well, one of my
One of
very
your
favorite
favorite cows.
Harvdale Meridian Crush. Cow I fell in love with at the Red Deer Westerner in October of 2021. She was reserve grand champion there, and we won't talk about that. And then went on to be the honorable mention grand champion at the National Holstein Show in November
And Julie.
2021.
Currently in the ring, we have our Holstein 4-year-old class. This class is sponsored by Harvdale Holsteins. A reminder to our class sponsors to please make your way to the photo area prior to the conclusion of the class to get your photo taken with the class winner. Attention in the barn. The next class will be our Jersey 5-year-old class, and that is a small class, so please have your Holstein 5-year-olds on deck as well in the marshalling area. Again, in the barn, please make your way to the marshalling area with Jersey 5-year-olds and Holstein 5-year-olds. A reminder to exhibitors, Patty Jones is set up outside of the marshalling area, and she has a crew there to take photos if you want to get your animals done. It is close to the lunch hour, or I guess in the middle of the lunch hour. If you're getting hungry, please head outside and support Alice's Catering food truck, who will be on site today for lunch. We would also like to thank our ring stewards for the event, Ethan Black and Kelsey Charlton. We've had some youth competitions last night and prior to the show, and we'd like to congratulate our winners. Our sponsorship contest, sponsored by the Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund, had a lot of participants last night, and each participant received a cash prize for entering. The overall champions were as follows: Grand Champion Showman Emma Finch, Reserve Champion Showman Carson Phoenix, and Honorable Mention Champion Sydney Kane. During the showmanship competition, we revealed the results of the Future Fitters competition that was held on March 25th at Joran Holsteins and Jerseys in Petersburg. There were over 50 participants in this first annual competition. A huge thank you to all of the volunteers that shared their knowledge that day with all of the participants. The event wouldn't have been possible without our sponsors. Sponsors of the Future Fitters competition included the Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund, Clark Valley Holsteins, Joran Holsteins and Jerseys, Kevin Williams, Freyland Holsteins, Blondin Sires, Ontario Joint Dairy Breeds, Jersey Ontario, Max Active, Conestoga, Agri-Systems, Purina Feeds, and Pro Rich Seeds. We thank them for their contributions.
James, I know you wouldn't understand. Every time you yawn, it goes. Sure were. Dear God. I think you've just been called into the new CEO's office. The other one. Well, I didn't hear him say it, but I heard a lot about it.
is all about.
I think Judge Deaver getting ready to make a poll here. It's an excellent class of 4-year-olds.
Is this the best one we've seen today?
I think so.
Top to bottom, I would say it is. Tremendous rear udders. Look at that red rear udder that we're looking at here right now, gentlemen.
Lucky duck.
Yeah, lucky duck. I mean,
Fergus. From our vantage point. So folks, unfortunately, if you unfortunately can't be here, the tremendous enjoyment that a real person who loves cows would get out of seeing a class like this is hard to quantify or, put into measurable terms. And you notice the crowd is fairly quiet, James.
There's a hushed murmur as they take in and appreciate this this group. There's some feistiness still amongst the cows.
And I would presume some of these cows probably just haven't spent a lot of time on a halter. Depending on what time of year they calve.
I was talking to Steve Frazier yesterday, and he says, "Well, a couple of these pulled right off the robot, so maybe not." Some of them are a little green behind the ears yet.
Yeah. I'm so glad you...
Wet behind the ears, green behind...
Well, actually, and I think it's okay to say it. Okay, I'm going to watch this cow here for a second. Yeah, it'll be okay. Grant Butcher, who was a famous Jersey breeder at Kingston, Ontario, often used to talk about people being green behind the ears.
Oh, I'm not the first then.
No.
So we've had a poll?
Yes.
Judge Deaver's making a selection. This is 319 being pulled first. This is Dorman Bourbon from Freyland Farms.
Straight out of Bonnie.
Second place is 330. This would be Lucky Duck.
Actually, and Brian
Nice red cow.
lives in Fergus.
Well, there's connections all over.
This is and
The apple crisp from Patience being pulled third. Outer Bellwood. 324. The Upridge Chief is coming in for fourth.
Well, Tyler Canning doesn't live too far from Fergus and Palmerston.
Well, in the grand scheme of things, we're not too far from Fergus where we are today. But
Now Tyler's closer.
the center of the universe again, Russell, is downtown Fergus.
there's a little town not too far from here called Copetown, and on its sign as you move into town, it calls itself the hub of the universe. So I don't know if there's a war brewing between Copetown and Fergus, but
Well, we're benign. We just won't listen. We're also deaf. Tone deaf.
got the top four sorted out here.
Oh, that's an interesting statement, isn't it?
And now we're just...
Fingers are going. Boy, this is a class. Look at this.
This is the 93-point Dempsey, bred by Unique and shown by Velskine and Jim Joel Phoenix coming in next. And then another Altoona Lee cow coming in. That'll be sixth position.
She's behaving herself at the
She's
moment.
calmed down a little bit. That's the sidekick. Well, this is the Dempsey on your screen now. And following in will be the sidekick from Altoona Lee.
And then Norm has got the nod. 326. Echo Glen. Fergus again. With Andrew involved.
Just north of Fergus, yeah.
I mean, I hate to be so parochial.
If there was like you can have a watch-along drinking game. Every time you have a drink, every time Russell says Fergus, you have to finish your beer every time he says pick
Senator,
two.
Yeah. I did have a comment here about this hub of the universe thing. Michael Hurst in Ohio, and he'll hate me for saying this, is asking, isn't the hub of the universe anywhere where David Jordan is? I don't think Terry heard that. Terry, we had a comment from Michael Hurst. Isn't the hub of the universe anywhere near where David Jordan is? And I'm going to say fair point. We do thank you for your comments, folks. We prefer the complimentary ones or the humorous ones.
The great shot of from behind here as we see the top half of the class as the last ones are pulling into line. Get an appreciation for the width and quality of the memory systems, the height of the rear attachments.
And Mike looking at these, boy, these are good cows. This class really is something else. It's reminiscent of the Royal Winter Fair to me. Then again, my phone isn't ringing.
Well, it will be in a second.
What is the matter with you?
Yeah.
Battery low?
Oh, well, maybe you might have gotten lucky and nobody heard that, Russell.
Thank you for giving me new life, Bruce. You'll be getting the complaints.
Well,
Well, I'm back, folks.
So to recap, Russell was saying that this is better than, you said it's better than the Royal?
No, reminiscent of the
reminiscent,
Royal
okay.
Winter Fair. I think that's fair. Oh, Mike is chatting with the exhibitors.
It's giving some reasons as he moves down the line and talking about the animals.
Tyler was ready to move there. Got himself in position. At a moment's notice. Oh. Now there's something. Oh. And again, we do want to recognize, and in a very serious way, the Harvey family at Stainer, I think they are, yeah. Harvdale Holsteins, they're really keen about Holsteins and cows, and they got some young cows coming on they're pretty excited about, I understand.
And we should also recognize, we haven't talked about them much today, John Deere, our
Yes,
live broadcast
our major,
sponsor.
yeah.
You can see their logo there in the corner.
And I think they're the platinum level sponsor for the whole event.
As high as it goes.
Yeah.
We're going to have the...
Oh, here we get
some lead off from the top here. Doorman bourbon. Very smooth year. Probably an aged bourbon. Probably more than 4 years.
Wow. What a frame. What an udder. Veins. Springer rib.
This is the Geordie daughter, Lucky Duck.
Is that an impressive past? And Joe Russworm working hard.
This is the Apple Crisp daughter.
Mm-hmm. Bred by the Russworm family. That's a really long-established prefix, Patience, isn't it? I mean, they've had cows for... Okay.
We're going to send that to Julie.
Attention in the barns. We are coming to the conclusion of the 4-year-old class. Could the Jersey and Holstein 5-year-olds please make your way to ringside? Our Holstein 4-year-old class is sponsored by Harvdale Holsteins. We thank them for their sponsorship, and the best bred and owned will receive a certificate from East Gen Holsteins. During the showmanship competition that was held last night, we had a wine and cheese reception for all of the spectators to enjoy. The wine was sponsored by the Ontario Spring Discovery Show Committee, and the cheese was graciously provided by Guns Hill Cheese in Norwich and Misty Glen Creamery in Elmer. We thank them again for their sponsorship of this.
Splitting hairs between. Done, Julie? Done? Yeah, we're back live, James, and what a great view we've got, and I'm sure the online crowd will get a chance to see this, but these first 5 or 6 cows, they're just amazing when you get a chance to look at rear udders like this. So.
As you just mentioned, Murray, really like splitting hairs between them, splitting hairs on hairs. Like it's I think very tight at the top here.
Yep. Steve Fraser is going to lead our parade, followed...
His birthday getting a little happier as we go.
It might be. So his 39th birthday. So.
Well, they say like women stop at 29 and men stop at 39.
If you say that.
Oh, well, that's what I heard the other day.
Oh,
looks like we're getting a little reshuffle here.
A little shuffle there, and Mr. Barkey, Glenn Barkey, gets a little bump. But again, that's just how close these are, and you got to appreciate all the cows in this class, but this first half dozen, the top end of this class, are outstanding. So. And it's a long ways till November. But we've got summer show and we've got autumn opportunity, and then we head to the Royal. So there's a lot of water under the bridge and all.
And the Wentworth Bag and Drag.
The BWB&D.
There you go.
As it's known.
Paris Fair, one of the opening events at
Paris Fair, the Thursday night before Labor Day. Come one, come all. If you want to show some cows, we'll gladly have you.
It's open, isn't it?
It is a fully open show.
Well, it was one of the largest county shows in Ontario. In fact, maybe it was last year.
Pretty consistent over 100 head, up to 120. I think we've had in the past. So it's a good show. A lot of fun, nice outdoor ring, and we show in a coverall. So
Herb Henderson judged there last year.
Indeed,
did a lovely job.
Nice view of our winner from Freyland Holsteins with the birthday boy on the halter.
Oh, yes. We must not forget that.
You see
That'll be
Mike Deaver, Judge Deaver still judging away here as they come around. He's not immune to a very late switch, keeping everybody on their toes.
Yeah, and it might be a move of a 8th prize cow to a 7th or something, but still, honesty.
Some say it's the best policy.
Some do. Time will tell.
Others don't, but...
There's a really good crowd watching this show right now. We're looking down here at the ringside, and it's quite extensive.
The 4th place animal there, the Chief from Upridge, she's kind of one that, the longer she stands out there, maybe the more you like her.
Mm-hmm.
I maybe missed her the first go of the ring.
How old are the oldest chiefs now? I like to ask the tough questions.
Oh, yeah, the questions I'm ill-prepared.
Me or Barbara Walters.
You're not going to make me cry, but...
I noticed we weren't able to make Mike cry today.
Well, I didn't really get any questions in. I was really going to ask the incisive stuff, so...
Well, Mike and Terry, as has been said before, have provided such articulate reasons and accurate reasons, and
have very kindly joined us for 2 very good interviews. So
yes, and especially Mike, after seeing the emotion in the first interview, he might have been worried he might crack.
For those if you missed it, Mike gave us an exclusive opinion on the Bing Bang Boom. The 3 apple descendants.
The right 3 animals, but maybe
right
they could
animals.
be shuffled. The deck could have been shuffled.
Were they the right in the right order? If you missed it, you're gonna have to go back and watch again.
We had a chance to chat with Mike about the Browndale Sires photograph that was put on Facebook, and he says, you know, I was still in high school when that went on. So, he doesn't age like some of us do, Russell.
Well,
He's
Kathy Mason is the other person who doesn't age from Morning Mist.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Kathy Mason. I've heard that name before.
Well, you should have. Kathy Cruikshank.
Kathy Cruikshank, executive assistant for a well-known person that I know very well for about 8 or 9 years. So.
Really?
Oh. The winner in the Holstein 4-year-old class is Freyland Dorman Bourbon, owned by Freyland Holsteins. She is also our best bred and owned today. Second place is Chubana Lucky Duck, owned by Agribur and Quality Holsteins. Third place is Patience A. Crisp Dare-Me, owned by Patience Holstein Limited. And Judge Deaver.
Really nice 4-year-old class here. Heading the class is a cow I really, really like. She's beautiful from one end to the other. Beautiful head, clean neck, long neck, very lean all the way through. But a good pair of dairy cows at the top end here. I prefer the first cow over the second cow today, making her best udder just a little fuller right in the cavity at the top of the rear udder. I like the turn at the bottom of the rear udder just a shade more than the red cow, and the rear teats are placed underneath the quarter just a bit more. Both cows excel in bone quality, dairy quality, beautiful feminine character, but there's an unusual thing about this front cow that you don't see every day. When you see her walking straight ahead at you, her rear legs follow exactly behind each front leg, and her feet placed down exactly directly behind the front legs. That means she has that immense amount of width of chest for as dairy as she is, that immense fullness down through her forerib, and she walks quite squarely and correctly on her rear legs. And that's a really unusual trait to have be that extreme dairy and that extreme strong with refined bone. Second cow, beautiful dairy cow, not quite as nice maybe in the placement of her pins as a cow ahead of her, but she excels the cow behind her in her dairy quality, her dairy bone. She's more refined in her bone and through her front legs, cleaner in her hock bone, a little more refined in the bone in her rear legs as well. I like the extension of the fore udder, the correctness of front teat placement, the quality udder on second over third. Third is a cow that kind of keeps in mind how much front end we're losing on some cows over the years, and she's got the huge power front end that goes into a great rib and a great rib structure, both fore and rear, deep flanked, beautiful side view on her udder. Front teats are a little wider than the two cows we have ahead of her, and she's not quite as refined and clean in her bone as the two cows ahead of her. Yet the depth of body, the balance that she has, the style through her shoulder, through her front end, extension to her neck, and cleanliness through her throat are all to her favor in comparing her to the cow in fourth. Fourth cow is a great uddered cow. I'll admit she's a bit nicer in her rear udder than the cow in third, a little fuller, a little wider at the top, but not quite the style, not the extension of neck, the refinement and cleanliness through the front end that we have in the first three. Fourth over fifth today, a little better stage of lactation. Because of that, she has the volume of milk in her udder, she has the width and height at the rear udder, and she has great quality in her fore udder. I really like the power, the frame, the depth, the balance of this cow. Has been milking a long, long time, and she'll calve again this summer and look great this fall. Today she's just out-dairied and out-milked, in my opinion, and that's your top 5 cows in the 4-year-old class.
Thanks, Judge Deaver. For those following along in our catalog, here are the placings. Number 319, Freyland Dorman Bourbon was first and best bred and owned. 320 was 10th. 321 was 7th. 322 was 3rd. 323 was 12th. 324 was 4th. 326 was 8th. 327th was 9th. 328th was 6th. 329 was 5th, 330 was 2nd, and 3:31 was 11th. Now in the ring is the Jersey 5-year-old class, and this class is sponsored by Arbordale. We ask sponsors to go to the picture area to have their photos taken with the class winners.
Yeah, finally doing some homework. Okay. She done?
Jersey 5-year-olds in our ring here.
Arbordale is the sponsor here. That'll be Bill Ireland and his team here in Western Ontario. Well, serving all of Ontario, I believe. They actually own the Webfoot Hatchery now at Elora, Ontario, which is next door to Fergus, but I digress.
Thank you to them for their sponsorship, as well as to East Gen Select Sires for their bred and owned certificates and the class winner certificates.
Okay, we'll be telling you a little bit about these cows at an appropriate moment. Mercy, I've seen a few that I like here already.
This is 332 Perennial Casino Gala, and Elliot's Regency Casino daughter from Perennial Sensation Gypsy, exhibited by Brian Waldrick.
She's got a Rexley background, and she's very good 88 herself. And that's Brian on the halter. Now, I think we should be seeing the master breeder, Bob Gerald, in a second. Tension is palpable.
There we go. Robert Gerald just coming into your screen now on RF Colton Jello. She's a Chile Action Colton daughter out of a tequila.
Yeah, she's 92 points, and her dam is 95. And going back to the remake Bell cow at RJF Farms, a famous building block in their herd. Again, Jenny Butcher is very determined to stand out today with that green.
It's distinctive, very distinctive.
Chartreuse, maybe? Would we call that? No. It's brighter
it's more
than
of
that.
it's neon yellow or a construction yellow.
Okay, who is this?
This is 335.
Yes.
Herds Grayson Mischief, Grayson daughter from Waybon American Mischief, Emily Unger, Emmylou Holsteins and Jerseys, exhibiting.
And from going back to the M family of Pleasant Nook. Oh, a family that's very close to the heart of Jennifer Peart Anderson, one of her foundation Jersey herds. Is that Brian Carskadden will be next to the eye of the public? He will. Interesting cow, bred by Ferme Intense, the Jacobs, Drummondville, Quebec, sired by Joel out of a hired gun dam going back to Veronica herself. Direct descendant, female descendant of Veronica. Just scored excellent 94 points a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, really? Wow. Veronica, the cow that made the judge cry.
Yes.
Yesterday.
Yes. Well, we all have our different skills. To think that a dead cow could make people cry. Here's Berkeley with his investment, I think his first investment in jerseys. Mapleboro, Joel, Sue, Clark Valley, Berkeley Phoenix, and the breeders, the Riseboroughs, retaining some ownership. Joel out of a tequila and from the Susie family at Enniskillen. Cow that was quite up in her class as a 4-year-old at the Royal last year.
Looking quite well here tonight.
Yes. It's going to be a contender.
Winter, I would think.
We do have to get that picture of Terry and I with our blue on against the blue curtains here at some point.
You'll fade into oblivion.
Oblivion?
Well, thank you, Murray. So, and after this, we've got 5-year-old Holsteins, sponsored by Bridgeview Holsteins, the Colemans. Wow, there's a couple of real contenders. It's quite a little.
5 total, but again, a really high quality group. Judge Packard seems to be going back and forth on these these last two.
Two Joel daughters.
Yeah.
So, Russell, if I was a betting person, I would say all of them have calved at least 3 times, and probably some of them.
Could be. Well, The oldest one is 5 years in September, so yeah, 3 times I'm sure. I don't, yeah. And is Brian?
We have
that
the
cow
first bull here, 336,
Weeksdale?
Intense Joel Delphi, being pulled first, followed by the Barkley Phoenix-led entry, the other Joel daughter, and then RJF sliding into third.
Making, so this Intense cow, bred in Quebec from a dam bred in New York State, owned in Prince Edward Island and showing here in Ontario. I'd call that pan-continental myself.
That could be the word for it. Some would just say she's intensely good.
Okay. The oldest chiefs are 2017 models,
That
according
is-
to Jamie Wood.
That's 6-year-old. So there would be maybe some Chiefs in our next class.
Well, no, there is. So that really verifies what Jamie is saying. Not that there was any verification needed.
Again, a tremendous rear view on our class here. Beautiful rear udders.
Mercy.
All of them.
Have
All
mercy.
like rear udders galore in this class.
Each cow has one. That's correct.
I meant the good ones.
We understood you. We were
All right.
just,
Russell just needling me.
adding a little humor. That's what it was. It was nothing to do with needling. There are those that would like to needle you, James, but no.
Like what are we needling me with? Hopefully it's not my wife, but the Euthanol.
Well, I'm not going to get into your business at home.
Intense study here going
Yeah,
on.
making sure that she's going to be happy with the, yep.
Okay.
And the Intense cow is staying in first. Mercy. A lot of people think this cow is out of the Delsey family from Norval Acres, but she is a Veronica descendant and a descendant of Paramount Joy on her sire's side. There's a tremendous...
The dam's a hired gun, HGs?
Yes, that is exactly right, James. And then I think out of a Fuhrer, one of the 8 reindeer at Arethusa, and then the big V, Veronica herself.
The big V.
Mm-hmm. The Supreme Veronica is what we really call her. I see Harold Patterson and Mrs. Patterson are over there from Milton, Ontario. Pretty famous milking Shorthorn and Holstein breeders. Valley Crest, I think, may have been the prefix in both breeds. Certainly was in Holsteins, I believe.
Master breeder herd again.
And likely won the same award. Well, now there's a family that may well have won a milking Shorthorn Master Breeder Award as well. Boy, this is a sweet, sweet class of cows.
So, Russell, tell us about Robert Gerald's Chili Action Colton. What do you know about that?
Well, that's
we
a
haven't
bull
seen
that's,
him a whole lot, so-
yeah, that's right. And it's interesting because he does sire a lot of show cows. I think Julie wants to comment.
We're at the final placings here for our 5-year-old Jersey class. First place goes to Intense Joel Delphi, owned by Weeksdale Holsteins. Second place, Mapleboro Joel Sue, owned by Clark Valley, Barkley Phoenix, and Mapleboro. She is also best bred and owned. And third place goes to RJF Colton Jello and Judge Packard.
Oh, why not? Not driving for a little while. It might help.
That's quite a pair of cows, and to start this 5-year-old class, just tremendous width when you stand behind these cows. You really got to admire the memory systems on both of them. Close placing for me, but I give the winning cow an advantage today in dairy character. She's much cleaner through her head and neck. She's cleaner over her top line. Shows me much more in curving in her thigh today. More recently fresh in her second place cow. Really admire the width and height in the rear forewater attachment on this cow. She's showing me more definition of median suspensory ligament today. She also has an advantage in being more open in her rib structure. She's deeper through the middle of her barrel, and she's fuller in the flank than the second place cow. Take nothing away from this cow. She's got beautiful style, and she gets that head and neck up. She's really got so much breed character moving around the ring. She's hard over her top. She's got an advantage in being more level from hooks to pins, and I prefer the way that her tail head sits down between her pins over the cow coming out in third. She's also got a great advantage in the width of her mammary. She's showing me much more venation today and much stronger in her forward attachment than her third place cow. Third over fourth on the bloom of mammary, just a little more style to her frame. I prefer the way that her shoulder blends and the fullness of crops over the fourth place cow. She's also more level over her top line than the cow coming out in fourth. And fourth over fifth on dairy character, mostly she's just showing me much cleaner through her head and neck. She's cleaner over her rib structure. She's cleaner through her pins and her thigh. Also showing me more bloom of mammary system than the cow in fifth. Admire the forward attachment in the fifth place cow and the height to her rear udder, but just like to see more bloom today, more venation, more dairy character to place higher. Congratulations, quite a nice class of 5-year-olds.
Thank you. The next class soon to be entering the ring is the Holstein 5-year-old class. Please bring them in from the barn if they have not made your way yet. And also on deck is the Jersey Mature Cow class. Attention in the barn, please bring your Jersey Mature Cow class. For those following along in the catalog for our Jersey 5-year-olds, number 332 was fourth, 333 was third, 334, Marlboro Joel Sue was second and was best bred and owned. 335 was fifth, and 336, Intense Joel Delphi was your class winner. Thank you to Arbordale for sponsoring that class. The 5-year-old class is now entering the ring, 5-year-old Holsteins, and the class is sponsored by Bridgeview Holsteins, and the best bred and owned will receive a certificate from East Gen.
Yes. Oh, one of my favorite drinks is mixed maple sugar. Are we able to?
Yep. Julie? Okay. We're back on. We are back on with the 5-year-old Holstein sponsored by Bridgeview Holsteins, the Coleman family of County Road 18, south of Brantford, Ontario. Near Little Brown Cow.
World famous, and Ryan's serving as our
Marshal today.
Our marshal today.
He's got a badge and a big hat.
And a large gun.
Now, who have we got on?
You better have ear tags.
That was Aaron Cliff Dorman. Casey, from Spruce Tone Holsteins. A Dorman out of Aaron Cliff, Florian Cassie, and Joey Westworm is on the halter.
339 is on your screen now. A Unix out of a Authority from Comrie, but owned with Echo Glen. Mandy's her name. She's excellent, I think.
Yeah, she's excellent. 92 week reserve grant at Middlesex last year from the Comstar Lori Sheik family.
It would mean a lot to me if I could introduce this next cow. She is 340 Huffmandale Unix Maple Sugar, owned by Hodgland, Little Star, and Matt Forresto. A Unix out of a Winbrook, and a cow that I adore.
So she's grown part of her, Russ?
No.
94 points, and she's reserve All Ontario Senior 3 and 21, and second 4-year-old here last year. And she goes back to the same family as Mason Milan. Meadowbridge Megan's in her pedigree.
Oh. She's her connection with Fergus is that she's loved in Fergus.
Okay.
Okay. Since there's a Fergus cow coming out here next with the birthday boy.
Yep. Steve Fraser with Freyland Unix Bacardi. Again, another Bonnie daughter. I mean, older Bonnie. So we've seen several daughters of Bonnie herself in the ring here today. And Steve as Unix daughter, the king of the ring from the Royal last year. So.
What is going on here? It's getting very cold.
Yeah, it's like somebody turned a fan on almost. It
Yeah.
really dropped the temperature. This is entry number 342, Rudy Chief Natalia, 94 scored Chief daughter out of Rudy Millennium Natalie, exhibited by Joel Phoenix and Trent Valley Holsteins.
So James, you're telling us there's some high-scored cows out here. If I've been listening to all the point scores.
A couple of 94s, yeah, I think that's the highest in the class right now. Highest we've had so far.
Wow.
Good wine?
Yes, it's a Merlot. Len Viss may become someone who picks out wine for me from now on. I'll give him tips. You know, I mean, he's not going to have to do it for free.
See the Unix on the screen here now, Russell. We're going to have a crisis here. We have a cow, the maple sugar cow, but we also have a Freyland animal from Fergus in the ring.
No.
A house divided cannot stand, Russell.
I might even go for the cow from Burvey in this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just stay out of it altogether.
Yeah. Well, no, she's that's maple sugar.
Oh, okay, there
she
you go.
lives in Burvey, up near Kincardine.
So again, we're in the 5-year-old class, sponsored by Bridgeview.
Now I've been accused of distracting from the show with my hotness. God, I love some people.
I can assure all of you that is not the case. Before any rumors are started. So we get a good look at the Bonnie daughter here from Freyland.
What a dairy cow that one is. Well, Bonnie herself had a very, very high record, didn't she? Like 17,000 kilograms of milk, I think. It was high anyway.
Along with scoring 95 and 3E.
And 18 stars.
So far.
With more to come.
More to come.
Now, we know.
It's here for something.
Yeah, this is some really, really special cows in this class. Oh, so someone who said I was distracting with my hotness is now laughing. So, I guess that jokesters. Yeah, yes. It is cold. And folks, we have a moment here where it has become very cool in this show ring.
The wind has shifted.
Yeah.
As the cows are heating up, the winds are cooling us. So that's the 94-point Chief there on the screen now. Gonna make some water, as Murray likes to say.
So my father always said that too. See Bonnie Cooper over there speaking with someone.
It's one thing my daughter, she's 6 now, she's realized that cows can go off at any time. They're not real picky about where they make their business. So she's had to learn to be a little wary.
Yes. How many children do you have, James?
Just 2, 6 and 16.
Ah, really?
Yes. The 16-year-old is my stepdaughter. She's just learning to drive and date and all that, the great teenage stuff. So lots of fun.
Mm-hmm. Does she know everything at this point in her life?
I think the 6-year-old knows that. They know everything from a young age.
I see Jack Fraser is over here sitting with Murray. Lindsay. Lowell.
There you go.
LDL.
Third try. Sitting with someone. Well.
Just had the Huffmandale Unix pass in front of us, and she might be winning me over here, Russell.
She is. Despite the fact that Steve's cow is a Fergus resident, I am, And apparently, I was one of the people that really got obsessed with that cow in December at the time of the Hodgland sale. And Adam noted this and mentioned it to Pat Forstall, who owns part of her, and said, well, Russell seemed to get on her. And, you know, more so than others. So, I don't know. Maybe my 4-H training a decade or two ago is paying off.
You were used as a selling feature for that animal.
I've been used again. But will there be a commission check? Oh, I'm supposed to get a windbreaker here from Jess Hodgins. So I must go.
Is that your commission?
Yeah, apparently. I must go through the
Windbreaker or parka?
Well, at the moment, a fur coat would be a good idea. Maybe one of those buffalo robes. It's weird because it was supposed to become warmer.
Well, it was
during the day.
forecasted to become windier though as the day came on. So if it's
So a little warmer, but a lot windier. You know, got it.
They were forecasting close to 20 at one point.
Yeah.
yeah, I can safely say we will not be hitting 20 today.
I was really thinking about this. There we go. Maple sugar is, and the
chief from Rudy, Joel Phoenix and Trent Valley comes second.
Steve
and
Fraser, the birthday boy.
The birthday boy
plays
is
third.
rolling into third.
Wow, I gotta take a picture of that. I mean, I know we're not to have our partialities here.
338, the Aaroncliffe Dorme and Casey from Sprucestone Holstein's going to be fourth.
She'll look great with
Oh, sorry,
there you go,
339.
Andrew. You got her.
Common Unix Mandy's going to be fourth. And 338, the Aaroncliffe cow, will be fifth.
Andrew taking candid shots again.
So far.
Well, I've been told by Rocky Ellen that I must mention that Delphi is owned with Rockstar. Oh. And that is Rocky Ellen in New South Wales, Australia.
Nice view down the line here.
Oh, isn't that a picture?
It's actually video. But, yep.
I'm so looking forward to getting in my car where it'll be warmer and quieter. I will drive to Windsor, Ontario, and be very, very quiet. There we are. Well, that's really interesting. The reasons will be interesting here too.
You're trying to split between two 94-point cows. It's
the classifier's life. Well, a judge's life. This is almost like one of those unicorn, not unicorn hitches, three abreast. Draft horse class.
Indeed. Except 5, but
well,
the counting again, the counting.
My math has been so good so far that I need a break. Look at the front end on this cow. I see a good-sized piglet going through those front legs.
Attention in the barns. If you have not got your Jersey mature cows at ringside, please bring them now. This is final call for them. And also Holstein mature cow, please bring them to ringside as well. We have a couple small classes, so we'll be moving along fairly quickly. Judge Deaver is making his final placing in the Holstein 5-year-old class.
What we lack in numbers, we certainly make up for in quality in this class. This is an amazing 5-year-old class. We're getting a great view of them here. Look at those rear udders again. All 5 of them moving into place.
Mercy.
Understandable why it's taken Mike a little more study on this
For
one.
just 5 animals.
What you can appreciate here is in line is the rear legs rear view on that on Maple Sugar.
Yes.
The Holstein 5-year-old class is
You mentioned
sponsored by
that in
Bridgeview
your-
Holsteins. We thank them for their sponsorship. If anyone from there is willing to come over to the photo area, please do so now. First place in the class is Huffmandale Unix Maple Sugar. Congratulations to owners Hodgland Holsteins, Little Star Holsteins, and Matthew Forstall. Second place is Rudy Chief d'Italia, owned by Joel Phoenix and Trent Valley Holsteins. Third place is number 341, Freyland Unix Bacardi, owned by Freyland Holsteins. She is also our best bred and owned in this class. She will receive And here is Judge Deaver with his reasons.
Yeah, there's more in the box.
Really nice group of 5-year-olds, 5 of them here, all good uddered cows, all have lots of good things about them, different stages and lactations and what have you, but starting with the cow in first, the white cow, just a beautiful dairy cow, tremendous amount of balance, not as tall maybe as the cow in second for sure, but a little more feminine up through her head. She's a little cleaner through the top of her neck, the crest of her neck, if you will, not really refined up in that area, blends in nicely into her shoulders, and she carries out with a shade more levelness in through her rump when she's standing, in particular when they're in line. I like the extension of udder a little longer from front to rear on the first cow or the second cow, therefore I made her best udder. I do prefer a little more of the shape of the tit on the second cow than they have on the first cow. Second over third, her length of body, her style. She's a little more stretch elevation through her front end, a little more stretch to her neck. And today her udder's up just a bit tighter. Very attractive cow. Third cow is a tremendous dairy cow, probably the best rib cow in the class in my estimation. Not quite as streamlined as the 2 cows above her, but a good uddered cow with a great seam, great teat placement. I like the way the teats are placed underneath the quarter, all 4 quarters on this cow, maybe a little better than some others in the class. So third over fourth carries that tremendous rib, the openness, the depth of rear rib and flank, and a little nicer maybe in one pastern as compared to the fourth cow. Fourth cow, great rear view cow. Certainly has the width of udder, certainly has a nice center ligament. But today her throws are a little back, her legs just a shade back. She's a little wider in the front teats than the 3 cows above her. But she has more dairiness, more length of neck, more cleanliness in her brisket, more cleanliness out over her rump and down through her thighs, and it's quite a bit better in her pasterns than the cow that's a big, strong, powerful cow in fifth.
For those marking the catalog in the 5-year-old Holstein class, number 338 was 5th, 339 was 4th, 340 was your class winner, Huffmandale Unix Maple Sugar, 341 was 3rd and best bred and owned, 342 was 2nd. Would Holstein mature cows please make their way to ringside? Their class will be following, as well as the Jersey Lifetime Component class. Please make your way as well.
Jersey Jersey Mature Cows, easy for me to say.
Yes.
Are in the ring, again sponsored by Arbordale. 2 class sponsorships for them, so double the thank you. Russell, you've been doing some pedigree work, I see.
Well, and if I would pick the animals that are actually in the ring, it would be better work. Joe, would you like to tell us about 345 that Jeffrey is leading?
This
OIS success story?
This is an OIS success story. Hobby HG Buttermilk, a hired gun daughter from Hobby EXE Blue Light. It's actually a cow that I had the pleasure of milking at home for a little while. So glad to see her doing well for her new owners and exhibitors at K Manor.
And then in front of her is the Maker cow, I guess, isn't it?
Yep, that's on your screen now. That's 344. Maker Ringman Godiva. A River Valley Ringman daughter from Maker Coop Gouda.
Yeah, going back to some breeding from Jenny Butcher as well, there was some of that. And Coop would be one of, Tower View Coop. So again, the dam is one of my grand animals.
Named Gouda, and goes back to Jenny, who's not making Gouda, but different kinds of cheese.
About 12 or 13 kinds of cheese at Little Brown Cow. Just gonna do.
And our third animal coming into the ring is Robert Jarrell on the halter again. RJF Game Day Surprise. A Rapid Day Game Day. Rapid Day Game Day. Say all that 3 times.
Is your wish?
Out of Becky's Sensation. So Game Day goes back to
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous is.
I kind of think. Just gonna check. One of the things that I think Game Day was by Sunset Canyon Merchant, who in Quebec was known as Méchant.
Oui.
Remember being on a farm in Quebec, and the people were talking about Méchant, and I really didn't know who they meant, and it was obviously a bull, and then it became clear. So in seconds, we'll have that.
See the Maker, the Maker entry coming across the screen now.
A capacious cow. Yes, he is by Méchant, Merchant. Exactly. Thank you.
And the bright eyes and alert ears of Buttercup.
Oh, I think Bob has got the nod too.
We've had our pull here. Coming in first, 346 RJF Game Day Surprise.
Who goes back to Remake Becky, again, one of the signature cows in the last 15 years in the master breeder RJF herd.
Second place is the K Manor owned entry of Hobby HG Buttermilk, and then the Maker Wingman Godiva. Again, not a big class, but high quality. Beautiful, I don't want to call them old cows, but mature cows that have stood the test of time.
Well, Game Day Surprise is going to be 9 years old in September.
Oh, wow.
So she's pretty...
Certainly youthful for 9.
Yeah.
We have a good
So
side
we
shot
call
of
them
her.
mature.
Yes.
Rather than aged.
Yeah, exactly.
Cheese is aged. Cows are mature.
And she just floats. Floats like a kitten.
Floats like a kitten, stings like a
bee.
Is that the... I think that's how it goes, isn't it?
Floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee. Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali. Terry just making sure that she's happy with that placing. My, that is quite a rear udder on that third cow too. Capacious. And she's now over 6 years old, so we've got from 6 years, 3 months to almost 9. So again, easily fourth lactation and could be 6 or 7. I see Buttermilk is frothing at the mouth.
Congratulations to our winning mature Jersey cow, RJF Game Day Surprise, number 346. She is also best bred and owned in this class. Second goes to Hobby HG Buttermilk, owned by K Manor Holsteins. Third place goes to Maker Ringman Godiva, number 344, owned by Maker Farms Inc.
In our mature cow class, starting with an 8-year-old cow today, just what a beautiful, capacious frame that she has. It's a tremendous advantage today in the dairy quality through her front end. She's hard over her top line. I prefer the strength of loin that she has and the levelness from hooks to pins over our second place cow. So much more capacity through her midsection. She's got more spring of rib, more openness, more depth of body, more fullness in her rear flank, just more mature through her entire frame over our second place cow. We'll make the second place cow the best udder in the class, prefer the levelness of udder floor and prefer the placement of her rear teats over our first place cow. But first cow does show me just a slight advantage in median suspensory ligament today over the cow coming in second. Very youthful cow in second. Today she has an advantage in dairy character over our third place cow. She's cleaner through the head and neck. She's cleaner out over her hips and pins and down through her thigh than the third place cow. Big wide frame cow coming out here in third. I just like to change the levelness of udder floor, bring her front teats in, and just clean her up to place higher today. A nice class of mature cows.
Thank you, Judge Packard. For those following along in your catalog, number 344 was third, 345 was second, and 346 was your class winner and best bred and owned RJF Game Day Surprise, owned by Robert Jarrell. This class was sponsored by Arbordale, and we thank them for their sponsorship. EastGen sponsored the best bred and owned, and we thank them as well. Entering the class will be the mature Holstein cows. If Chris DeCline is in the barn or in the audience, if he could please come up to the head table. Chris DeCline, we'd like to talk to you at the head table. Also, Bev from Jersey, Ontario, is selling and sampling clothing for Jersey Clothing. If you want to try something on, come and talk to Bev, and they can take orders for clothing. Entering the ring is the mature Holstein cow class. This is a small class. Those of you in the barn, please make your way to the ring for the lifetime component class of jerseys. Also, the Grand Champion Jersey class.
Yep, we are on Holstein mature cows, gentlemen.
Who sponsors?
Errol Lee from Lambton County.
A man I'd love to meet sometime, Kevin Somerville.
It is set up, Russell.
Okay.
The crop tour is set up. We just need to pick the day
when it's rainy. Yep.
And Chili is waiting at Errol Lee.
I hope it rains soon.
According to the Airly Instagram page, Brazil calved yesterday.
Yes.
No word on, no pics or anything, but...
Yeah. And she was at Hodgland when she calved here. Okay. Thank you. Bruce is always checking on us, and we so appreciate that.
Just trying to keep us from screwing it up, which we appreciate.
So,
this is 347 Vogue Loyola Mudslide P. The 92 scored Loyal P. Daughter from Calbret Kingboy Miranda. She's going to be a sister to the Moran Bull. Owned by Malden Valley Farms, North Pole Genetics, and Vector Genetics.
So again, Fergus, Andrew Denhon's involved in North Pole.
Well, then you'll like this next entry, Russell.
Oh, yes, I will. And she's on the, Keaton Jones there with Freyland Kingpin Rose, a Kingpin daughter out of Dorman Ribbon.
Dorman Ribbon is from a different, don't let the name fool you, it is, well, it's not a B, but of a Jordan and a Charisma, not the Bonnie family this time.
No, it's okay. So that was Keaton. And then Greg McLean's cows.
McLean, we can't get a real good look at her yet, but
my, she is a big cow. That's getting slightly better.
there we have Greg coming into view here with the Bridgeview Senate Muffin, a Duckett Senate daughter out of a Winbrook, exhibited by Bridgeview Farms, just
She is
south of Brantford.
Yeah, excellent 92 scored, and her dame's a 90 points. The second dame is named Dusty Muffin. I just thought that was a funny name. And as I mentioned yesterday, there's some redliner in the pedigree. You can never have too much of it. Let's see the Freyland cow just exiting the screen.
Thank you to our ring stewards today, Ethan Black and Kelsey Charlton. You have been doing a great job. I know it's not easy work and it's not glamorous, but thank you very much.
I was called away for a second. Much. Actually, that wouldn't be a bad idea. In fact, it would be a good idea, taking the positive approach. Thank you, Jennifer.
Nice shot of Lyle mudslide here as she walks away from us.
Nice shot of Greg McLean.
Well, of Greg McLean's great posture.
Yes. You don't see too many cows fighting Greg McLean when he's leading.
They'd be wise not to.
Awesome, thank you.
I don't know why they put these. Would you?
Yes, Russell, I will open your water for you.
Thank you. And I will politely say thank you as I was raised.
Don't worry, you loosened it for me.
Okay. This again is one of these nice, it's a small but very
quality class.
Yeah.
It's Kingpin Daughters, just loving life, chewing her cut
Yes,
here in the ring.
Cutting.
Under the supervision of Keaton Jones.
Youngest of 3 offspring of Shane and Val. Keaton works at Freyland, so he knows about Fergus too. Always a great game to figure out which one of the 3 boys is Val's favorite. Depends on the day. Trent is quite a historian and quite a pedigree buff. I've sent him a number of catalogs over the years that I think it was usually Val asking, but I provide. Okay.
There, finally, we get a view of Michael Lupton, Upbridge Holsteins.
Yeah.
Upbridge Solomon Lavender, a Walnut Lawn Solomon out of a gold chip.
93 2E she scored. She was first Junior 2 at Autumn in 2019, and first at Oxford as a 4-year-old in 21. Goes back to the Lori Sheik family through a 93-point Winbrook.
Now we can see some of the crowd and Mike Deaver, or vice versa.
As we close in on Mudslide here a little.
Mudslide's an AI bull mother.
That the family, I guess the illustrator, I guess, is one of her sons. A brother to Mirand. Looking back in the pedigree, there's goes back to Westport, Arundune, Mitpee. Well, really one of the sort of original polled bearing families that came to light about 15 years ago.
Is there a red terrier in that family too? And I believe Mudslide is the granddam of Mudslinger, who I think is a double polled homozygous breed. So that's going to impact the breed. I think the Bridgeview cow has been tapped first. It's a Senate daughter. Now, who was Senate?
I can't think. You're gonna look that up, Richard Russell. So we have the Bridgeview cow first. Then coming into your screen will be Vogue Loyola Mudslide P. Then the
Did you say the Bridgeview cow, was she 92?
92, yes. And the Freyland entry, and then finally the Upbridge Solomon.
Senate is an Atwood out of Misty Springs Shottle Sizzline.
Oh.
So that'd be the Glenn Drummond Splendor family, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct.
It's a family that's had a lot of impact. Roxy's and Lydia's.
Roxy's and Lydia's and Splendors and Apples. Alleys and the
Yes.
the Lori Sheiks, of course, through any number of branches, including La Madonna. I'd like for somebody to total up the number of like maternal side Lori Sheik. Like how many females run back on their mother's side to Lori Sheik? That's a wild number.
Well, they were very good flush cows when they were.
We're going to throw it up to Len Viss for a second.
At this time, I'd like to present the Herdsman Award. HS Nils has graciously sponsored this award, and we split it up for the 2 days. So yesterday during Heifer Show, we have had a lot of good competition out there, but Parallel Genetics came through with a big string of heifers, and they kept their place tidy and neat, and so we want to congratulate Parallel Genetics. So a round of applause for them. And today, our winner is the Phoenix family. So, yeah, if you guys have your group, we can maybe come together and have a picture in the picture area. So, thank you.
Well, and they'll never get their complete crew because
The
they'll always have
results for
somebody
the
there.
mature cow Holstein
manning the
class.
display.
Congratulations to Bridgeview Senate Muffin, owned by Bridgeview. She was first place and also best bred and owned. Second place to Vogue Loyola Mudslide. She's owned by Malden Valley Farms, North Pole Genetics, and Vector Genetics. And third went to Freyland Kingpin Rose, owned by Freyland Farms. And here's Judge Deaver with his reasons.
4 good uddered cows in this class. The cow that heads the class sorts herself out very nicely here. Beautiful frame cow, cow with a square udder, lots of width, both front and rear, not only in her front end and in her rear end, but in her udder as well. She excels over the cow in second today. She's fresh a little longer, but she is much more feminine and a lot cleaner up into the head, the neck, the throat, down in through the brisket, the dewlap than the cow in second. You like the clean, sharp shoulder on the cow that blends very nicely into a very clean, attractive rump region as well. She is best udder in the class today with an advantage in levelness of udder floor over the cow in second. I like the definition of seam in this cow a little nicer than the cow that we have in the second position, and a little more quality in her udder as well. Very nice cow to head the class. And second over third, I think an advantage today and just a little more style to this cow. Even though she's just recently fresh, I think she has just a shade more depth in through her rear rib and flank naturally than the cow in third. I prefer the teat length and shape of the teats on the second cow over the third as well. Third cow is a nice top cow, beautiful headed cow, great rear uddered cow, just not quite the depth through the middle of midsection and openness right now, or in the spring, I guess you would say, of a rib structure to move any higher. But third over fourth, she handles herself more correctly and through her front end, carrying out into her top line a lot straighter. Our fourth cow is kind of humpy, maybe seems to not give us much of a look the way she handles herself today, but she's a great uddered cow as well. Beautiful veining and one of the best 4 udders in the group.
Thank you, Judge Deaver. For those following along in our catalog, 247 was second, 348 was third, 349 was our class winner and best bred and owned, Bridgeview Senate Muffin, owned by Bridgeview Farms, and 350 was fourth. This class was sponsored by Airlie Holsteins. We thank them for their sponsorship, and if anyone can come to the photo area, that would be great. And the best bred and owned was sponsored by East Gen. Entering the class now is our lifetime component class for the Jersey breed. Our next class will be the Jersey Grand Champion. This announcement is for those in the barn. If you have a first and second place jersey, please make your way to the marshalling area. And this will be followed by the Grand Champion Holstein, red and white.
Oh, yes.
I haven't been keeping track.
Well, somebody will have. So,
Steaming into the ring are just the one entry in the Jersey Lifetime Component class.
9 years old a month ago by Warden Impulse Premier. Very influential bull in the Jersey breed. And out of RJF Minister Charisma. And I believe going back to a Huronia cow family, the C cow family, that Krista, I think her name was J. Imperial Krista. And there's a lot of animals in the RJF herd from this cow family. Shown by one of the granddaughters, Sydney, I think her name is. And if I'm wrong, I'm sure I'll be informed.
You will be corrected sharply and shortly.
Our lifetime component class is sponsored by FS Partners.
I think she's on her way
We
to a
appreciate their
regiment.
sponsorship. This class is the official lifetime components. They have solids of 4,400 kilograms or more of combined fat and protein in their BCA. Our winner in this class is RJF Premier Champagne, And here's Judge Packard with her comments.
You could make that decision.
All right, he'll tell you where. We got to bring you a ribbon though, huh? Oh. Then he'll tell you where to go. We have one entry in our lifetime production class in the Jersey show. Really love the frame on this cow. She's got so much breed character, beautiful head and neck, blending right into her shoulder. She's hard over the top line. She's 10 years old now. She's had 8 calves and still has a high attachment in the rear udder. She's strongly attached in the forward attachment. Still has a great median suspensory ligament and moves around the ring so comfortably. Just a really tremendous cow to represent the Jersey breed in the production class. Congratulations.
The Jersey Grand Champion class can now make their way into the ring.
Is there a senior champion and then grand, or do you want the intermediate champions in? Is that a you?
Oh, there she is. Is she here?
Attention in the barn. Can intermediate Jersey champion please come to the ring? First in the ring is our intermediate Jersey champion, RJF Video Milady. And our reserve intermediate champion, Starcrest Weapon of Choice. Following along is number 318, our first place 4-year-old, Edgley Glenholm G Victory, owned by Carol Ruta and Joel Bragg. Second place 4-year-old, Bride on Joy Sunset, owned by Bride on Farms. We have our first place 5-year-old, number 336, Intense, Joel Delphi, owned by Weeksdale. Following along is our second place 5-year-old, Mapleboro Joel Sue, owned by Clark Valley, Barkley Phoenix, and Mapleboro. Our first place mature cow, number 346, RJF Game Day Surprise, owned by Robert Jarrell. Our second place mature cow, Hobby HD Buttermilk, owned by K Manor Holsteins. And last but not least, our lifetime component cow, number 351, RJF Premier Champagne, owned by Robert Jarrell. This is your grand champion class of jerseys.
Well, we are really thankful for the maintenance staff here in the ring as well. Mike Deaver was just commenting on the hard work all these young people have done, and pretty young too. 5-year-old, we do want to mention that Rockstar Jerseys and Holsteins in Australia are also part owners of this winning 5-year-old, Intense Joel Delphi. Had that communication from Rocky Allen himself, from the Rockstar himself. We're getting guesses here from Murray about what's going to happen out here. And I do want to note that it is Charlotte Jarrell, not Sydney,
Yes,
who is
yes.
showing the the production cow. I'm sorry,
Not as sorry as you're going to be.
well, I think her mother is very understanding, because she did say, great job to all three in the commentary. And then she didn't say, other than naming my daughters correctly.
That's just to lure you so she can get close enough to you. Give you a whack.
Oh, Jennifer and I are great friends. I should have had a piece of tape on the bottom of that so nobody stole that Tupperware.
Well, gentlemen, this is what
there they
it's
are.
all about right here.
Isn't this great? We've got the rear udder shot here.
We've had a tremendous Jersey show in the cow show today, heifers yesterday, but this is what it's all about right here.
Yeah, and I
the
think we're
grand
now
champion.
going to get some decisions made on who goes out and who is excused with the judge's thanks.
So looks like we're getting both intermediate champions to come out.
Well, fair enough. And the two 5-year-olds?
Russell, I made the remark to you when she came around. This 2-year-old's gotten better in the in the hour since we last seen her.
Yeah. Yeah, she is.
Well, you love her more now than you did in class.
Yeah,
and she
we
is
love the silky hide. We like the venation. We like the quality of bone, the tremendous mammary system she has, the spring of rib, the hardness up top. I could go on. But I won't.
But you're saving some for later. We have the 5-year-olds.
Yes, the two 5-year-olds. So there's 4 animals, I guess, going to be in our. Is that correct?
So if you're in the U.S., we'd have senior champions in there.
Yes.
Then grand all in one country.
Yeah. So a video, a CC Choice, a Joel, and a Joel. C-Mex's day.
Once Barkley gets out there, these 5-year-olds are really a tremendous pair of cows when they get next to each other.
And again, gentlemen, you look at all 4 of these cows. They are cut from the same mold, cut from the same cloth. They are peas in a pod. Various ages, but all cut the same way. So.
At the end of the day, when the judge brings in the champion class and looks at all their selections, and I think Judge Packer can be very, very pleased with the job she's done today in bringing forth a nice, very consistent group, and definitely can tell what she's looking for.
Yeah. Someone had said there was no sound a few minutes ago, but I think it may well have been just that we weren't talking. Yeah, as far as we can tell, we're making lots of noise.
No one's trying to stop yet there, Russell, so we'll just keep trucking on.
Now we get the real view. Here they are right there. So.
I missed almost all the breast casts. Oh, Lynn's left-handed as well.
Oh my goodness.
It's an epidemic broken out here. Love it.
We're going to go to Judge Packard for her reasons.
Feels so affirmed.
Before we select the grand champion of your Jersey show today, I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity to come here and evaluate your cattle. Some of you may know that I was raised on a Holstein farm in northern Pennsylvania, multiple generations of Holsteins, and I don't think I ever touched a Jersey till I was about 26 or 7 years old, and then there were a couple Jerseys that came into my life that kind of won me over. So as I was speaking to Michael Heath's mother at this, just prior to the service a couple weeks ago, she said to me, Michael always loved to tell the story that you were converted to be a Jersey girl. And I said, yeah, he's right. She said, you were a staunch black and white Holstein. I said, oh, yes, I was, Miss Betty. And I do have to, I think, give credit to the Canadian jerseys for that, because those two jerseys that won me over were both bred here in this country and kind of changed and added a little color to the black and white world that I was raised in, and I appreciate that. I do love the Jersey cows, and so I've enjoyed this opportunity to come here and evaluate your cattle. And pulled these 4 out to look at again for a selection of champion, and with beautiful mammary systems on these cows, all 4 of them, just tremendous representation of the Jersey breed. I'm going to go out and select your grand reserve and honorable mention. I hope you'll show them all the appreciation that they deserve. A great cow show we've had today. Just beautiful mammary systems, as I said. So much dairy quality in these 2 5-year-olds. I just really admire them from the front to the rear. Just beautiful heads and necks. They've got so much breed character. As I move around the ring very comfortably with these mammary systems that are quite wide and high and full. And then following them with our intermediate champion will be your honorable mention grand today. I think this young lady has quite a special cow that's going to have a great future. Congratulations to all the exhibitors and breeders, and appreciate the way that you've presented the cattle, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Congratulations to our Jersey Grand Champion, our first place 5-year-old, number 336, Intense Joel Duffy. She is owned by Weeksdale, and we thank Quality Seeds for sponsoring that banner. Our reserve grand champion is number 334, Mapleboro Joel Sue, owned by Clark Valley, Barkley Phoenix, and Mapleboro. She is receiving a banner sponsored by BioAgriMix. An honorable mention is our first place senior 2, RJF Video Milady, owned by Rachel Tamlin. Congratulations, everyone. The next class in the ring will be our grand champion red and white Holstein. If Holstein Grand Champion contenders would come to the ring, as well as Jersey Senior Breeder Herd and Holstein Senior Breeder Herd. We now welcome to the ring our grand champion, Red and White Holstein cow. Our grand champion, Red and White, is sponsored by Carnview Farms, and our reserve grand champion, Red and White, is sponsored by North Pole Genetics. First cow in the ring is Solderholm Warrior Lucy, owned by Potluck Holsteins and Select Farms and Export. She was a winter 2-year-old. Our senior 3-year-old is Lyndon Wright Morand Discharge P, owned by Velo Scheme and Diamond Hill. Our 4-year-old Red and Whites to come in, Chubana Lucky Duck, owned by Agribur and Quality. And Patience A. Crisp Dare Me, owned by Patience Holsteins.
Paid to do. Well, folks, here we are with the Red and White Grand Champion, sponsored by Carnview Farms, obviously, the Carns.
Thank you, Carnview.
Holding a sale in a couple of weeks' time and going to have an exciting offering there. Is that a tag sale or a outright sale? Jeff will know. Jeffrey, we'd like to call upon your expertise. The Carnview sale, is that a tag sale or an outright sale?
Tag sale.
A tag sale. I think you're right too. And Jeff, while you're here, we would love to thank you for all the work you've done on this event. And I want to tell people that Jeff was involved in a junior beef show on about the 18th of March. Then he was involved in the fitting demonstration on the contest on March 25th out at Jones's. Then he went down to Maryland to see Michael Heathoff. Then he came back and he was heavily involved in CDX with the Calves for a Cause sale as the real manager of that sale. And then he's thrown himself into this event today, not very long thereafter. So Jeff, are you going to do some sleeping later on this month? Or what's your next project?
Next project, probably get back on the road and do my real job for a few weeks. And
I was going to say, my tank's been getting empty here, you know?
Yeah, it's time to get back to the real world. But yeah, definitely been a great event. These events in Ontario are definitely needed and wanted. As we see our clipping competition, we had 51 kids participate in that. And then, today's show and yesterday's show has been really, really well received. I think with our huge crowd and visitors from the other side of Toronto and up north, and even from our one exhibitor from PEI here.
Yes.
Had a great couple days here.
Well, just thanks to you and Jennifer. I believe you and Jennifer are the co-chairs of the Ontario Spring Discovery Committee.
Yes, we are. Yeah. Jennifer's been a great help. She's kind of behind the scenes kind of person, but she recently moved to the area.
Yes.
Now she's a dairy farmer in our area now, so she's going to be heavily involved in helping out with the spring show from now on.
Yeah, a few more trees disappear and she'll be able to see the fairgrounds from her place in that sense. So, well, this has been, it's been a tremendous experience.
The quality and depth over the last 2 days have been really impressive. Big classes, and it was nice to get two really well-known, well-respected judges that both give fantastic sets of reasons. So what's next, Jeff, for the Ontario Spring Discovery?
Well, I think we'll make it bigger and better next year. I think we have a great facility. As people get to come here and have maybe never been here, now they get to see what we get to work with. I think that's partially, great judges, and then our facility and atmosphere that we create at the show. I think that creates a big thing for the show and bring more exhibitors and more people watching online.
Maybe next year a few more degrees, just a couple of.
Well, there'll be more people here next year with the National Hosting Convention being on.
Well, James, you know, this week is usually our sale week, and we've done 12 years of sales and at your place, and we usually had snow, rain, and some warm weather.
Yeah, Jeff and I are well versed in Ontario Spring Show weather problems and ice and a foot of snow.
Jennifer's here, but she says she doesn't need to say anything, but it's great to
In the
have
ring
two
is
of you
the
here.
four contenders for the Red and White Championship today. We have a winter senior 2-year-old to my left, the highest placing senior 3-year-old, the speckled cow, and our 2 4-year-olds, first and second 4-year-olds. So I'm going to congratulate the champion, then the reserve, then the honorable mention in that order, and I hope you show them some appreciation for what they've done today. So your champions today will be 2 4-year-olds, second and third in class, I believe, earlier today, but a beautiful cow to win this thing today. She's in prime shape. In my mind, she's clean, she's angular, she's dairy, she's milked off nice, quite a bit cleaner in through the brisket, through the neck than the second 4-year-old, as we talked in class, more refined in her bone, more feminine, and she does have a great udder, a little more correct in her front teat, placing under the quarter, quite a bit more height, I think, when you view from the side to the rear udder, so she makes a beautiful champion that combines a great udder with a great dairy cow. Great frame on our second, on our reserve champion cow. Tremendous front end on this cow that has more depth in her chest and heart, and I'll give her the advantage also in depth of rear rib and body. So she has great structure to her. Maybe just not as much quality in the udder, not as, maybe not in prime shape right now to beat the cow that beat her. So grand and reserve on the 2 4-year-olds, and the 3-year-old will be your honorable mention. A tall, lean, pretty cow. Great top line, great balance, and a real pretty udder. I think she's going to keep getting better all the time, and I think she'll make a real good cow. So congratulations to the Red Show.
Thank you, Judge Deaver. Our grand champion red and white Holstein cow is Chibana Lucky Duck, owned by Agabur and Quality. Reserve Grand, red and white, and this is sponsored by North Pole Genetics, is Patience A. Crisp Dare Me, owned by Patience Holsteins. And honorable mention is Linden White Morand Discharge P, owned by Valoskeen and Diamond Hill. Our grand champion banner today is sponsored by Kern View Farms, and reserve champion is sponsored by North Pole Genetics. The next class into the ring will be the Holstein Grand Champion class. Our Grand Champion banner is sponsored by Kirkton Vets, and Reserve Champion is sponsored by Stanton Brothers. Following the Grand Champion class, we will have our senior Jersey Breeders herd, and following that will be the senior Holstein Breeders herd. If you can make your way to ringside, please, and thank you. Entering the ring first here is our first place senior 3-year-old and intermediate champion, Ripien Unix Adele, owned by Agribur, Beckridge, and Quality Holsteins. Following her is our Holstein 4-year-old. First place,
Shouldn't this be switched? Shit, so who's that guy?
second in the ring is Marflo Acres Alligator Lena, owned by Hodgland Holsteins and Fairbank Cattle Company. Following is number 319, Freeman Dorman Bourbon, owned by Freyland Holsteins. She was our first place 4-year-old. Chubana Lucky Duck is owned by Quality and Agribur. She's our second place 4-year-old. Our first place 5-year-old is Huffmandale Unix Maple Sugar, owned by Hodgland, Little Star, and Matt Forstell. Our second place 5-year-old is 342 Rudy Chief Natalia, owned by Joel Phoenix and Trent Valley. And our first place mature cow, 349 Bridgeview Senate Muffin, owned by Bridgeview. And our second place mature cow, number 347 Vogue Loyola Mudslide, owned by Malden Valley, North Pole Genetics, and Vector Genetics.
Well, James, one of the ultimate moments in any show, and certainly given the size of the Holstein show, a very important moment here for all and sundry, both online and here in the facility itself. And one of the things we'd really like to compliment our mentor, Bruce Sargent, on is the having the selfie stick and going out and doing that. It was a very cool
angle
presentation.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get that again during the selection of Holstein Grand.
I would have to think. I don't think he'll overlook Holstein.
Lovely view of our two intermediate champions.
Aren't they something?
Side by side here.
Wow, future potential there, eh?
Of course, Grand Champion class sponsored by Kirkton Vets. So our thanks to them. We're just a brief moment while Claire snaps a picture of our red and white champions.
And then the others will be allowed to move again.
The Champion Fiesta Parade will continue.
Yes. Festival of Champions, and then there will be one more championship after this for the Supreme Championship of the whole show.
La Supreme.
Yep.
Oui, oui.
Almost like our version of the Supreme Laitière. Wow, there's quite the cows out here.
Now again, like I said with the jerseys, you know, we have the judge and get all your first and seconds back in the ring. You can really appreciate how good the show was today.
And they were waiting on one of these cows because she was second in her class, I believe.
The Lucky Duck, that was the champion red and white cow coming across your screen there.
Second 4-year-old. Then is that Doug Brown leading her?
Doug Brown has received the task. He is the Lucky Duck to lead Lucky Duck.
Been honored to be given the halter.
Following the Breeders' Herd classes, we will be having the Supreme Champion class. We ask that the Supreme Champion Jersey, Supreme Champion Holstein, and Supreme Champion Red and White return to the ring to be ready for that class. Following the Holstein Grand Champion class, we will have Jersey Breeders' Herd and Holstein Breeders' Herd.
First and second. They want first and second.
For the Supreme Champion class, in the barn, please, we would like first and second Grand and Reserve champions, please, for the Supreme Champion class.
The microphone has been placed down, so we're
in.
So there they are, folks. You're going to have a good picture of this lineup in just a short while. The kids are working vigorously, keeping that ring really nice and clean.
Now I have a feeling, Russell, that if a certain cow doesn't bang in there, I want you to maintain your calm.
I will be professional.
If Maple Sugar doesn't win,
I'll be hurt, but I'll be professional.
You will be professional.
It's going to be, well, I have my predictions anyway.
You know, it's difficult to know which way to go, given that all the class winners and extremely good type bunch of cows out there right now.
Yeah, and those intermediate champions were really impressive too. Different kind of cows, but really impressive. And then the mature cows, 5-year-olds, and 4-year-olds.
See Judge Deaver working down the line here.
Yeah, going to make some decisions on who gets to march out and who gets to march out of the ring. Yeah. We have so enjoyed his commentary today.
And reasons, yes.
Yeah.
Hopefully, the viewers at home have gotten a really good sense of what the cows are like with his reasons. It's been good to.
There we go.
Great to listen to here in the arena.
My. Obviously, the cows are full of milk at this point in time. They've moved along reasonably well because it was 8:30 this morning we started. It's 2:14.
Efficiency is the name of the game in the dairy business there, Russell. Efficiency.
And then, yes, we're going to pan over and see those two intermediate champions, and definitely the intermediate champion has been invited to.
Brian's yet to make a move on the halter, so it's just the intermediate champion.
And there's the first prize 4-year-old.
That would be Freydon Dor Man Bourbon.
Bourbon.
Very smooth.
Wow.
Lucky Duck will be joining her.
As the second prize 4-year-old. Looks like Matt Forstall is really
He's
enthusiastic.
itchy to join the line here.
He's gonna.
He's been known to conga. He knows what to do.
There he is. Anybody else?
And will we have a fifth?
Well, it's getting quiet again. It's once again getting quiet.
A concerned, a interested, a palpable hush falling over the crowd here in Ancaster.
Anybody else?
We will have the first mature cow, Bridgeview Senate Muffin. And these are the 5. You take such a collection of cows and you boil them down to just 5, and here we are. The cream has risen to the top.
That intermediate champion is going to be. There's so much in the hunt here. And the 5-year-old.
Murray hasn't flashed us any fingers, so I'm not sure of his predictions yet.
Not sure I did so well in the jerseys.
Yeah, 2 for 2, but you know. Wow, this is going to be exciting.
From our vantage point here, we are standing right behind Judge Deaver. Very impressive walk of animals coming around.
Murray has now made his views known. I don't know if they need to be publicized, but the hands have been busy.
Okay. As long as you've got on the record for future comparison.
Yeah, they were very clear. And based on my preferences, I hope he's right.
Subtle as always, Russell.
A little bit of hints here. Nope. I'm just.
Where is your microphone?
Nestled.
Close to his heart. That's where.
Yeah.
Muffled?
Yeah. Now it's a little more open and audible. Well, has Doug delivered the microphone to Mike yet?
Do not
Oh,
believe
they're
so.
doing some work on a cow here. Once again, our ring maintenance team is really working hard.
The unsung heroes of the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, speaking of unsung heroes, all the crew members back in the barn that haven't been able to come into the ring and get the glory. I'd like to thank all of them for their hard work today.
Well,
and the exhibitors for bringing out such a great lineup to the Ontario Spring Discovery.
Being the kind of person you are, James, you would do that. Recognize others.
Recognize the ones picking manure, because that's where I slot in on the scale, you know.
You'll note I'm not arguing. Oh, and Mike has the mic.
Freshly Sean Mike to our Judge Deaver.
Mic drop moment. Murray's going to explain some about the champion trophy to the audience.
To Judge Deaver.
The cows I like out for your champion of your Holstein show today are in the center of the ring. We have our intermediate champion, first and second 4-year-olds, first 5-year-old, and the first mature cow. Each of them have some very remarkable parts about them, and actually each of them probably would be deserving to win this thing today, as nice a show as you've had. I'm going to select my grand champion cow, reserve and honorable mention in that order, and thank you to all the exhibitors and all the owners, all the people in the barn, all the spectators, and especially to the show committee that organized this very, very nice show. It's been a very nice experience, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. I wouldn't argue if anybody changed anything that's done here today, but a cow that I just really, truly admire today is a cow I'm making grand. It's a 4-year-old. A cow that's just so refined and so feminine, yet so strong. She's just so full on the bottom half of her entire structure, with the width of chest, the width of muzzle, the width, open nostrils, a strong jaw, yet so refined in her bone, so spread open, clean, angular through her rib structure. She has a great rump structure in terms of just the ideal way to have it, just a little lower in the pins than the hips, and a superbly high quality udder that I think could just keep expanding and expanding and expanding, and the ligament's so strong and the teats are underneath. I think she makes a great grand champion. Making reserve on the intermediate champion. Incredible frame on this young cow. She has a great side view, great presence, not the levelness of udder floor of our grand cow. I'd prefer the teat shape perhaps on the grand cow over the intermediate champion as well. But I think there's enough style, there's enough front end. She's very attractive in her head as you compare her to the 5-year-old. She has more width from behind when you get behind her through the hips, pins, stirrals, and a cow that has just a shade more balance. Today, I do admit I like the teat size and the levelness of the floor of the udder, the balance of udder from rear to front on her 5-year-old, but today this is the way I like them. 4-year-old, intermediate champion, senior 3-year-old, and 5-year-old. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be here this afternoon and be part of the 2023 Ontario Spring Discovery. For those of you that were on social media and saw the Browndale picture, it's 50 years ago today that R.F. Brown led Green Elms Echo Christina to the championship class. And if you recall, the young man that was leading the red cow in the class that just finished, that's his son, Doug Brown. So congratulations to Doug on being around 50 years after Dad was out here in the middle of the ring. It's a pleasure for me on behalf of the committee, the friends of the late Bill Dobbin, and most of you will remember Bill Dobbin. He was a classifier, and then he came in to work as the secretary manager of the Ontario Holstein branch. A great supporter of the breed, a great manager, a straight shooting fellow like it is, kind of a fellow that supported us in a lot of different ways in our judging program, in our shows, and in our youth programs, not only the Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund, but also the TD Classic. And the friends of Bill Dobbin have this trophy that is in Bill's memory, and I'd like to present it to our grand champion cow today, and to the birthday boy, Steve Fraser, on his 39th birthday. So, Stephen, congratulations.
Thanks,
Thanks a lot, man. Thanks.
Congratulations to our grand champion, Freyland Dorman Bourbon, owned by Freyland Farms, and happy birthday to Steve. She receives a grand champion banner sponsored by Kirkland Vets. Reserved grand champion goes to Rapian Unix Adele, owned by Agribur, Beckridge, and Quality Holsteins. This banner is sponsored by Stanton Brothers. Honorable mention goes to Huffmandale Unix Maple Sugar. She's owned by Hodgland, Little Star, and Matt Forstell. Congratulations to all the Holstein breeders today. Next in the ring will be our Jersey Senior Breeders Herd, followed by the Holstein Senior Breeders Herd. If you're not in ringside, please head that way shortly.
So, well, that was exciting. James, you have an observation.
If we think about the reasons Judge Deaver gave today, and think back to his reasons for the 4-year-old class where our grand champion came from, he talked about the way this cow tracks. He said this cow has a rare trait. And that was the only time in his reasons where he really spoke in that very elevated language. So the breadcrumbs were laid for us. So I missed them in predicting who would be champion. So congratulations to Freyland and Steve and the whole family.
Where are they from?
Ferguson.
Here we are again.
Just, and Eric DePasquet actually does not live that far from Ferguson. Well, if I know, but you know.
And Maple Sugar, the honorable mention cow, is your favorite of Ferguson. So really a tremendous group of cows.
But so true what you're saying, James, about the first place cow.
Yeah.
We talk about balance in cows. We talk about mobility in cows. We talk about cows that have width from front end to rear end. Mike described that in this cow in class, and also talked about it in the championship. So very observant in mobility. Cows have to be able to move and to be able to walk and have that width and openness of frame to consume large volumes of food or feed. So yeah, very observant. So
I'm thinking back to an article I read, I think it was in Cosmopolitan, about Mike Deaver before he judged the show. They did a bit of an interview with him, and he talked about mobility and how trucking cattle, they had to be sound on their feet and legs, and he was very he was picking on that today in his readings and mentioned it quite a bit.
Often, I found that very interesting that he would so regularly talk about pasterns and feet and
the cow that he described as tracking perfectly from the rear view is the cow that ended up being grand.
So consistency, don't we love that? And walk the walk, walk the talk, talk the walk, whichever that is.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. You're there. You're in the ballpark.
Yeah, I've got the right 2 words.
Yeah. It's been a long day, folks. Taking a picture out there with our Holstein champions.
There we are.
The rear runners of these cows, and of course our Jersey Judge Packard.
Looking at the breeders' herds, of which there are 2, Kingdons and Geralds, J and K, or K and J.
This class, of course, sponsored, as you can see on your screen, by Merit Insurance Brokers and Glenn Smith.
Picture this. Ferg is proud.
He's a Carlisle guy, not quite Ferg.
Yes, yeah. Glenn Smith. Is he related to Lee Smith?
Yep.
Brothers.
Following the senior breeders herds, we will have Supreme
Champion.
That was
something the people needed.
A correction to a previous announcement, we only need our grand champions from each class, not grand and reserve. Our senior breeders herd jersey is sponsored by Merit Insurance Brokers today. And here is Judge Packard with her reasons. First place is Robert Gerald Farms, and second place is Glen Home Jerseys.
No, it's not Glen Home. Charlene. Yeah, well, you're not entered.
Sorry, second place is Charlene.
I have two groups in our Breeders' Herd class. So starting with the group to my right, they have an advantage today in maturity. The mammary system's just showing more quality, more definition of median suspensory ligaments, and more dairy in their frames than our second place group. More younger group here, just not quite as dairy and not as quite as clean. Like to see a little more quality to the mammoths. But congratulations to all the breeders.
If Glenn Smith from Merit Insurance is available, if he would like to come for the Senior Breeders' Herd photo, please make your way over to the photo booth. Judge Deaver, could you make your way over to the photo area, please? We have the results now for our Jersey Premier Breeders. This is sponsored by TD Bank. In first place, we have Robert Gerald Farms. In second place, we have Charlene Farms. And in third place, we have Maker Farms, Inc. Again, this is our Jersey Premier Breeder and sponsored by TD. Our Jersey Premier Exhibitor banners, they are sponsored by Trevor Martin Trucking. In first place, again, we have Robert Gerald Farms. Second Premier Exhibitor is Brydon Farms, Inc. And in third place, we have Charlene Farms. Congratulations to our Premier Breeders and Exhibitors.
James, you've got something intellectual to tell us?
Never do. But,
Jersey Breeders' Herd has just finished.
As we heard in the announcements, congratulations to RJ Farms for the breeder and exhibitor banners in the Jersey division. Well deserved, and a good job by them today bringing out their cattle.
We've got Bob and Jackie and Rachel Tamlin out there right now with her intermediate champion.
Waiting to have their picture taken.
Yes. As soon as things are processed. It's my birthday buddy, Jackie Gerald's here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, May 16th, not the same year.
Oh, I could have guessed.
Thank you.
We're seeing the entries for Holstein Breeders' Herd come in. This is the Altoona Lee entry,
yes.
I believe.
Yes, it is. Yeah, well, Glenn is footing it, so as they say.
Heading it? Footing it?
What is the expression for the person?
Tailing.
Tailing, okay.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know
standing there and smiling.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Playing with the back feet and pretending you know what you're doing.
This is quite a good group of cows, actually.
Yeah, the
They've had,
Barkeys, oh my goodness. Just such a great family of human beings as well. And then, of course, they have infiltrated the Sargents, with Sharon Sargent being one of the Barkeys, one of Frank and Donna's children.
And looks like the Upridge entry coming into the ring.
Yes, Michael tailing it.
And we should have a
Freyland?
A Freyland.
Well, I see Keaton over there, and the birthday boy.
Still getting his picture taken, of
Yeah.
course.
Okay.
When's your birthday and you're a grand champion, you get your picture taken a lot.
And are so glad of it.
I don't think I'll mind for the day. By tomorrow, the novelty might have worn off, but...
Well, it'll be back to the cold, hard reality of...
robot ranching.
Yes, Tony, who is not robot ranching just yet. I do say Tony must have been doing a lot of... Well, no, he's here. So I guess that's why he hasn't been cavorting with us.
Cavorting? That's not the right word. Interacting might be...
Well, what do you think cavorting means?
It has more of an adult connotation to it. At least where I'm from in Carluke.
Google is going to be my friend here.
We've gone to the dictionary to look up cavort.
Jump or dance around excitedly. Well, we're not going to read that one.
Because it counteractive to your point.
Yep.
Is this in the regular dictionary or urban dictionary?
Just regular.
Okay, just checking.
Mm-hmm. So, now there's Jackie is tailing the Freyland group, while Michael tails the up ridge, and Glenn theoretically is the tailer. Well,
they've gone for two tailors.
Well, my goodness.
Double tailor, double-breasted suit,
they're
perhaps?
getting very competitive here. Well, usually not the Barkeys that wouldn't be seeing that quite so vividly. They have some jerseys as well, just saying.
Is this a room you're supposed to be spreading, or?
No, it's very public. They've shown them before.
See Judge Deaver making his rounds.
Yep. Where the Uptons, the Luptons, are they from Embro, around that area? North of Embro. Okay.
Go a mile past their farm, you'll be in Perth County.
Oh, that close.
Straight up Embro Road.
Top of Oxford, they might be called.
But will they be top of this class? It's going to be. I think it's going to be difficult to get around this bunch from Freyland.
Well, they did very well at World Jerry Expo with their groups. Mike is cleaning his hands at the moment. He's cleaning his hands of the whole affair.
He's washing his hands of this.
Yeah.
I think he accidentally. He grabbed a tail, probably got some oil, etc. on himself.
Mm-hmm. Thinking. He has examined them all.
Contemplating. He's not dancing excitedly, so he's not cavorting.
But very soon, a decision is going to be rendered.
Slightly less tension than for Grand.
Yes. Wow. It's not making this easy. I guess the exhibitors are not making it easy. And
as we wait with bated breath.
Okay. Oh.
We have Altona Lee.
So Altona Lee. Leah.
Tuna or Tona?
Altona.
Altona Lee, I apologize.
It relates to the area where they live, I believe. Or where they did live prior to the
current location?
Altona Lee pulled first, followed by Freyland.
And hence,
In our
and
Holstein
obviously-
Senior Breeders Herd, first place goes to Altona Lee, Cameron Barkey and family of Blackstock, Ontario. Second place goes to Freyland Farms, Stephen Fraser, Fergus, Ontario. And third place goes to Upridge Holsteins, Embro, Ontario.
Ask this person's to move the truck. Dodge, tan Dodge Dually.
Would the owner of a tan Dodge Dually truck with license plate number 5412FS, a tan Dodge Dually truck 5412FS, would you please move your truck? It's in the way of another vehicle.
Okay. He's coming to do his reasons.
Three very nice groups, close on the top pair. I think the first pair, or the first group out-utters the second group. The third member in the second group, maybe not quite as the extension of fore-udder, the pop to the top of the rear udder, as we have in all three cows in the first group. The second group out-frames our first group and has this advantage not only in frames, but maybe in a little bit of width of udders when you get behind them. And the third group is a very uniform, good-uddered group. Actually a very impressive group if you ask me, but three nice groups.
Altona Lee will be receiving the Senior Breeder Herd banner, and it is sponsored by Herb Crest Farms Limited. We are now going to announce the Holstein Premier Breeder banners, and the banners are sponsored by Mandeville Financial Services. First place Premier Holstein Breeder is Freyland Farms, and second place Premier Breeder is Kern View Farms. Winners of the Premier Exhibitor banners also are sponsored by Mandeville Financial Services. First place Premier Exhibitor is Freyland Farms, and Reserve Premier Exhibitor is Upridge Holsteins. Congratulations. Some information on number of exhibits today. We had yesterday and today we had 179 Holsteins exhibited, with 67 of them being cows, and we had 107 Jerseys exhibited with 37 of them being cows. Thank you very much to all of our exhibitors. We know how much work it is to bring them out, and we appreciate you bringing them out in such fine form today. Next, making their way into the ring will be our Supreme Champion cows. They're the grand champion from the Holstein, Jersey, and Red and White. Entering the ring are our grand champions for our Supreme Champion class. First, we have our grand champion Jersey, Intense Joel Delphi. She is owned by Weeksdale, Rocky Allen, and High Caliber Holsteins. Following is our grand champion Red and White, Chubana Lucky Duck, owned by Agriber and Quality. Our grand champion Holstein is Freyland Dorman Bourbon, owned by Freyland Holsteins.
Yep.
We have an independent committee that will be selecting our Supreme Grand Champion. This committee consists of Lowell Lindsay, Brian Sales, Court Carmichael, Larry Bennett, and Brent Walker. Thank you to this committee, and we look forward to seeing your results soon.
Get out there, James. Okay. So they are the judges?
So we have a committee of 5 esteemed individuals.
Oh, my.
We have Lowell Lindsay and Brent Walker, Court Carmichael, Larry Bennett, and Brian Sales. We're going to assess what our judges did today and name Supreme.
That's really interesting, yeah.
Now, if they really want to throw a wrench into things and tell our judges that they did a terrible job, they'll just pick the red cow.
Yeah. Well, the Jersey, she didn't beat the Jersey. No. Jersey hasn't beat her yet.
So
that's a group now. Okay.
So they will form have a quick committee meeting here, and we'll get to hear their. I don't know which one. I don't know who's
It's going to be
losers.
interesting to see whether they'll go with the junior member, who would be Brent, I guess, or now it looks like some of them want to get to the conclave.
I think.
So isn't that? Well, think of the years of experience these gentlemen have. 3 of them that are.
Brent giving things a thorough assessment here.
Yes. Wow, and now for the huddle. The supreme huddle.
The meeting of the minds, as it were.
Oh, Brent is really.
Our ringman, Doug Green, has gone over with a microphone. They're, I think, I'm not sure who's going to be the designated spokesman.
What a nice touch.
An interesting twist here at the end
Did
of the
they?
show.
I wonder. Did they arrange this beforehand? I mean, did these guys being here? No. Did these guys? Did these gentlemen know that they were going to be on the panel beforehand?
We have a huddle.
Oh, okay. Oh,
This is an ad hoc committee,
okay.
as they
And
say.
They are in meeting now.
They formed a quorum without Brent Walker,
Oh, with
so
Brent. Brent has really got to get over there.
he's going to get left
Oh,
out.
there he
of
goes,
proceedings.
folks. You can see him on his way to the meeting. And once again, we are really going to thank Bruce Sargent for doing so much work on the live stream.
After a couple days and sifting through nearly 300 head, it's
Yep, that's better.
pretty amazing to have these 3 cows out in the middle of the ring right now.
Isn't it, though? The Holstein, the red and white, and the Jersey.
Who would you like to give? Oh, I think Lowell's probably gonna.
Well, 2 out of the 3 people leading cows live in Fergus. I'm just saying.
Yeah, whoever drew drink when Russell says Fergus is
in very bad shape right
yeah.
now. Okay, just one. Okay, so apparently
The committee requested the jury requested some clarification here.
there will be no reserve.
No reserve,
apparently.
just a single supreme champion in the offing.
The other 2 can leave with their heads held high.
This is I think next year we need to get a microphone in this.
Yeah, in the huddle. Like what they do with curling. Yeah. Full of ideas. Oh, now Brian is saying something. If we could lip read, that'd be good. It's very chatty.
It is a.
Larry is speaking.
No disrespect to the red and white, but I think it's probably between the Holstein and the Jersey. And they're both 2 excellent cows here.
Okay. Oh.
As with some committee work, it is taking maybe a slightly longer
I
than
think they're
expected.
enjoying this. Yeah.
Enjoying their time in the spotlight.
Oh, now Brian is really chatty.
We did.
I'm so glad they did this.
We need a secretary here.
We got. Now, if Bruce could get in closer, we might really be able to lip read. Oh, and the masses are.
Everybody texting Russell in their choices for Grand, or Supreme, I should say.
Great job, guys. I'm trying to find out where this message is. Oh, no. Weird. Got quite a bit of this. Well, they've taken it very seriously, and that is appreciated. Oh, I saw Larry's lips move.
All right. I think a vote has been taken.
Oh, and I guess Brent is going to be the junior member. Is going to be
Brent Walker has been assigned the reasons here, so we will go to Judge Walker.
I guess I will. I'll go up and shake hands with you. So I'm going to tell Bruce. I'm going to tell her it's you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how quite I got elected to do the speaking. Well, I do, because I always respect my seniors, and there's 4 of them that are more senior than me. I'd also like to congratulate the judges today. I think they did an outstanding job. When 2 people described cows the way they did today, I think you have to respect their opinions a whole lot. Congratulations to our breed judges. 3 really good cows. It comes down to, I can honestly tell you, it's certainly not unanimous. And we've had good discussion on these cows. I enjoyed listening to these 4 guys talk about cows too. Beautiful Holstein cow, the black and white cow, beautifully uddered. A cow that's got, when you get out here with them, certainly more width of chest and strength than she appears to have from the outside of the ring. Beautiful red cow that's got a great udder. She's long and dairy and got extension of neck. She's just a really nice cow that fits in well with our black and white cow. You can pretty much suggest that the same guy judged both and picked 2 cows a lot alike. Jersey cow is the same thing, tremendous uddered cow. And a cow with lots of width of chest, depth of 4 rib to her. And I think they're all outstanding cows, but I'm going to ask you to congratulate this Jersey cow. She's going to be your Supreme Champion cow. When you talk about depth of 4 rib, I think this Jersey cow exceeds the black and white cow in her depth of 4 rib, not so much with the chest, but depth in her 4 rib. I think when you come right into these cows and you talk about the flatness and quality of hock, I think the Jersey cow beats the black and white cow. But 3 tremendous cows, 3 great guys leading them. Congratulations. And if you want to argue with any of these fellas, these 4 guys over here are the guys to talk to.
Congratulations to our Supreme Champion, our Grand Champion, Intense Joel Delphi. She is owned by Weeksdale, Rocky Allen, and High Caliber. The Grand Champion class is sponsored by Case IH Canada. The winner will receive a power washer. To present the power washer to our Supreme Champion, we have Robert Meyer from Case IH Canada and Casey Smith from O'Neill's Farm Equipment. He's our local Case dealer. Thank you very much for this very generous sponsorship. And again, congratulations to Weeksdale, Rocky Allen, and High Caliber on Intense Joel Delphi.
Let us do a recap.
We have comments in just a second, folks.
You're good. Go home.
We'll finish up. All good. Yeah.
Well, you can see the excitement that's going on here with the Supreme Champion cow. Blair Weeks with a gigantic smile on his usually serious face. Len Viss presenting the Supreme Champion Award to Intense Joel Duffy, led by Brian Carskadden from Fergus.
A good twist at the end of the day there for the... Russell has really amused himself here.
Well, if you can amuse yourself, you know.
A fantastic end of the day with the Legends Judging Committee there, and a nice set of reasons by Brent to
This
close us out.
concludes our 2023 edition of the Ontario Spring Discovery Show. Thank you to our sponsors, exhibitors, and committee. We hope to see you in 2024 at the National Holstein Convention Show taking place April 24th and 25th. Safe travels home, everyone.
Okay, well, James, I think this is our opening.
If anybody out there is still listening.
Yes, and we hope you are, because we're still talking. James, what would you say? What is your closing observation?
Fun end to a fantastic cow show. Congratulations to the committee and Jeff and Jen and all their volunteers and hard work, and a great show. Thank you to the exhibitors, all the people who had helped out getting these cows ready. It was a fantastic sight.
I think it takes more than a village, really, when we saw the number of people who have been working over the last 2 days so consistently and without stop to get this whole project not only off the ground, but completed, delivered, executed, one might say. And it's been wonderful.
And the cows are great. That's the bottom line. The cows were excellent. It was a great day today, and I had a lot of fun, Russell.
It's been life-changing.
I'm not sure. We won't go that far. Day-changing for sure.
Yeah, this has changed my week. Yeah, let's go that far.
And thank you all for tuning in on the live stream. If you're still here, you're real dedicated. So appreciate you all.
Yeah.
And Russell, until we meet again.
Exactly, James. Thank you.
Okay, enough.
Starting with my grandfather. My grandfather was the start of this operation here. I'm a half owner in Woodland Creek Dairy with my son-in-law. So Joe would be the fourth generation that's farming on this farm.
My father-in-law, Bill, he's accomplished a lot in his life. I respect him. I admire his work ethic the most. He puts the farm as number one above everything. It doesn't matter if it's a holiday, Sunday, that's job one.
I would say working with my son-in-law is as close to working with a son as you can get.
We usually get up 4:45. We're trying to be in here milking by 5 a.m. As far as Bill's chores in the morning, he does all the feeding, takes care of the calves, he does the breeding. Stefan started working here when he was in high school, when he was 16. He's our jack of all trades. He helps milk morning and night. I think he fell in love with farming too, so he's been with us ever since. He's 32 now, so he's been around a long time.
Right now, the cows are really doing good. They're milking about 18,000 pounds of milk a day is what leaves here. We milk close to 200 cows.
There are a few kinds of dairy cows. We milk Holsteins here. Some people milk Jerseys, some Brown Swiss. We feel that Holsteins are probably the most efficient breed for us. You're never mean to a cow. A cow is a mother. So you treat them with respect. We have the milk truck come every day here. There can never be any antibiotics in milk. We get paid on quality, so that's job number one.
I admire Joe. He's his own person. He will say it how it is. I don't think he holds anything back. There are some days that farming is hard work. I always say I've got to have that reason to get up in the morning, and this is it.
I like being my own boss, being around the family all the time.
I love what I do because I'm with family. When you can see your grandkids anytime you want, how many people can say that? My name is Bill Endres, and I live for this.